What is up, everybody? Welcome to the pub. Cheers. Good evening, all in the chat. Alan, Derek, what up? Last Dance, Cypher, also known as Gorgeous George Begonia. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the pub. Yeah. Hopefully we have a good one tonight, people. Lots to talk about as usual. Let me just go ahead and pull up some lyrics here. We'll go ahead and do ourselves a little bit of music to start. All right. Pulled into Nazareth, I wasn't feeling about half past dead. Just looking for some place where I could rest my head. Said, mister, can you tell me where a man might find a bed? He just grinned, he looked at me, and no was all he said. Take a load off Annie. Take a load for free. Take a load off Annie. And you put the load right on me. Picked up my bags and I went looking for a place to hide. When I saw the comet and the devil walking side by side, I said, hey, Comet, come on, let's go downtown. She said, I got to go, but my friend can stick around. Yeah, take a load off Annie. Take a load for free. Take a load off Annie. And you put the load right on me. Crazy Chester followed me, and it caught me in the fog. He said, I'll fix your rack if you take Jack my dog. Said, wait a minute, Chester, you know I'm a peaceful man. Said, that's okay, just feed him when you can. Take a load off Annie. Take a load for free. Take a load off Annie. Put the load right on me. Last verse. Here we go. Everybody. Gonna catch a cannonball and it take me down the line. My bag is sinking, Lord, and I do believe it's time. Get back to Miss Fanny, you know she's the only one who sits at home with the regards for everyone. Take a load off Fanny. Take a load for free. Take a load off Fanny. She put the load right on me. Right, the band. Classic tune. Love that shit, man. Let's Let's see, what did I miss? Great song. Yeah, The Weight by the band. Is that on King of the Hill? Interesting. I had no idea. Tesla rocks. Oh, I don't know what you're saying there, dude. Fucking Putin is a fucking psycho. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Thanks, George. Thanks, Last Dance. And Sammy Cat gave me a little musical fact earlier. The lead singer of this band, let's see who picks it out first. How's it go? Anybody? There you go. John Bon Jovi just turned 60. If you can believe it. Johnny Bon, 60 years old. Still looks good, man, but yeah, they're all getting old. And yeah, 60. Fuck. So yeah. I mean, Slash has got to be up there in the years. Charlie Watts has left us from the Stones. Yeah, they're all getting old, man. Last Dance, 60 in a week. No shit, John Bon Jovi, older than Last Dance. Wow. All right, just leave it at that. You're doing just fine, Last Dance. Bon Jovi, cool guy, though. He does some good charity work. I don't know. People probably hate him because of his political beliefs, but he feeds a lot of poor people, man. So I think that's pretty cool, you know, who might otherwise not be able to feed themselves. So, you know, it is what it is. Birthday party at the pub. Good idea. I'm going to roll up another joint here. I think I've showed you guys my technique before. Take the paper, fold the end over the package of papers, fold the corner in. Okay. Take the other end, fold just a tiny bit over the edge. The Ides of March. Fold the corner in. Go ahead and make yourself a little boat. Ganja goes in the pocket. A friend of mine from El Paso, Texas showed me that little trick. St. James, Jimmy, San Diego. He's a cool kid. Old friend. So you put the dope in the boat, I'll call it. This is going to be a big boy. That's your big boy right there. Little Vermont redneck accent. Okay, so she's full. They kill Caesar on the 15th, is that right? Stuff, use the corner of the paper's square edge, flatten down the herb. Get it nice and pinched down in there between fingers. Okay, so we're working it. This could be an epic failure. Do a couple of like pre-spins. Okay, then you do the fold over. Oh, this is a beautiful thing. Got the glue exposed. And then lick the edge. Booyah, let it dry for 5 minutes. And she'll be ready. And I have one ready to go. It's like a cooking show where they have the thing baked and ready in the oven. And I just so happen to have one right here, ready to go. And we'll put that little herb aside for never. Yeah, Alan, that's how we do it around here, man. Some people like to join out here because they don't like the taste of the paper for the first hit. I never did that. And I switched back to my old school papers, the old zigzags, man. I was using these hippie fucking hemp papers for a while, these bouquet. They suck. The paper is so thin, it expands and like sucks in when you take a hit. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all. Herbicide, what is that a reference to? I mean, you guys remember I was having tough pulls off of those stupid fucking hemp papers a couple of months ago. Look at this thing. Just so smooth. Can't go wrong. Zigzags. I buy them 2 at a time, 2 packs at a time, 32 leaves. I smoke a lot of joints. And I'm off the glass. I don't do glass anymore. Well, that's funny. Herbicide. I get it. What? Rizzlers, huh? I remember the Whizzlers. Rizzlers. Jesus, what is the heat on in here? I feel like I'm under the lights. Rizzlers were old school, dude. I didn't know they still were around. And they, a lot of people used to roll their own tobacco, but I don't even know if that's a thing anymore. The drum tobacco and the Havswag is another brand. I think it's German. Or Shag. Shag would be another term for tobacco. Holy shit, look at that. It's gun gets set sata chikarat 146 in the house. I know. Easy to forget about us here. Anna, I'll just call you that. I don't know if... I'm sure you don't care. You never gave a shit before. But yeah, welcome back. Cool. Good to see you. I'd been wondering your opinion on this whole thing that's going down over yonder, which seems to have consumed the world with war fascination and, you know. All right, dude, go grab some groceries. Tesla Rocks is going to go grab some Captain Crunch, probably some baked beans, some wieners. Yeah, I'd say so. I know. Alan, amazing, isn't it? Yeah, fuck Putin. There you go. Yeah, I think a lot of people think that. Pretty rare otherwise. Rather surprised to see earlier in the comments somebody either jokingly or not praising him, but you know, most of the world does not feel that way. Most of the world says fuck Putin. So one thing I want to just briefly talk about is Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, one of the people who Dippy Derek, you fucking dippy bastard. I know, Derek, you like to stir the soup. Yeah. Where are we here? Regarding Putin. Not Putin. Tsarnaev. The Boston Marathon bomber. So he got his case went up in front of the Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, the marathon bomber. The Supreme Court, he's trying to basically say that he doesn't deserve the death penalty. And they decided that he would get the death penalty. And, people often say, well, how can you advocate for the death penalty for one person, but not for others? Like, George Bush. Death penalty is back on for Tsarnaev. George Bush killed all these people, which, you could certainly argue that he's a war criminal. Very many other people have killed a lot more people than the Boston Marathon bomber. Tsarnaev was the Boston Marathon bomber moron. Yes, it was. So I'll tell you why I think he should get the death penalty, because I fucking hate him and I'm angry at him personally for what he did to this city that I was born in, a race that I've been a part of for a lot of my life and never ran it, but my dad did a bunch of times. I've been in the audience there many times. Could had family members there that day, not near the bomb, but they could have as well had their legs and organs blown out of them. But if you allow me to read something here, I'm going to read a description of specifically what happened and why it was decided to maintain the death penalty for him. Okay, and it reads as such. Each detonation sent fire and shrapnel in all directions. The blast from Tamerlane's bomb, that would be Dzhokhar Tsarnaev's brother, Tamerlane's bomb shattered Crystal Campbell's left femur and mutilated her legs. Though bystanders tried to save her, she bled to death on the sidewalk. Dzhokhar's bomb ripped open the legs of Boston University student Lindsay Liu. Rescuers tried to stem the bleeding by using a belt as a makeshift tourniquet. She too bled to death on the sidewalk. 8-year-old Martin Richard absorbed the full blast of Dzhokhar's bomb. BB's nails and other metal fragments shot through his abdomen, cutting through his aorta, spinal cord, spleen, liver, pancreas, left kidney, and large intestine. The blast propelled shrapnel with such force that it exited his back, and other shrapnel nearly severed his left hand. The explosion also caused third-degree burns. Martin ultimately died from blood loss. Dzhokhar and Tamerlane's bombs maimed and wounded hundreds of other victims. Many people lost limbs, including Martin's 6-year-old sister, Jane. Okay? That's why I think the fucker should get the death penalty. And I think anyone who does that sort of thing in any place or any city in the world should die. So, that's it, and that's all I have to say about that. And I hope the execution goes poorly and he suffers greatly. Fuck him. Yeah, there you go, Anna, right? And there's many, many graphic photographs of the whole scene. There's a famous man named Cowboy Carlos Arredondo. He basically wheeled a guy with no legs to the hospital in a wheelchair. Unbelievable. So they were very, very close to some of the greatest hospitals in the world. Just crazy stuff. And of course, being an international event was heavy cameras everywhere. I think I was watching it live. Unbelievable. And where I was, about 20 miles from the city, we heard the bombs. Fucking crazy. Yeah, unbelievable. Hey, Martin. I was working a job in a town not far from Boston. I believe it might have been the town of Belmont, when that crazy fucker was on the loose and they were trying to capture him. And I remember telling the homeowner, I said, I'm not going to come to work until they catch this guy. You know, I'm using loud power tools to rebuild the basement at the time. And, I'm working with fucking ear protection on. The dude could have snuck up behind me and stolen my truck had he been in the area. So, greater things of more importance than finishing somebody's basement at the time. And the homeowner completely agreed. Yeah, pretty wild shit, man. They captured him. He was hiding in a boat. I believe a state trooper snapped a picture of him as he stood there lifting his shirt up to show that he didn't have any weapons. They fired the state trooper for conduct unbecoming an officer because the picture got released to the public. So sucks for that guy. Hey, Martin, good to see you back on YouTube with your normal name there, buddy. Captured in Watertown. There you go. Thanks, wife. It was just a wild scene around here, man. They shot the shit out of him. They shot the shit out of the boat. They were ready to just gun him down. If he did made one false move, they would have, the picture that the statey, well, that's what we call state police, statey took of him had a laser on his forehead, I believe, from probably an AR-15 or a carbine style rifle, something like that. Last Dance. Back door. Fuck that Rolling Stone magazine. They put that little prick on the cover. And, that shit was not right. They made him look kind of like a rock star. Right, Anna. So how do they deal with the Taliban? I mean, the U.S. government straight up says they're not, they don't want the Taliban there. They're not going to talk with the Taliban. They're not going to partake in worldly duties and have the Taliban involved. I don't know what the hell happened with that whole fucking fiasco. Yeah, a lot of people do. Me as well, Anna. I hope for the Ukrainians, they appear to be fighting very powerfully, very admirably. Fucking half a joint on the floor down there. Jesus. So, yeah, power to the Ukrainians. I'd love, if we ever had a person of Ukrainian descent, I'd definitely love to have them on the pub or give them a place to vent, and talk to people from around the world if that's what they would like or what they want. Poor people, man. This is a nice little number right here. Just an appetizer, though, for the big boy. Hi, RK. RK's over there on the Twitch side, everybody. I am well. How are you, sir? Yes, you may ask. Je suis Ukraine. There you go. From 1 year, no job or no jab. Not sure what you mean there. Hey, look, it's Chumatarto. Chumatarto. You need $350. Tell me what to do. How can you make a quick 350? Manual labor, bro. Break your back for somebody cleaning a yard, cleaning a basement. That's all I could say. Can I help you? Can you group some people and help me? I don't know what you mean, man. Sorry, dude. Not likely. We're not but hey, keep it up. World's gone crazy. Let me get back into the chat here. I gotta find an ashtray. Here we go. All right. Jump up a little here. World's gone crazy. Yeah, seriously, Jimatarto. I like it. Okay, I'm with you. Not sure what you're talking about there, Storm. No, you don't have to. He's asking for money, so you don't have to go to Twitch. Good luck on that end, RK. But they don't, though. Do they want that, Anna? I was under the impression they did not. I mean, who would want that? I mean, what the fuck? It's okay, RK. Hey, Random Goon. What's up, buddy? Great show last night. Great guitar playing. Absolutely loved it. Heard some great tunes. Got Random Goon to play a Bob Marley song, snuck in between, like, I don't know, Disturbed and probably fucking Black Sabbath. It was kind of cool, though. Hey, there you go. He put up his PayPal right away. That's life, but not as we know it. What is up, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. That's life. That's life. Oh, so they say. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's so you guys know we have the link is always in the description. Feel free to. No jabs, huh? So you didn't have to get one, I guess, for your job. I know that you were a little freaked out about that, Anna. I don't know why it would be coming now. We're in the clear, baby. We're fucking flying away from that thing. It's a whole world war to worry about now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kind of shape the dude's in. But good crystal, huh? All right. That's noted. So go ahead and make yourself some crystal and go to Germany, and boom, your money issues will be solved. And it's fairly easy to make, from what I understand. You just have to have some purification equipment, a few binders. But I don't want to get into that. From what I hear. Oh, wow, that's going back, Blind Fury. I think that's a good question, Jimatarto. Breaking Bad does tell you how high. The fucking blue meth. That was a great show, man. There was one episode where he made something that he brought to a drug deal, and I think there was a threat or something by the big dealer, and what he had made was some kind of a very volatile explosive, and he threw it at the ground, and it blew up, and fucking he scared the shit out of everybody. It was a great scene, great show, Breaking Bad. I didn't love the ending, but the show had such great content, it was probably going to be tough to. That's what it was. Fulminate of mercury. You're exactly right. Damn, you have a good memory. Either that or you're really fast with Google. Or you remember the scene, or you happen to watch it on YouTube recently. Both of you guys. Fucking A. Awesome. Good for you. I remember that's what it is now that I'm reading. You guys read it, but I hadn't. That fact of what it was had left my mind. It's pretty unbelievable scene anyways, but still pretty cool. I think science proved that probably pretty accurate that that's what would have happened, but that stuff is so incredibly unstable. Like, you could drop it 3 inches, 6 inches or something, I think, and potentially explode. So, pretty cool. You guys are great. Have a little of the old peanut butter whiskey. I think I'm going to stop drinking the peanut butter whiskey. I'm off of it. No more. Too much sugar. Got to go back to something a little cleaner. Anyone here drink scotch? Had somebody move out of an apartment recently that left a few bottles of scotch behind. Opened. Question number 1. Would you take the bottles? They're good scotch, 3/4 full or more. Would you drink the scotch? Would you feel weird about it? Or would you just say, fuck it, smell it? If it smells like scotch, it's fine. It's like, I mean, they're 3/4 full. There was one that was about 1/4 full. I poured it out. But the ones that are close to full, I kept. I'd like to hear your opinions on this one. Dump it? Recycle? No, but my question is, did the person probably, I mean, they wouldn't have done anything weird to it, right? They did. They moved. Just, I don't know. Last Dance says drink it. Okay. Probably be fine. Just thinking about what if they were cheap? They could have watered it down. That's all. Maybe that's probably the most likely option. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. That's what I'll go with. Maybe I'll have a scotch later. What are you drinking? Straight? Rocks? Neat? A little water? I know they mix, what do they call it? Branch water? Water of the river? A little drop of that in there. And call it good? Or I know, Ben, but I don't really know scotch that well. I could just be like, Jesus, that's hot. Whew. And all of a sudden, it's got fucking arsenic in it now or something. One of them tastes arsenic or cyanide. One of them has a distinct taste, I think. Tastes like something common. Warm summer's day. Scotch. No, I think these are blended, so they're not even that great. One is Johnny Walker, I believe, the regular Johnny Walker, not blue. Yeah, that guy was great. The Everclear guy. Hope he comes back sometime. I have a couple bottles of Everclear in the fridge here. Of course I do. No good reason. Maybe I'll make limoncello with them. That's a killer recipe for grain alcohol. You need about a dozen lemons and a bunch of spring water and some sugar. And you can make like 70 proof limoncello. Keep a couple bunch of bottles in the freezer. And then just little nips of them after dinner. Like, yeah, you pair it with food and you're not a drunk. So that's what you have to do. Shit is good, though. We got into that in my previous life where I lived previously with the lady here. And there's a lot of fun. You can make a lot of good booze out of one of those fifths of Everclear, 190 proof. So you cut that in half right away. You're doubling your volume, and you're still at 85. 95. 190 would be cut down to 95. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you can maybe make 3/5 of good limoncello, I would say. 23 watching, I know. They gave us a bump this week. We got that guy begging for money, and we also got, who's the other guy? Jim Batu or something? We're rolling, dude. We're rolling. We got muggers, buggers, and thieves up in here. It's great. Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of asking him, dude, are you just taking little capfuls of that? He was like, no, I'm tilting the bottle. I mean, you have to be careful with that stuff. It's not cut, and that'll fuck you up, man. Fuck you right up. Yeah, right. Yeah, there's and America controls half of the space station, and the Russians control the other half. So, see who's quicker on who controls who. Last Dance is feverishly typing right now. Random Goon also, I'm sure. I'm just gonna go ahead and post the link, even though I see dude down here. Yeah, the Chechens fight against the Ukrainians. I thought the Chechens were like separatists, mostly of the Muslim persuasion, but maybe I'm wrong about that. I have to get into that a little bit better. I'm going to go ahead and throw that in the chat for anybody who feels so motivated. Let me grab the old headphones. Bring in our first guest to the Smokesteve International Pub. Hey.
What's up? What's happening?
How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
It's always good to see you.
Yeah, you too, buddy. Thank you.
You're wearing Mrs. Lip's favorite shirt.
All right, cool. That's April 2nd, 1973, Boston.
Ooh, it's close to my birthday. My actual birth.
Huh. Obviously, you can get these for about $20 on Amazon. Not exactly like an authentic Deadhead shirt.
You weren't there?
No. One of these new would probably, from there, would be worth like a couple grand. I would have to survive a Dead show, probably doesn't exist, How you doing? No HD cam tonight? You're on the regular?
It should be. It's not. Doesn't seem HD. Do I not seem in full? You can't see.
Pretty good.
Can you make out the beard hairs?
I guess usually maybe we see more.
That's because that's on your end. You got the.
Yeah. Does that change the amount I see of you?
See?
It does,
there you go.
Doesn't it? Wow, look at that. Oh, yeah. All right.
How about that, huh?
Picture-in-picture layout. Did you use that?
When I do picture, I don't know what that is.
All right.
It seems like there's new buttons every time I use it though. Like
Hmm,
they add stuff on there all the time.
yeah, definitely. Even on just the free one you're using, huh?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same. You know that you can't record through it. Like I think you can record, and then the other thing is you can't have as many people on. And there's probably some miscellaneous video and audio quality things that are a little bit better.
And the duck logo.
Yeah, the duck,
Fucking duck.
the duck logo.
You know, they know they're not advertising. They're putting it there to be a prick and make you spend the 10 or $20 to get rid of the logo.
Yeah, yeah.
That's all it is. It's a cash grab.
Isn't
But
everything?
yeah, I mean, I'm not complaining. I think
It's a
StreamYard.
nice free service.
Yeah, exactly.
I always use Skype, which is pretty much you can have as many people on there as you want, and it's free. But it's a dedicated chat room site where StreamYard is nice because basically, if you have no idea what you're doing, you can go on StreamYard, and once you link your YouTube account,
Right.
you can just go at it and have stuff to do.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's a very cool concept. And also for non-streaming, if you just want to have, you can use it for what you're saying without
Right. Yeah.
throwing it somewhere.
The neat thing about it is you don't have to have an account or anything. So, with
Right.
Skype, you have to have a Skype account.
Exactly.
So you can just like, if you got a bunch of like grandparents and stuff that don't know how to work stuff, all they have to do is click a link and they're there.
Exactly. You do a lot of the Skyping, huh?
Not anymore. I hardly ever
No.
do. I used to because there was, different groups going on. Probably, it seems like with time with LiveLeak being gone, that was my connection to most of the people in the Skype groups.
Kind of cool. You're seeing some of them. I've got to see some of them on your last show, which was
Yeah, those
2 weeks
guys,
ago.
it's still, that call, well, there's been spin-offs from it, but that main group of people has been going on for, gosh, probably 7+ years now. Pretty much 24 hours. It's not always on, but it's Skype is anybody can start a call, so it's pretty much all the time there's a call going. It used to be loads of people though. It would be like 12 people on at one time. Like
On
how
video.
well, yeah, some of them on video and some of them not, Like Cat Free on here, he's never been on video. The guy the Australian guy that came on my show a
Yeah,
couple
yeah.
times.
Hey, he's cool. I like him.
Good old Cat Free. But then there's some people that's their life, that's their, which is fine, that's their connection to other people and stuff is through the Skype group. So it provides a service.
Long ago, when they did the Thursday shows, which I'm not kidding, I think was October, might have been the last one.
I bet, yeah.
I think that their call-in was Skype, right?
I think it was before that. I think it might have been August because my birthday might have been the last show they did, and they didn't do one for the. Usually they did one around Halloween because that would be the LiveLeak anniversary. That was when they always did their birthday shows, and I don't think they did one this year. But what
They
was your
did.
question? I got sidetracked thinking of when the last one was.
I forget it already. Huh. What was that? Skype, that they use Skype to call in on.
They still do, because whenever I talk on there, it's through Skype. I think they would give out a telephone number so you could physically call in,
Right.
but I don't
But
know.
it just seemed like the quality was kind of shitty of the audio, at least.
Right. I don't even know how they set it up. I guess Graham's got it's patched through a phone somehow or something because I don't think Hayden's sitting there, hello and holding it up to the mic. It's something on Graham's end, I guess.
Yeah, I think there's.
Anybody's
could-
call was crappy usually though,
It was totally.
because they were calling in on a phone or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I had connected my laptop at one point to my phone, but I hated it because all the notifications would be coming up for emails and shit, and this is kind of my fun toy, I don't want any fucking thing on this,
Right.
so the phone is on the side,
Yeah.
keep them separate.
Right.
And now I can't seem to get it to connect to my pickup truck, the Bluetooth, which is pissing me off. problem is I'm always think about it when I'm doing 70 down the highway and I'm like Bluetooth and I'm fucking with the knobs over here. Then I tell myself, just wait till you get home, grab the manual, and then you get home and it's like,
You
fucking
don't.
forget.
Right.
No,
Exactly.
every time, man. It's
Yeah. The Bluetooth in the car is definitely convenient. It's if you don't have it going on, I don't even like talking on the phone.
yeah, and there are the rare times when I might be driving where a live show or something comes up and I'll actually put it on through the truck and listen to it. It's killer to hear like stuff from YouTube, especially live streaming. The audio is amazing when it's coming through all the speakers, you know.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, I've never done that because I feel like it's just gonna eat up all my data.
Well, I don't pay for mine, so
Oh,
luckily,
sweet. You can just
as long as I don't go crazy, it's fine, you know. We did have a kid who got hired for our company. He like drained the whole company in like a week. Fucking downloading movies and shit.
oh, jeez. My son
Uh,
was like that. I was like, dude, you can't. Don't even do it. Don't even do it. And then we'll be out, and he'll be like, "Oh, let me show you." He'll like a family member or something they hadn't seen. He'll be like, "Let me show you this thing I came across the other day." And I'm like, dude.
right,
Then I
yeah.
got to be that jerk dad. Don't even share that with somebody because you're gonna use up my data.
So you don't have unlimited 4G where you are, or is that just astronomically expensive?
No, I don't know. I don't have it. Well, we
Yeah,
got three phones. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea how much it is, but I'm sure
right.
it's like every other bill. It seems like it's probably like $200.
Yeah,
So I don't want to pay any more.
I
So
know.
whatever we got, and then I know every great once in a while, because for some reason his room is like a dead zone in our house. With the Wi-Fi or whatever. So sometimes he'll be watching YouTube videos and he'll be using our data, and he don't even know it.
What does he watch on his phone?
He watches everything on his phone, even though he's got just as many devices as I do down here.
I mean, you could get a Cat 7 cable with a booster,
Oh, I know,
right,
but he would
James?
still it. Yeah, well, I just instead of getting those boosters, I just get other
Routers.
routers. Yeah,
Yeah.
because then it gives you another 4 or 5 ports that he can jump off of with something.
hmm Those ports are great. I mean, you can't beat the speed
Oh
for
no,
sure.
that's what this is on. This is on a long cable.
Yeah,
I can
mine
only
too.
I can only push this table as far as the cable will reach.
Yeah, I had to run mine through one wall to the outside, then across the outside of the house, up a floor. And yeah, it's
Jesus.
just, but it's worth it. Like you said, for a while I was running it down the stairs and it was like a trip hazard and,
Yeah,
like
right.
total
You'd
bullshit.
only have
So,
it like set up when you were doing the show, or just
right.
all times it was always on.
I'd be like up in the attic where the router is. I'd have to drop the
Uh,
wire down and feed it down to the
oh,
basement.
you
So
got your
stupid.
router up in the attic, huh? Is your attic easily
That
accessible, or?
it's finished. It's part of the house.
Okay, okay. So it's not
So
like you're moving the panel and getting a
no, no,
ladder and going up
no.
there.
But since then we got rid of cable TV and got YouTube TV, and they put the router right near the TV. So I have like it's still really far from the basement, but I got like a 6 foot cable to go to the TV, so the TV's on wire, and as well as my laptop down here. So
Right, right.
definitely killer, definitely double the speed. And I remember prior to having the wire, you guys would talk about how sometimes there would be glitches here and there. You know, can't have that. Being
Was
the
it when you were
host,
hosting?
yeah,
Oh,
early on. That's when I learned about the whole Cat 7 thing, that it was an option.
yeah, right. And those cables are dirt cheap.
$20 for a 50 footer,
Yeah.
shielded and everything, outside, made for outside. Just killer.
Yeah, I just put a. Oh, I didn't just put it. It's been here a long time, but I ran the cat cable down, and right up here, I think it's probably that blue light I'm pointing to,
Mhm.
is my another router, and then every single port is already taken up by something. But
Okay.
then all these things can hook up to the internet because my heating and cooling unit is right in front of us over here, and all that metal shields the signal real bad.
Mm. Yeah, of course. That makes total sense. Let me go ahead and grab another guy here. Our favorite liberal. What's
Oh,
up, dude?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Real
Good. How
good.
are you?
I'm doing well. Actually, I'm a little tired. I
Uh-oh.
did some yard work today, and
Me too.
it's not as easy as it used to be. I am sore just from literally just sitting on something and bending over and reaching for things for a few hours.
Cleaning up the beds?
Exactly, getting the leaves out from underneath the
Yeah.
the flowers and under the
Sure.
shrubs. It's got to
Yep.
be
Yep.
done, but
Right.
You gonna plant?
uh, I don't think I will. I think I will leave what's there.
Nope. No annuals to have a little flower garden to greet you when you head out to the yard for the
Uh,
sunsets.
what I do is I have a couple of pots, and I like to put geraniums in them every year, and
Hmm.
they
Sure.
they don't require much care. They look nice. You just have to water them pretty much, and
Sure.
Smokesteve's got pot.
yeah.
we we grow a lot of perennial wildflowers across one of our fences, which is kind of cool. You plant the seeds once and they come back year after year, but it seems like the lupines in the group are really taking over everything else. So it's eventually just going to be all lupines. That's how you say it, right?
I don't know what that is.
It's a flower with like a cone of purple, kind of,
Oh, well.
Ah,
Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
and
we do
Is
have
it
some
sun is
cone
it sunny? Is it
flowers.
real sunny there?
in that spot, sort of, yeah,
Yeah, those if it's what I'm thinking, kind of grassy leaves.
sort of, yeah. I could
Yeah,
pull up a picture of them.
I know what you're talking about. Those
We
those do real good out in like direct sun.
we have something called purple cone flowers that we
Oh
we,
yeah,
we let grow,
we grow that.
and you know the goldfinches love them
Oh,
when the seeds when they go to seed at the end of the year.
mhm. Lupines.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I was thinking
wow,
of.
that's much nicer than what I'm thinking about.
Purple
Those are
cone.
those are nice though. I mean, if that's what you end up with, you could have a lot
They're pretty.
worse.
They're pretty. They kind of turn this putrid, disgusting brown as they
Right,
start to rot and they fall all over themselves.
right.
But for like 1 week, you're like, oh, and then it's just like a field of weeds for the rest of the summer, you know?
Right.
But it's just, I'd like to plant some pumpkins too, actually. I think that would be a lot of fun. Like around the fences and stuff, and you
Oh
just
yeah, that'd be cool.
let people pick them around Halloween.
If you want any kind of squash like that, well, I've never done pumpkin, so I can't say for that. But like zucchini or yellow zucchini squash and stuff like that, that stuff is so easy to grow. It usually
Zucchini
takes
grows like a
over.
weed around here.
It does. It
Just
does.
No kidding, huh?
Oh
Free
yeah.
zucchini?
well, you have to pick
Oh,
it,
you're not
or
gonna want you plant one thing and you're gonna have more zucchini than you would ever want. Trust
right.
me.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can't pick it fast enough. It grows so big. If
It's
you
not
don't,
It
really
does.
that good. It's kind of mushy and slimy as a vegetable. It's
yes, I
Zucchini
agree.
zucchini bread is not too bad.
there you go.
And then if you slice it and fry it, you bread it and fry it, and then dip it in like a marinara sauce. That's not too bad. But
And
you
then
don't
fry
want
it
that.
again.
Yeah, you don't want that every single night though. You have it and you're like, what'd you have in tonight? Oh, something with zucchini because we have so much damn zucchini.
Right.
I mean,
Can you pick?
every day you get a zucchini that's this big for every single day of the summer. Is pretty
Damn.
much how it works,
Huh.
with like one plant.
Yeah, I just thinking about it. I'm like, blah, you know.
I mean, if it's out in the middle of nowhere where you don't care about, then
See, I
we
don't
got
think
a lot of room to take up, and we do. A lot of people think that those yuccas. I don't know if you guys have those out there.
yucca.
Yeah,
I've heard of it. We
it's
don't
kind of like
have
a
it. No.
pointy thing, and people think they're invasive and everything. But when you got to just fill up some space, they're great. Same
It's,
with ornamental
it's
grasses are kind of like that.
Okay.
isn't it like a desert plant? It requires some
It does really well in our
pretty
shade.
warm climate.
It does really well in our shade because that's the thing. We can hostas do real good, so we have tons of hostas.
Yeah, hosta's nice. Variegated's nice with the white stripes or whatever on the leaves. It's
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
like green and white. Very cool.
But the yuccas seem to, and even if there's the ground is just shitty dirt, the yuccas will still do good. And then they get like for only a few days, but they get the stalk that shoots out of it about 5-6 feet tall, and it just is a huge plume of white flowers.
Oh, that's cool.
But the rest of the time, it's not the most attractive thing in the
Is
world.
that one with the real pointy, like stabby looking leaves?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have one of those nearby here. And yeah,
It's hard to get out of the ground. What you better be happy with where you put it, because it's
in the neighbor's yard, but they have a sledding hill, and the kids kind of sled towards that thing, and you're like, "Oh God, they're gonna get stabbed!" It's fucking, it's like
Yeah,
a whole fucking huge area, and every kid goes towards that one stabby plant. You're like,
stabby plant. That's exactly right.
but you're right. That flower is glorious for a week.
For a very short period of time.
Yeah, that's what you call it, yucca. Is it a desert plant? It does look deserty.
It does look kind of deserty.
Isn't that what they call a
thick.
succulent?
I don't know.
I don't know if I would call it a succulent. We have a
That's
few
what we
of
call
those
topple, I
upstairs.
think.
Hey, look at that. Fading roots. Like it.
Uh-oh. Somebody's blown up.
But we're down back to our normal average of 15 to 14. But we were up in the 20s there. That was good.
Oh, really?
Should have made a pitch for donations while you had them.
We should have stayed off Last Dance. We killed the show.
Yeah.
No,
I checked. It was that way before I came on. In fact, it happened when you came on.
Oh,
Ethan.
is that? Oh, damn.
yeah,
Tried to bring you down with me.
I wonder if Anna split. It was good to have her back here.
Well, it's good to see her. Know she's up and about.
Yeah, exactly. Now that
She seemed pro-Ukraine. Or did I miss that?
Shh. Do you think? I mean, it's pretty rare to see otherwise. I mean,
unless they're just like trying to be different. They don't really feel the way that they're saying.
I don't know. There's a small fringe faction I've seen of extreme, like right side direction people that might be siding with Putin. Now, I don't know if that's just to be contrarian or whatever. I don't know if you guys have picked up a little of that.
I haven't.
I have seen a little bit of that, but I've seen a lot of criticism of the U.S., which I think is totally legit.
Our response
for hypocrisy, because I think it's legit. We went into Iraq with much less justification than Russia would have to go into Ukraine, and with terrible, terrible, terrible results too. So, I mean, we didn't. None of our people had to face war crimes trials or anything.
Oh yeah,
of the
I was
sort.
thinking about the whole war crimes thing and how it is ironic.
So I mean, it's funny. There's a lot of criticism of our hypocrisy, and then there's a lot of people saying, "Oh, if you're criticizing our hypocrisy, you're somehow, a stooge of Putin." I don't like that. It's not true. I think there's a place for both. And,
Sure.
Right. Of course there is. Well, even as recently as when they did I think it was a drone attack on that when we were trying to get out of Afghanistan, they killed all those children and stuff.
Yep.
I mean, couldn't they use that as war crimes? I mean,
exactly.
Yeah,
it doesn't seem much different to me.
No, it's no different.
I agree. There's absolutely no difference.
Yeah.
People should be just as shocked about that as they are about the shit that's happening in Ukraine, because they're both horrible. Now, it kind of makes me think about this story I heard recently of there's a lot of refugees now coming out of Ukraine. Now, there was already a lot of refugees coming out of other countries that certain European countries don't want refugees. But now, a bunch of Ukrainians are like, oh, yeah, you could come in. Oh, what are you, Nigerian? No, you're going to have to keep waiting. We're not letting any Nigerians in, just Ukrainians. Like, they're certainly being given easier entrance into a lot of places that are pretty much trying to stop taking refugees for.
Yeah.
And it definitely does obviously create a conflict of interest to some poor bastard who's like maybe legitimately fleeing some persecution or whatever in his home country, and he's might have legitimate asylum claim, but
you don't have to look no further than the southern border to see people fleeing their own country because of the horrible situation they have, and
I think
Americans not wanting them.
Yeah, that's true. I think one difference for Ukrainians that are fleeing to like Poland is that they expect that will be temporary, that these Ukrainians will, as soon as the war stops, no matter who prevails, the Ukrainians will head back home at that point. It's literally the fact that it's a shooting war that's caused them to leave. And so I think if their expectation were that these Ukrainians were never going to return, then there would be a lot of resistance to having countries like Poland take them in. What are they going to do? 1 million Ukrainians overnight?
I heard that like in the first 4 or 5 days, more people left Ukraine than left Syria in like the first year or something.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I'm not surprised. Probably because they have better roads in Ukraine and more cars and so on, better transportation.
Smaller distance though. Syria is smaller than Ukraine, I believe, isn't it?
Yeah. I also probably the borders were closed. Where would you flee from Syria?
I've never been there. I wouldn't know.
You could flee to Iraq, to Israel. No, that's not going to go. To Turkey.
I'm going to just real quick, Alan, can you just give me a wave down there? All right, cool. All right, so we got a couple people waiting in the.
You don't need to check on him. Just bring him in.
I love it that he's still cautious.
Alan.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Oh, he is real.
Oh, okay. How's it going to you?
I'm just a very advanced program.
Cool. Well,
yeah.
Okay, if it is very advanced, then have at it.
What's up? Wow, you can zoom.
It doesn't look that advanced.
Hey, you're real quick. How old are you?
Can you guess?
I'm gonna say 19.
Yeah, I would say 19 or 18.
No, I'm gonna say 16. 16.
Really? 16?
16.
No, he's like 22.
That's the closest.
He's too well spoken to be 16.
Right.
I'm 24.
Okay.
Really?
24. I'll have what he's having.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. I vape every day, so it keeps me young.
I'm 24 too. This is what happens in where I live.
Yo, what the fuck?
Exactly.
He got the wrong batch.
Oh, damn, I'm sorry.
And another couple of 24-year-olds here. A couple of young fellas.
Hello, Lee and Cypher. How's it going?
Cypher.
Hey,
I wish.
The combined age of all of us is 1,000. Alan only takes up 24 of it.
Hey, Lee.
Nice.
Hey,
Yeah, I can't believe I'm here with all my
Can you hear me?
no, that's fine.
Yeah, whoever said, "Can we hear you?"
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh
Lee.
yeah, good. Okay.
That's right.
I just want to hi everyone. Hi.
Yeah,
Hello.
right.
Cheers.
Hi, Lee.
Hello.
Now, Alan, back to your idols. What was that you were saying about us?
I was trying to say.
Hey, Steve. Earlier on you were talking about the death sentence for the bombers.
I was just saying it's nice to be here with all my idols.
Okay, cool.
Good luck with the fire. That's not how you're supposed
Well, that's
to
cool.
smoke.
That's a great sentiment.
Thanks, Alan.
I'm sure I'm not one of them.
It's kind of an awkward timing or something going on here. I'm not quite sure what it is.
Somebody needs to give Alan or Lee the floor, and they can have at it.
There you
That's
go.
that's the
I
problem.
would just what I'm saying is, Steve, earlier you were saying about the bombers getting the death sentence.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's really interesting because by pure chance this week, because with everything that's going on with Russia, came across a really interesting documentary. I can put the link on for you to watch. It blew my mind because in 1996, the Russian government decided to get rid of a law where you would execute someone for committing a heinous crime. Yeah. So what they did, they decided that these guys were going to actually not die but go to prison. And there's a prison in Siberia. I never knew about this, which is in the middle. I mean, can you imagine this for a second? It's in the middle of an area that's as big as Germany. I think equivalent to your country, as big as Montana. So right in the middle of it. I mean, it just goes to prove how big Russia is. It's unbelievable. So this prison is in the middle of the size of the country of Germany. Its temperatures are like, minus 20, minus 30 in the winter. There's no point in escaping. You're going to die if you do.
Right.
But the way that they treat them, these prisoners are being interviewed going, they wish they were dead because you've got this small cell which you're not allowed to use your bed during the day. Every cell is watched by camera. Massive punishment if you try to lie in your bed. They literally walk up and down their cell, and there isn't much space anyway. All day long, they're allowed 1 hour outside, which is in enclosed. All you can see is the sky. You can't see anything beyond 4 little walls in a little paddock that you can walk in to get some fresh air. And it's absolutely horrendous. And they're there going, I wish I'd had the death sentence. I thought, actually, maybe that is a better punishment. But I can put the link on so you can watch it. It's the most horrendous prison in the world. But
Sure.
the fact that it's located in an area that's as big as Germany just blew my mind. I just thought, oh my
That's
God.
crazy.
Yeah, you start to realize that how big Russia is as a country when they can do something like that. But I must put a link on for you. It's an hour's worth documentary, but it's worth watching. It really is.
Cool.
Last is, what was Alexander Solzhenitsyn's book's name? What was that about
Solzhenitsyn?
Far better than my guess.
He had several books.
Yeah, the one about the gulags, the primary one about the gulags.
The Gulag Archipelago.
Is that it? Okay.
Yep.
I'll take your word for it. I remember it, and I think I read it, but it's been 40, 50 years if I did read it.
Yep.
But that sort of riffs off what Lee was talking about. A lot of Siberian ice gulags out there where they would send these people to political prisons in the middle of nowhere, just like you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It reminds me, of course, everything goes to Star Wars, right? It was Star Wars when the prison where they throw the guy out into the ice and he's snow and the storm and shit. And he just, is going to die up there. Like that's what I envision with a place like that.
Runaway Train was a good one that sort of riffed off that kind of theme. And God, there's a few others, but
my problem is just don't spend no money on them. I mean, if you're really like this Joker Tsarnaev dude. By the way, Smokesteve, I thought it was very, very nice intro today with that story because you could tell the passion, and I thought it was
very good.
Nice addition to the show today. But anyway, he, I mean, if this kid sits around on the death row, I mean, you can only imagine how many, probably millions of dollars it's going to cost taxpayers. When somebody obviously did something, why not just kill him right away? Or if you want to do something with him, do something where, there's no laws against how horrible it is, for the situation it is for him. Like put him, and throw, just garbage in there that they can eat their own feces and garbage and they don't have to spend any money. I mean, if they obviously did something, if that's what hell is going to be, why would you care about their well-being or if it's better or worse for them?
I think it comes down to this. Humankind has a general desire to live, to stay alive, to go forward in life. I think for most people, unless you're absolutely trained to feel one way or brainwashed possibly by a religion, people ultimately would prefer a horrible living than death. At least that's what they think until maybe they're in the situation that you're talking about, Lee. But to have him have to wait and look up to this death on this date, I think that is a pretty goddamn terrifying prospect for any human being to have to.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, and that is psychological terror, and that is a severe form of punishment. At least it would be, from my point of view. Not to say I would blow people up, but if to have to look forward to that punishment, you'd be like, it is a definite deterrent, I think, as well as a definite. It's a horror for that guy. It's got to be. I don't care what anyone says with the fucking 72 virgin shit, dude. I mean, come on, you know.
I'm not too afraid with obviously your laws completely, but am I right in saying that that sort of punishment is from state to state? Are there some states that won't entertain that, or is it a general?
Interestingly, Lee, here in the state of Massachusetts, where the bombing took place, the death penalty is not allowed and has not been allowed here for 30 or 40 years. But that crime he was convicted of the crime of terrorism. And it was a federal offense, I believe. Last dance or
no, that's correct. And there is a federal death penalty.
Laughing at Alan over here.
Right. So that's the way it works.
Right. So he was tried in federal court, and that's also why his appeal went to the Supreme Court of the United States. But a state appeal can eventually go to the Supreme Court as well. But the original judgment was in federal court. The penalty in federal court can go as far as death. For example, if you kill a United States postal worker while they're delivering the mail, you have then committed a federal crime of murder, and that is punishable by the death penalty. Whereas if you just kill a person who is just a resident of the state you live in, not a federal employee, and it's not deemed as terrorism, you get charged as a state crime, which would result in life in prison for the most part. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. That's interesting.
If people were on death row and lived in such a horrible situation, say that they would rather be dead and gotten the death penalty, then why wouldn't they just commit suicide? I mean, not eat, not drink, and just die, or there's got to be you can. Well,
it's hard to commit suicide unless you're Jeffrey Epstein or one of his cohorts. In prison.
I can only imagine that I would, if I had all that time, I could figure out a way to kill myself.
Well,
you're pretty smart.
I think what Steve touched on though is true. Is that in the main, most people, irrespective of their lifestyle or what's going on in their life, I think it's inbuilt. It's kind of primeval, isn't it, to survive?
Right.
And life might be really shit. But,
I'd rather have life in prison.
But some people are wired differently, obviously. But I think in the main, most people, no matter what crime they've committed, want to survive. But I just think that's something that's built in us, whether we like it or not.
I mean, even if you're, believe in God and everything, if you're in prison, most likely you realize you're not going to heaven. So, life or just eternity of nothing.
But you forget everybody in prison's innocent. So that doesn't make sense.
And
Shawshank.
you have certain beliefs as a Muslim, dying in jihad gets you immediately to heaven. You don't have to go through a trial like you would otherwise.
Oh, really?
No, St. Peter.
Well, there's a Muslim version of it,
Oh, speaking of religion, I was curious. Did you guys have a nice seafood meal yesterday in celebration of Lent?
Who?
Did you not? Did you abstain from eating meat?
Yes,
Me?
I did.
No.
You weren't supposed to answer. That was my punchline. I was gonna say.
Sorry.
I was gonna
say. You can have to coordinate with me ahead of time.
I was gonna say how ironic that the Jew was the only one that didn't eat meat on Lent.
I'm still laughing.
Damn it! I've been waiting all week for this.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. I mean, I'll tell you that the line at the fish counter was really long yesterday. A lot of people. Do you do that whole thing, Ethan?
Yeah, I do. We had this conversation before. I'm not really that much of a practicing anything, But I was born and raised Catholic, and we still get a kick out of not eating meat on Fridays during Lent.
Fish stick Fridays.
I had a fish sandwich for lunch, and then we were gonna do some barbecue salmon, and we ended up doing a fish fry and bringing it to my mother-in-law's.
Fish fry.
The churches and lodges and stuff, they all have the fish fries going on.
Oh, you went to a friggin' fish fry with other people?
No, well, I mean, there was other people there, but I didn't. The church right behind, like walking distance from my house, is a Catholic church.
Well, look at you, God-fearing, church-going fucking guy over there, huh?
I've never been there for service, but we do go there for their fish.
Just
And
for the
they do
fish.
have a cherished picnic, which is fun.
So if someone starts talking scripture, you're just like, dude, I'm here for the fish.
Just here for the fish.
Yeah, right?
They call me a creaster, I believe.
Crashing the buffets.
That's funny.
He's saying sacrifice, but all I'm hearing is fish.
Mhm.
Do a lot of people turn up?
Oh my God, we had to wait like 45 minutes, well, not 40, probably half an hour in the line. And it was a closing time. We went to another place that has a drive-through, and they were sold out of fish already. So that's why we had to turn around and go into the inside of the church.
How can
It was an
how
Elks
can that be?
Lodge.
Surely they only need 40 fish. Surely.
Man, fish fries are the thing. Like I said, I don't just because I don't think it's
Wasn't
just
that in the
Catholics.
Bible? Didn't
40
Jesus
fish?
feed a whole load of people with 40 fish?
Oh, I see.
3,000.
I don't know. I know about as much as that Bible as I did about that book that.
But see, Lee, they
Cypher
could only count as high
Last
as
Dance
40
we're talking about.
when they wrote that book. So 39, 40, 40, 40. Yep, it's 40.
That's a miracle.
And listen, one thing. I mean, I'm C of E, Church of England, Christian, whatever, and not particularly religious though. But maybe that's a bad thing. I don't know. But on the Catholic side, is it true that no matter what you do, as long as you repent before death, that then that's fine,
Hell
no
yeah.
matter what you've done?
Oh, that's
Hell yeah.
many
That is
of
true.
the
Yeah.
As far as I understand,
sectarian and major.
as long as it's sincere.
Yeah, like
Right.
maximize the sin count, and
There you
then
go, Alan.
give your life to Christ.
There you go.
So-
You gotta-
You should write a book,
Okay.
How to Optimize Living and Still Go to Heaven,
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
by Alan Resnick.
Think,
Hell yeah.
I'd
Hey,
buy it.
interesting.
I like it, Alan.
that's what I like to hear.
Now,
What?
when Catholics go to confession, this is a practice when you have to sit down. There's two ways you can do it. You can sit down face to face with the priest, or you can sit down behind this weird fucking curtain and tell them all your sins because you're too ashamed to look them in the eye, even though they know who you are. Unless you can't.
Yeah.
And you basically spill your guts on what you did, and then nobody tells everything. Like when you're a kid doing it, you're like, yeah, I got mad at my mom, I yelled at my dad, I swore. They're like, go say 5 Hail Marys and you're good. But like, thank God, I never told them the real things, the thievery, the violence, like
No.
serious shit.
The murders.
No, like there might have been a few punches
Stuff that
thrown.
none of us did any of that. No.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I've killed another priest this week, and I just can't stop myself. Now, you can't reveal the what's spoken of here, correct, Mister?
And I think that's come up before legally.
Yeah, there's
Like,
some weird priestly, privileges that sort of get upended once murder is on the table.
I don't think so. I think
it might not, man. And
the
actually,
privilege is absolute.
did you hear about the priest? I think he was in California, or he was given baptisms, but changing one word in the fucking official
I did see that.
line, and then the Vatican came out and said, well, if he changed that one word, then they're not Catholic, because it has to be verbatim from the fucking book. And there's like 3,000 more, what's that one? Yeah, 3,000 of those babies.
I'll have to
Crazy.
rebaptize 3,000 people. They could just all
Baptisms.
they can just all go in the ocean and do it in one fell swoop.
They might be able to.
Mass baptism.
Yeah. Crazy.
You get a lot of those in your
What's-
state, right? A lot of mass baptisms.
Me?
Yeah, because you live in Massachusetts. It's a bad
not
joke.
bad.
Come on.
Oh wow!
Come on, aphid lip. You get one, I get one.
Come on.
I thought it was pretty good.
Thank you. I have defenders.
And people take pride up here on being a masshole. That's what they call like people who are really lost in like they'll have bumper stickers that say masshole. You know, they're the ones with the middle finger hanging out the window, which I did last week. I actually gave somebody the finger on the highway.
Wow.
Dumb shit, dude. Dumb shit.
Why did you?
It ain't worth
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Why?
Well, because during rush hour here, they let you drive in the breakdown lane, which is suicide. But people who do it, like me, kind of maybe go a little fast in it. And this guy came bombing up behind me. He was up my ass, and then he started to pass me, dude. And then I gave him the bird out the window. And then he sort of slowed down in front of me, and then he just floored it. He went down the highway doing like 100. So it seemed like the guy maybe he had a legitimate emergency to get to, and I was like just being a prick. But hey, you know, asshole.
Yeah,
baby.
They introduced that here and in certain cities, or not in cities because it was a motorway, yeah, I mean, freeway, whatever you call it.
Highway, yeah.
And so when you're sort of approaching the cities, you could they said, oh, you can use the breakdown lane, and now that's been going back to government because there's been so many deaths where people have legitimately broken down. They've got nowhere to go.
Exactly.
And of course they stop, and then some fools whizzing down it at 70, 80 miles an hour, and bang, you know, they've lost their life. So I think it's under review here now. It's just too dangerous.
Yeah, see, my thing with it is I keep like a good 100 feet to the car in front of me, because if they have to swerve out of the way of somebody who's stopped, I want to make sure I have ample time to stop as well. That's why riding somebody's ass in the breakdown lane is going to get you killed, because if somebody has to do an evasive move, you're never going to have time to do it if you're right behind them.
Absolutely, yeah. What's this thing I was reading as well this week about? So it'd be good because you guys sort of know for sure that seems to be a lot of problems in the US with people going back to work after COVID. I don't know if it's to do with salaries or hourly rates or whatever, but Wisconsin is trying to put a law through where 14-year-olds can work up till 11 p.m. I think the law is up to 9 p.m. up to now, but it's just to help with staff shortages.
The latest jobs report had it was close to 700,000 new jobs. I don't know. I don't think that's monthly. Yeah, it's probably monthly. It wouldn't be quarterly, I don't think. But, you know, what you're talking about, Lee, is sort of, it's going to be almost in a district by district situation. From what I'm listening, or state by state, possibly.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard anything about, child labor laws being altered, but you might be right. You might be right.
Yeah. No, in Wisconsin, it's something that they're trying to put through. And I heard there was some people saying, this isn't on. I think it is for non-school days, but it means that a 14-year-old can work from 6 in the morning till 11 at night. So
Sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, keeps them off the streets, I guess.
That's right. Somebody has to serve us geezers. Well, not you guys, but me.
Well, hopefully they go work at
That's
the
right.
Jack in the Box drive-thru, because every time I go there, it's closed.
Not that. That's bad.
All the fast food drive-thrus are suffering. They got no people to work them.
So what they
Wisconsin? Sorry,
they just opened the. No, I don't care about the drive-through. Go ahead, you talk. It's fine.
I was just going to say Wisconsin is one of the states that has a significant tourist season, so
Bunch of lakes.
they need a lot of labor in the summer because they have a lot of beautiful natural lakes that everybody from Chicago drives up to enjoy in the summer.
I've never been there, but Sounds
Go
cool.
to Waukesha. Is that one of the towns where the weird
Yes.
rituals take place?
There is a
Waukesha.
Waukesha. Yep.
I'm bad on the pronunciations as usual.
Well, we just have to know what you're saying, and we'll help you out.
Thank you, sir. That Russian author, I was way off on that.
But we knew what you were saying there.
Yeah. Old Alexander, great guy.
There's a wonderful attraction near Madison called House on the Rock. And if you're ever in that part of the world, it's definitely worth it.
Close to the biggest ball of yarn in the world.
No, it's a house that was inspired by what's that architect that came from Chicago last dance?
Frank Lloyd Wright.
Frank Lloyd Wright. And then there's a peak of it that goes out. They call it like the never-ending room or something. It gets smaller, but it goes out and it looks like it doesn't look like it's possible to exist because it goes over a huge valley. But then you tour the house, which is cool. And then he always has he had like the largest collection of pretty much everything you can imagine in all these warehouses that are linked together in your walk through the thing, like ships, like model ships, and he had the largest collection of merry-go-rounds, the things you ride like a horse and it spins around.
Yeah.
Just every
Those
cars,
are big,
everything. Yeah, I mean, this is a huge place. It takes a full day to go through. It's amazing.
Sounds cool.
You said that's a personal collection as well.
A what?
A personal collection, or is this just all stuff?
Yeah,
that's
no,
been
it was
gathered?
his, and I guess
Wow.
he's dead. He's long dead now, and
Yeah.
his estate set it up, and they got these things. You can spend an hour or two doing these things, and I guess they maintain them very well. But you pop a dime, or it was a dime when I was a kid, and it'll be like it was all pneumatic. It was like a little guy playing a fiddle, and then it's a whole room, and it's nothing but pneumatic, people
I
playing
get it,
instruments, and then you go to the next one, and it's just a whole other scene, or just instruments themselves being played, and it plays a whole song, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
There was a guy that used to tour. He was an MIT grad, and I think the name of the band was Chased by Robots, so you can find it on YouTube. But he would set up. It was definitely punk rock type music, but it was all pneumatic, and he did it all himself, and he set the whole thing up. It was all done by air, and it was a whole band, and would rock out with the guitar, and there was these, different stuffed animals that were all pneumatic, like Showbiz Pizza or Chuck E. Cheese. You guys out of the America don't know what I'm talking about, but
I know what Chuck E. Cheese is. Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
Chuck E. Cheese.
I think those are called animatronics, right?
yeah. And this was all done by air, and it was just incredible.
yeah.
The guy strumming the
It is.
guitar. I mean, and play a full.
Yeah.
You can only imagine the amount of time he had to go through to program all that stuff.
Yeah. There's a city, I'm not sure if it's replicated in other cities throughout the UK, but there's a city called Gloucester, which is originally where I'm from. And in the town, there's your typical Tudor building.
I've been to Gloucester.
And then when it sort of reaches midday, these mechanical, all by air, like you say, there's like a town crier that rings a bell, and then there are other sort of characters from sort of, let's say, medieval times playing flutes and hitting the drum and stuff. It's quite a spectacle for tourists. So I know exactly what you mean. Yeah,
really cool.
It's really cool.
Really cool.
Yeah.
It's just amazing that you could figure out the timing just to do that. I mean, and like this House on the Rock place, this guy was around back in the 60s and 70s, so it wasn't like he sat there with a computer and typed out what he wanted to do, and the computer figured out what he was. He had to figure all that stuff out.
Yeah.
I went to Gloucester and saw the Gloucester Cathedral, if I remember correctly.
Oh, did you really? Yeah.
It was quite amazing.
Yeah, I think it's like the oldest Gothic cathedral in the whole of Europe. And it's also famed for the fact that now there were some scenes filmed there from Harry Potter as well.
Yes,
they've really latched onto that, as you can imagine. So yeah.
Is that where the book by Dan Brown about the religious artifacts and stuff. I can't remember. The Da Vinci Code, maybe? Didn't they go to a
Could be.
they went to a cathedral
Yeah.
in the UK, but maybe it wasn't that one. I thought it was a very old
Yeah,
one.
it doesn't ring any bells, I've got to admit. Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse the
Okay.
pun.
What
But yeah.
Are you talking about a movie, Steve?
It was a
talking
book
about,
and a movie.
He's talking about Noon.
Tom Hanks movie? One
Yeah,
of
there you
those?
go.
Yeah,
that's
Da
the
Vinci
one.
Code was Tom Hanks,
Da Vinci
wasn't it?
Code,
Yeah.
yeah. that's
He
it.
did another
Yeah.
one besides the Da Vinci Code as well.
Angels and Demons, I think it was
Yeah,
called.
Sounds
That's
right.
right, yeah.
it was a
Sequel.
prequel.
I didn't see
Pretty
either
much.
of them.
Oh, was it the
Nothing like
prequel?
that.
Sorry, stand corrected.
It was
Yeah.
a prequel. Now, I did really like the book, The Da Vinci Code. That was one you could not fucking put down, man. But
There's a lot of good ones out there.
that was just one that I could not put down. So good, man. So good. Great writer. Great book.
Yeah, it was very good.
There you go. Carol Collins got the answer. She did a little Googling. Are we fiddling while Rome burns? Now that's a question, Storm Pitbull.
Well, Rome will burn whether we fiddle or not, so I say we fiddle.
It always
been
feels
trying
good to fiddle.
I've been trying to get a geopolitical clue here with the Russia, Ukrainian stuff, and that movie that I was indicating a little bit earlier, the Winter on Fire, Ukraine's fight for freedom, and it was the guy that they unseated, the president Viktor F. Yanukovych.
Yanukovych, yep.
Got that right? Okay, good.
Yep.
He was trying to ally with Russia when everybody in the citizenry of the Ukraine wanted to be part of the European Union, and then there was this huge revolt. It's on Netflix. That title, Winter on Fire, is on Netflix now, and I watched that. And then another thing that I did was, you know how Drudge Report used to be considered arch conservative website? Do you remember that? Drudge Report.
Yeah,
You familiar
I do
with
remember
it?
that.
That guy and that ownership, they turned against Trump, and they became much more, variegated in what they thought, liberal and conservative, very well balanced site. And I've just been on there, as much as anywhere else, trying to wrap my head around the dynamics of this whole thing and what the fuck Putin thinks he's doing and why is he doing it and all those things. I still don't understand. I've probably read 20 articles and not puff pieces, what's the right word, just opinion pieces, factual articles, movies, and I'm still not quite there. I remember very clearly back in 14, I remember that, vaguely, the revolution in Ukraine, and the guy that fled the Ukraine, the president who was ousted from his office, he fled to Putin. He went to Putin's Russia. That's where he got sanctuary. So you've got an unseated regime in 2014. Where does the unseated regime go? They go to Russia. They were trying to ally with Russia over the European Union. And now we've had 7, 8 years? I guess we're at 8 years now since he was unseated. And now we've got the balancing is coming back to aggression towards Ukraine rather than Ukraine unseating an unpopular regime. And I keep seeing all of the people who are pro Putin. I keep seeing the people that are doing. I never do like the term whataboutism. I think that all opinions are part of the debate process, and when somebody tells someone with an opposite opinion that they're just doing whataboutism, I don't believe that. I believe that they're just refusing to debate properly. So I mean, I still don't have a good handle on a position. I just know I don't like Putin. I mean, he is a communist. He is a bastard. He's done a lot of shit when he was with the KGB. He's a spook. He's a fucking he's a spycraft guy that puts atomic fucking waste on people to kill them. I mean, atomic what was the plutonium something that he used on that guy in Great Britain? I think didn't he poison him?
Polonium.
Yeah,
Yeah.
polonium, not plutonium.
Yeah.
I'm so close so often.
Polonium tea.
Yeah,
I don't. I
and,
just don't. I just don't understand. Listen, I'm not. I'm not saying I support what he's doing because there's innocent people dying, but I don't see why there's any confusion about why he's done what he's done with regards to. As I said, since 2014, he's been warning about this, and he doesn't want NATO encroaching any further than what they have been, and when you've got when you've got someone like Zelensky, is it Zelensky, the Ukrainian Prime Minister? I think we were saying last week. He wants to be part of NATO. He wants to be part of the EU, and from Putin's point of view, that's just unacceptable. You cannot.
Those are two different things.
In what way?
The NATO is one thing, and the EU is entirely different.
he knows that.
I mean, NATO is. I understand NATO, and I think it was a mistake to ever hold out hope that Ukraine could join NATO.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they should have just said no. You can't join NATO because that would just provoke Russia. And we should have just said that immediately. But we never intended. There was no way Ukraine was ever going to be allowed to join NATO. But we simply never made that clear. But I don't.
Clear, yeah.
I'm kind of skeptical that that's quite the reason why Putin's invading. But that may be part of it. Certainly
I think it's a large part of it. I think they are concerned and worried about them being right on their country's border. I really did.
Well,
The reason why I doubt it is because just in terms of strategically, even if he takes over Ukraine, NATO will be reinvigorated like it has never been before. When it was
absolutely,
it was basically dying out for lack of interest, and now he has just activated everybody, and now everybody wants a stronger NATO. So I do think he's kind of shot himself in the foot, at least in
to a degree,
the next generation.
Yeah, to a degree, I think you're right. But I mean, the one thing that was going through my head this week was the fact that if you take the power of the Soviet Union invading the Ukraine, they're going to win this no matter what. It might take them longer than what they thought. They're going to win it no matter what, right?
I think that's correct.
That was my next question. Yeah.
So the way I was thinking, my little humble view is that if he's going to win anyway, then to start pumping in missiles and God knows what else to help support the Ukrainians, giving them to a degree some hope that they might be able to fight back, you are actually contributing to more innocent lives being lost, because if we didn't do anything, this could virtually be over by now, because what's going to happen is going to happen anyway. And ultimately, I think you're quite right. You can't maintain a country like that. It's huge. But what you can do is you can put a puppet in control and who's very, very aligned with Moscow.
He did until just a few years ago, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. And there's nothing that we can do about it. So I don't know whether sometimes the US, the UK, and the rest of Europe have just perpetuated the situation of more people losing their life. If no help was given at all, he would have gone running in there and taken over, and less people would have died, because it's going to happen anyway. It's just going to happen.
Do you guys think that the Ukrainians will fight as hard as the Afghanis did against Russia? Because you know what happened to Russia with Afghanistan. And I don't see any reason that it might not happen that way with Ukraine. Have you watched that movie that I just mentioned? Those people fought military forces that were just after them. I mean, and they fought them off with, with basically civilian mob level, tools of fighting.
Yeah,
go ahead.
But it depends what the no, it's no, it's me butting in. I'm sorry, but I guess it depends what the political goal is, and ultimately, I think what Putin wants is that it will reach a point where we are going to have to sit down around the table and work out what the hell's going to happen with the Ukraine. Now, does that become a demilitarized zone, and therefore it can trade with the West and it can trade with the East?
Last 3 days, I'll
Yeah,
share time with you. Last 3 days, Russia took over the largest nuclear power plant in the European Union. You know, in the
yes,
entire all of Europe, they just took it over by force. And I mean, there were scary, you know. Scary messages being put out that there could be another Chernobyl type accident because of what was happening in the assault on the atomic power plant. But apparently it has gone into Russian hands now. And like you said, what do you do when when now you got an invading force taking over the largest atomic power plant in Europe? And they've got it apparently.
yeah,
So is it going to be taken
yeah,
back?
yeah.
I mean, what's gonna go on? So yeah, I mean, I think we're just at the very beginning of this whole geopolitical craziness, and I hope that it all
Yeah.
comes off without horrible acceleration.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Too right.
Yep. Exactly.
I think that's the other thing that concerns me about this Ukrainian prime minister is that he's asked for a no-fly zone repeatedly. That can't happen. There's just no way that can happen.
he can ask for the moon, but he's not going to
How
get
do you
that.
enforce
And
it
he's
without
You can't blame him.
He's not going to get a no-fly zone either.
because you're on.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's trying to do everything he can.
No, you can't do it because otherwise that means NATO countries are going to get involved. And we know Putin's view: if anybody gets involved, it's full-out war.
Well, he's
But
threatening.
He says the
I just-
sanctions were a declaration.
Oh
of
yeah,
war.
he is saying that, isn't he? He sure is.
Yeah, I think that it will most likely be a bloodbath, no matter what, whether we provide them with weapons or not. We're not providing them with, they might be getting some weapons, but I mean, they're not going to get advanced fighter planes or shit like that.
Javelin missiles.
no, that's
Yeah, I mean, all that stuff counts,
Yeah.
but
I think that you were talking about Stinger missiles last week. Now it's javelins that I heard about.
well,
I think
actually,
I've
Javelin
heard
is
about stingers
That's
too.
right.
okay,
Stinger is an anti-aircraft. The Javelin is not.
but they're both shoulder fire.
Yes.
Understood. Okay.
They took down that plane today, or the helicopter.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what happened?
They took down a helicopter today. They
Who
showed
did?
it. The Ukrainians.
Oh, they shot down a Russian helicopter.
Yeah,
Helicopters are pretty vulnerable.
you would
But
think.
But let me just say about this no-fly zone thing. This would not be like
Yeah.
Iraq. The Russians have very sophisticated anti-aircraft, layered anti-aircraft defenses. If we were to try to put up a no-fly zone, it would be a bloody affair for us.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we would not. It'd be not like Iraq where we were uncontested. Basically, that would not. So we're
Very
not going to
true.
do it.
Very
it's,
true.
it's insane, and it's never going to happen.
Yeah, I really,
Too right.
I really feel terribly sad for those people, and my heart goes out to them. But I really don't want to see an American military intervention in that one.
No, it's not going to happen. Never going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen. You're too right.
It can't.
Right.
It will be like
Well,
a
no,
never
because
ending-
the worry for me is that if that happens, living where I live, you're going to engulf the whole of Europe in a major war, and you guys, it's not in your backyard. Do you know what I mean? Your life will just go on as normal, and the whole of Europe turns into flames. So, I've listened to some of the ministers here talking about his requests for knife flames, and like you say, they are absolutely stern, saying it just isn't going to happen because the repercussions are absolutely immense. So,
He seems to have like a tactic where he says something like, "Well, if you won't give me a no-fly zone, because that's insane, then give me fighter planes." This might be like a negotiating tactic, but
yeah.
I mean, none of that
on
is
the
going to
English
happen.
on the English news tonight, once again, this wasn't a governmental minister. I think it was some general or whatever, high up in the forces, was saying that just isn't going to happen either, because that could be misconstrued as then, NATO getting involved by supplying such massive hardware as a load of planes. So, whether to think that changes, I don't know. But at the moment, they seem absolutely that's not going to happen. So,
Do you know how many miles, Lee, you are away from Ukraine by any chance?
oh, that is a really good question.
Just to give us perspective of how close you actually are.
Yeah. Just give me a second. Let me just find out. I'll tell you. That's a really good question. Probably about just over a couple of hours worth of flight, I would have thought. So,
Jesus. I just wonder if it's.
I might be really wrong there. Let me just find out the fact because I don't want to give you misinformation.
I'm just guessing the distance between L.A. and New York is probably further than distance from you to Ukraine.
Probably much more. It's probably 1,000 miles from.
Yeah, it's 1,800 miles.
Oh, yeah, that's farther than I thought.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah. So.
Just up the coast from me.
You can drive it. Where do you have to go? I think you have to go across a bridge in Norway or something.
Is this true, Lee? Do you have to go across a bridge in Norway to get to it?
Yeah, no. The quickest way would be go through the Channel Tunnel, which would then pop you up in France, and then you would drive from France all the way then to the Ukraine. Yeah.
Now, is there a train that will carry cars, like a ferry train through the tunnel?
Yeah, yeah. It's about 28. Yeah, from Dover to Calais is about 28 miles. Yeah. And you can cross it two ways: either a train that you can sit down in, or you drive your car onto the train, and it will whiz you across in about 15-20 minutes, I think, or something. Yeah, half an hour tops. So,
I've never been on a radio thing. Are you tempted to turn the car steering wheel to make the train go around curves?
You do. Funny enough, you do sit in the car. Whilst you're on it. Yeah.
Press the brake when you want it to slow down.
Interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Go ahead, Steve.
I was just going to say, what does it cost to take a car across? And my second question is, now that you're not part of the EU, is there all kinds of customs and shit involved when you have to just...
Yeah, so the paperwork's become more intense, that's for sure, especially for trade, as you can imagine. So now things have to be... cargo needs to be stopped and inspected and make sure you've got the right paperwork. Yeah. So that's hit the economy a bit, but...
So
it's really interesting.
You're probably a Brexiteer, I would think, knowing your political persuasion.
Yeah, I was keen to get out of Europe. Absolutely.
Get out of that.
Yeah.
Get out of those.
Yeah, UK should be sovereign.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a very stable country and you have to put hundreds of millions of dollars into the lesser stable countries, billions.
Good old Greece,
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Save them.
Yeah, I hear you. When you have your own problems there, that you'd rather keep your money in-house and take care of your own issues than send it.
Yeah, absolutely right. You're spot on. Absolutely, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there are advantages as well, I suppose. But ultimately, I think my opinion, of course, not everybody's, but the advantages just about outweigh. I think we touched on this last week. It's like Europe wanting to create. They always said they never would. It was never on the agenda, but they want to create a European army. And that was another sort of factor that people said. Europe's lying, and sure enough, it's something now that they're negotiating. So ultimately, I suppose you're going to help your neighbours out anyway, but at least it's on your terms. Having a European army, I think, is always a bit of a dangerous thing, because if somebody gets wrapped up in a dispute with somebody, then it might not have anything to do with you, but you've got to jump in, and because you're part of the EU army, So, and it will. I mean, the funny thing is, a bit full circle here. I mean, once this Ukraine thing's over, and it will come to an end at some point, this will be the green light for them to create. They'll justify why it's needed, So.
Why would you have?
It's interesting that.
Why would you need both an EU army and then NATO? Seems like that's redundant.
Well, yeah, I know. This is the thing, but I don't think it will be the case. I think they'll really push ahead with it. So, and it's very interesting that Germany, I think, said last week that Germany seems to always add a very minimal amount of investment in their war machine, if you can call it that. I think it's a hangover from World War II. But now they're saying £100 billion worth of investment into their army because of what's happening, and they feel that there's something that's needed. And it's really strange because when you think to yourself, well, they're not going to manufacture all of that. That's an investment that they're willing to spend the money. And where do you think they're going to be buying that all from? And it's going to be the USA.
Really?
So,
I mean, you have good arms. UK has a good arms manufacturing base.
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
I mean, right out of the gate, they're going to buy out.
You know, when it comes to the most advanced technology to do with weapon,
like airplanes, yeah.
Well, yeah, out of the gate, you've got to imagine they're going to buy outside of the country. But with the amount of fabulous engineers and engineering companies and firms and mechanical designers and just Mercedes and all of them, I mean, that's going to take 5-10 years,
as you just said. You know, cars, So,
but they'll switch over quickly enough. But if they're gonna probably buy a bunch of N1 Abrams tanks and a bunch of whatever F-18s or whatever, and just get stocked up. The Joint Strike Fighter.
Yeah,
I hear that thing's a piece of trash, is what some of the guys say.
Yeah, absolutely, very true. Yeah.
What is it, like $100 million in like?
Yeah,
I think this 90 is what it's at now. Once because so many have been purchased.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible, isn't it? The amount of money that is spent on.
But I mean, an EU army would have no need for an F-35 because they don't need the interoperability requirements that NATO would have. So they would have no.
Yeah.
Well, why not? That thing's badass. Wouldn't they just want it to kill fucking people with in war? I mean, is that?
Well, I think they want them. You want a mix of things. You want the stealthy 5th generation fighters. That could be an F-35. But you also want. You don't want to spend all your money on a few glorious weapons when sometimes it's just a numbers game. So
Yeah, and it's about employment as well. Throughout the European countries, which means you're building your own stuff, and the investment that's involved is phenomenal. So, like you say,
and I tell you that A-10, the tank killer, that thing with the depleted uranium, 21-foot long Gatling gun mounted inside the plane that fires out the front. That thing would probably do pretty well in the Ukraine, I would think, against a mobile armored force on the ground. That thing is absolute nightmare, dude.
Well, can you imagine the convoy that we've seen sitting just out, 18, 20 miles outside of Kiev, or Kiev as they call it, I think now. Can you imagine the field there you have with? I mean, look what you did to the forces that were lined up. Were they leaving Iraq, Kuwait, or trying to get into Kuwait?
They were leaving.
I mean, just look at how they were annihilated. So imagine putting some,
They didn't have Russia's anti-aircraft weaponry.
Very true. Yeah,
it wouldn't be the same.
True, very true. I'm thinking with some of the drone technology that you've got.
Well, that's true.
And flying it, double a commercial height, isn't it? Isn't it something like 60,000 feet or something? It's absolutely incredible. And fire a missile and just unbelievable. I mean, the other thing is that's really interesting as well. This week, did you see China making some noises about Taiwan as well? I think sort of saying that listen, they were saying, if I've got this right, they were saying that they wanted to promote the growth of Taiwan and be non-aggressive. But in the next sentence, they turn around, but it is part of China. I mean, a similar message as Putin, which is it's going to be part of China, and maybe you just need to stay out of this. You know,
I think that the China's view is different than Putin's view. The Russian economy is not going to grow like China's economy is going to grow. China, I think they see that they will simply be able to, at some point in the future, just swallow Taiwan without firing a shot. They'll basically be able to essentially buy it, in some sense.
Yeah.
Because, and they won't need to fire a shot, but I
hope not.
I don't. You never know what'll happen.
Me too.
Yeah. I mean, this is where it all gets a bit contradictory, though, for me, and very frustrating, because you look at China's human rights record, which is atrocious, and of late, I don't know if it's reported as it was here, easily kind of reached a peak about a year and a half ago, and once again, just like Cypher, I'm probably not pronouncing this right. It was is it the
Uyghurs? The Uyghurs,
yeah. And they're being wiped out. I mean, they're being, if they're not being wiped out, they're being put into what they call
re-education
centers, which is horrendously bad. And yet, do I see any financial restrictions on them?
Well, I mean, to be fair, they're Muslims.
I wasn't going to say that. I wasn't going to say that. But if we're talking broadly about the fact that it's human life,
you don't want to have,
why isn't China's able to get away with it?
Everybody has rights, and they
pretty sure it's you, random goon.
Well, we have a new mod here. Mod, how you doing, Mod? I appointed you.
I think you were saying earlier as well about the, whether people were just having a different point of view about Russia and Putin just for the sake of it, trying to stir it up. But it's. I don't think that's the case to a degree, because there's some facts that have come out.
Star of the show.
In this country, where people were really making comparisons of the USA regarding Libya. I think you certainly touched on this: Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan, even Iran. Iran have had strikes against them, and there's innocent people that have died. And it's like, why is it then the USA can do what they want, but when somebody else does something that they believe in, that it's all wrong? And it's like, there is a little bit of a mixed feeling. I still say
we're the good guys. We're the good guys.
Here's the way I want this to go, though. I don't want this to be seen as that means that Putin gets a mulligan on Ukraine.
No.
I want it to mean that we stop doing shit like Iraq. That's what I want that to work out. The way
Iraq was horror.
I think that's what
Libya.
I felt like it was all winding down and like on the way out, and then Putin went and does this, and Putin clearly knows that he has the whole world in his pocket, that nobody wants to fucking challenge him, because he might basically say, yeah, you'll probably beat me eventually after hundreds of millions of people die and cities are burned to the ground. Sure, you might win. Or you could just let me have this little thing right here, and then 5 or 10 years, we'll all go back to being fucking buddies again, or at some level,
This might be controversial, but only you guys know, because you live there and you feel what's going on and you get opinions and this, that, and the other. But do you think this would have happened under Trump? Bit controversial, I know, but do you think it would have?
No. I don't.
I do.
I mean, that's controversial, but I don't think it would have.
I kind of think it would have, but
theoreticals. Go ahead.
If let me put it this way: if it did matter who the U.S. president was, then it wouldn't have happened under Trump. But I don't think it would have mattered who the U.S. president was.
That's exactly
right. Oh, right. Okay, that's interesting.
I think Trump's a little more reactive, though. He may have made some rash decisions and just deployed. Just done whack job things, like he sees some kid who's got burns and he's all bloody in some picture in the AP, and Trump might have just went nuts and fucking said, all right, send 100,000 Marines over or something. I don't know. Can't stand for this, like, I don't know. Maybe that would have been the end of it all if it was Trump in there. He could have escalated the thing.
Yeah, I guess
I think it has more to do with Putin's age than it does who the president of the United States is.
I think Joe's age has a lot to do.
I just wondered though whether them making a rash decision and causing more conflict, whether it was more a question of do you think it would have even got to that stage with Trump? I mean, would he have been prepared to sit down with Putin and go, look, we need to work something out here?
He might have given it, just let him do it.
Right.
That's the only difference it would have made.
Well, the
Trump
narrative
was a
coming
businessman. He would have possibly tried to facilitate some meeting ahead of time to avert the invasion. I don't know. It's impossible to.
The left's narrative here in the United States, the radical left's narrative, is that Trump's ascension to the presidency was all part of Putin's plan, to undermine American society. So it's like, oh, come on.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, that narrative's out there for sure.
You know what other narrative is out there by the right? That is that he wanted Biden to follow Trump because Trump was one thing, but Biden, he felt like they're saying, would be a pushover. So in the end, he wanted Biden to win the last election for the invasion because he suspected that Biden would have a benign reaction in Putin's eyes.
I get it. It's just crazy time stuff. That's where it starts getting weird. Is not so much what's happening over there. It's the U.S.'s, dual party response to what's happening over there. And the two parties are, of course, as alienated and weird and at each other's throats as they ever were. And on this issue amongst all the other issues. And it's like, come on.
It goes back to the Helsinki, I think it was called the Helsinki Summit.
Accords
with that had Putin and Trump at them. And they asked Putin, I think the press corps, the person from NPR asked Putin, essentially, did you want Trump to win? And he paused and waited, and then he said, "Da, yeah, he did want Trump to win." I don't know. Do you recall that?
I don't care if he wants Trump to win. It doesn't matter.
No, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm sure
it's a fact. I mean, it's a fact.
It's a fact. He said it, and the point is, no, I don't care. But it certainly does lay some credence to the theory of him wanting Trump there because he admitted it. And there was purpose for that. That was greater than just somebody who he thought may have admired him. I think.
Yeah.
It maybe helped him in some geopolitical positioning for something.
Yeah,
and
possibly, or he could possibly want whoever asked that question to think that he would rather have Trump, and that's why he said he would rather have Trump.
Yeah, that's a gaslighting.
Yeah, I brought that up once on Drone Tech's stream, and it was silence until the one woman who's very intelligent on there said, he said, duh, of course he wanted him as president, but nobody else wanted to admit it. And everyone's like, oh, it was an NPR reporter anyways. You know what that means? I'm like, no, this is legitimate fucking news. This actually happened. He did admit to it. And, it was just interesting to see that almost like people didn't want to believe that it could be true because they didn't want to think that was, remember with the whole Russian interference thing and Russian influence on the election, that essentially he kind of admitted it to saying yes to that question, sort of admitted to the whole thing that really did happen.
Yeah, the COVID-19 was a major proximal cause. The cause before the fact. That is part of this scenario as well, because I mean, who knows how bad the macroeconomic situation in Russia is because of COVID. And then, of course, COVID, the only reason Trump didn't win re-election, as much as, some of you really don't like him, was because of COVID. He would have won re-election if COVID had not been in place and all of the voting, statutes weren't altered radically to allow any type of mailing of ballots, any type of mailing out of ballots, mailing in of ballots.
I don't know.
I mean, there were some wonderful ground game work done on the left side, on Biden's side, and the people that do the community organization, of which 44 was a wonder. He was a wonderful and is a wonderful still community organizer, which translates into all type of political power plays, of course. But it's hard to know, if the macroeconomic situation in Russia is bad enough because of COVID that Putin felt that was part of his analysis for going ahead with the invasion.
It wasn't really that close. It wasn't really that close of an election, to be honest with you.
On the election thing here, I will agree with Cypher.
We'll talk about it some more.
I will agree with Cypher to a point. Now, to the point that I agree with him is that what the change of voting style did was enable a lot more people who don't normally vote to more easily vote. And a lot of those people, I do think, were Democrats. Maybe they were, I know, like, let's take Atlanta, for example, had a much higher turnout. And let's just say that maybe it did make it easier for Trump to be beat because it made it easier for people who normally don't vote to vote. Is that a bad thing? I mean, if everyone 100% in the country voted all the time, that would be great. But it has to be done in a legitimate manner that's agreed upon ahead of time by both sides. That's the whole thing.
Right.
But having people wait in fucking 10-hour lines, dude, or 8-hour, half-day long, that's bullshit. You should be able to go, if you want, go to a building, basically immediately vote and leave. It shouldn't be.
I did early voting. I voted early, like about a week early or so. But
they mailed us we got our ballots mailed. I voted for Gary Johnson, I think. And
was he running this last election?
I voted for whoever the Green Party candidate was.
Isn't he the what is Aleppo guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was from 2016.
That was 2016.
Did he run in 2020 again?
No.
I don't think so.
I can't remember who I voted for. I never vote for main party candidate because I never liked
the Libertarian candidate in 2020 was Jo Jorgensen. She was pretty awful.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrible. But back to my thing. They mailed us ours. We filled them out and signed them, and you had to bring them back to the town hall and drop them into a lockbox. I thought that was a pretty cool system.
Hey, host, save me a taco. Thanks.
But anyone could have walked up to my mailbox and taken our ballots and forged a signature and voted in my name. I mean, it's not like mail fraud doesn't happen. That certainly might have happened if they all went out on the same day. Well, if there were, thousands of ballots in mailboxes on the same day. But we got ours, and it seemed to go down just fine here.
Yeah.
What's your views on Kamala Harris? She received quite a bit of bad press a week and a half ago.
She's
when
horrible.
When she was in Europe. She was meeting obviously the leaders with everything that's going on, and then the way that she I got to admit, I was giggling when I listened to her.
It's for me, it's like a rerun because we saw this happen with Dan Quayle back when
that's what I said.
George W. Bush.
He's another Dan Quayle. That's
it's almost the exact same story all over again. It's really.
I remember Dan Quayle.
It's not until it's not. They don't really vet these candidates. They pick them out because of demographics, and then when they get on the campaign trail, they realize that these guys are absolute zeros. But it's too late to change them. Whoa, what happened to Based?
He was trying to
I
say
kicked him.
hello, and then he,
Unfortunately, we never got to see the train wreck of Sarah Palin as vice president.
Right.
That would have been
Wow, can you imagine?
legendary.
She was even
Legendary.
worse.
I mean, if she
oh,
would've
you
made-
betcha. Oh, you betcha.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, the
There we
thing
go.
is, Kamala Harris is due back into Europe next week. She's going to Poland and
Oh,
Belgium or something.
that's
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Oh,
Hear
The
God.
way
Hear me?
she talked to the rest
We can
of
hear
the,
you, Based.
Maybe
Yeah,
she'll
but
get
European
maybe she'll get
leaders last
sniped.
couple of
She-
weeks ago was
No, we
hilarious.
don't want that.
She was, like,
she,
oh,
she
that's
was
not
in charge of the crisis.
cringeworthy. Cringeworthy.
She was
No,
in charge of
sniping,
the.
no sniping. No.
She was in
Ixnay,
charge
I'd
of
say.
in charge of the southern border catastrophe here, and she was asked, like, "Okay, have you been down to the border to Mexico?" And she was like, "I have people. I have people there."
I have
Well,
the-
she also listed like a bunch of obscure places that she hadn't been, so that was like her excuse.
Right.
Well, I haven't been to Austria. I haven't been to here.
Africa. I think we have talks there too.
Haven't made it to Luxembourg yet.
Right.
Yeah, for your vice president, I'm sorry, but she's embarrassing. She really is
Yeah.
embarrassing.
I mean, she
She's
was on
miserable.
Good Morning America or Today or whatever, and me and the wife happened to catch it this week. And Savannah asks her a question, and the answer is, "Well, Savannah, let's just talk about this." And she doesn't answer the
How is
question. She goes into like this speech,
Most
this
of them never
diatribe
answer
of
the
something.
question.
It's like they don't. Yeah, I know that's not legit. Politicians never answer questions,
Maybe-
but it's
yeah.
just so, snaky
Maybe
the way she does it.
send
It's so bad.
Yeah, send her over to the UK and she can give Boris Johnson a haircut.
The
Oh,
funny thing about her is, I
Mate,
remember
I tell you,
When
when
they're
they
going to
fir-
say a blowjob.
when he first
That
when Biden first won, there was the extreme far right was like claiming that she was like running, she was the one behind the curtains pulling the strings. I guarantee you, there is no chance in hell she's pulling any
No,
strings.
it's 44 that's behind the curtain.
We
Of the
all
two
saw-
of them, Biden
Come
has
on,
more
you know
cognitive
it,
abilities.
we all saw the caricature memes.
that's saying something.
Yeah, I know.
The caricature memes that said Joe and the hoe, and they had Joe
Oh
and the
God!
hoe all
I
slotted
have
out. I mean,
so many,
So
Biden
terrible.
memes. Oh,
Yeah.
I should do a video of them. Just stick them up there. They are funny.
Everyone's seen Biden with that demented smile on his face, right? With the raging hard on punching through his fucking trousers.
Yeah, I've seen it.
You know you have.
I've seen
course.
that one.
What do you mean by hard on?
What are you, 12? Come on. You're
He's
20.
He has an erection.
Ah, shit.
I don't believe he's 24. I'm just
You
throwing
don't
it out
believe
there.
that before?
I'm just throwing it out there. I don't buy it.
You think we're getting in trouble now?
I don't buy it.
Did
All
you
right,
have,
I
did
think
you
we're-
get the,
Our
did you get the
conversation
news?
is derailing. I think we're going to end it here. Alt feed, if you want to check us out at altfeed.org. I'm going to be banning you tonight. But I'll see y'all later.
All right.
Hey,
Hey, how do I remove you?
hit that big red button.
There's a
So-
few of those. I don't see.
There's two buttons. One says start nuclear war. One says get rid of the guest. Push the right one, please.
God damn, I have like anxiety. I can't handle this.
Right. You've got to make a choice. Take the blue pill or the red pill. Which one?
Hey,
That's right.
Hey,
I'm
bring
having
some of your
a lot
friends
of
in.
fun, like debating y'all, but y'all, like, I don't know,
Bring in some of your friends that I know are there.
That's right.
my friends.
I
I'm having fun listening, but I've had to like
know
use
that
the
feeling.
recipe for a while.
Do you, have,
Friends.
do you have a dog or anything?
Wait, what did he just say?
Oh.
He's got what?
You should do what all of us do. We all
What
have
if-
diapers.
What have you
We're at
had
that
for?
age.
What have you had for a while?
I've had to pee for a while.
Oh, that's what
If
said.
you
Oh,
had to
that's
ask,
fair enough.
but that's
A fair statement.
That's all. Like
Did you-
I'm a no bullshit kind of guy.
Go,
When we talk
go.
politics, I let you know if I have to pee.
Do it.
All right. Hey, if you got to go take
Come
a
back.
leak, go for it. And come back if you want, my man.
All
We'll be
right,
here.
all right, I will.
Mute and stop
right.
the cam and come right back.
I did find a song that I thought y'all reminded me of, but I'm not gonna play it.
Yeah, best not to.
All right, cool. See you later.
brother.
Fuck you.
Hey, a good old fuck you there. He's got some spirit there.
Did it make news it must have made news in the US when Biden was in the UK and ended up farting in front of Camilla.
Oh, I do remember that.
I vaguely remember it.
Big greasy dumpy
It's
fart.
a few months,
Yeah, I heard
months
about
back, but hilarious.
There we
Good
go. Hey,
job.
Based.
Hi there, Welshman.
Happy I guess it's Sunday there. Happy Sunday.
Nice.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
yeah.
I'll be back in a few.
I just like to throw in the elephant in the room with Ukraine, and everyone seems to have not mentioned it. Is 47% of Germany's energy comes from Russian gas. Now, I mean, everything will stop immediately. The car industry, the fucking lot will just shut down immediately. They can't really play fucking that hardball with Putin in the end. We could literally, like you just said, the red button there, you could press the fucking button, not a nuclear button, a fuck off energy button. And Europe is 40% leaning to German Russian gas anyway. Major fuck up. And Merkel is to blame for it. She's to blame for it.
Yeah, the 10% here in the United States, even still, right now to this day, we still have that much going with Russia.
Right.
That's 10% of a huge amount of fucking gas and oil, dude. Like,
Yeah, but I was reading that it has to be an absolute last resort for him to do that, and the reason being is he's still making money from it, and he needs to still be making money with all the other sanctions.
Right.
So
Yeah,
he's getting paid. It would be a bit foolish of him to turn it off, because I think he would end up hurting himself more than he would Europe. So
I think he's more worried about them turning it off than him turning it off.
Yeah.
I agree. He's very calculated. Everyone in the West thinks he's mad. I don't think he's fucking mad.
I don't think he's mad.
No,
Right? But everyone says he's mad. But I wouldn't put it past him to say, well, actually, literally, I could shut down Europe's economy in 24 hours, 48 hours. You know, once again, I've said it before. Why the fuck would you give over 40% of your energy needs to an enemy? Oh, that's for good relations. Well, that's fucking good relations worked out well, didn't it?
Yeah.
Well, someone.
I do know the answer to that. You know, it's well, it's all down to like going back to Glasgow when it was the global meeting about pollution and everything else and cutting it. Then
Climate change. Yeah.
Germany had stepped away from nuclear power. They believed that it was the right thing to do. It all gets very complicated in a way, but I'll explain it simply as quickly as I can without boring you to death. So we've got to remember the new chancellor of Germany.
Too late.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm kidding. Come on. Just bust your balls.
The new chancellor of Germany is a coalition government, and he's gone in with the Greens. And part of that was that they were going to stop being reliant on nuclear power, which meant they would bring the gas.
That was to do with Fukushima, wasn't it? That was to do with Fukushima. As soon as Fukushima came along.
No. This is most recent, mate. This is most recent. Honestly, Welshman, it really is.
They haven't turned to Russian gas in the last fucking 8 months since the last. They've been using Russian gas for years.
But they've been mothballing their nuclear power stations because it's all to do with being green. And it's going to shot them in the foot. What you're saying is right. I am agreeing with you. But the reason they did it was because now France is very much about nuclear power, and I think you may have touched on it last week when I said you've got to remember that France has been very clever because to meet the targets for the pollution, they've been very naughty by reclassifying nuclear energy. Now Germany has all of a sudden now turned around and said, "Oh, do you know what? We're going to start using our nuclear power stations again," because they've realised that, like you've just said, they put all their eggs in one basket, and because this has happened, it's gonna hurt them. But here's the last thing I'll say about it: isn't it amazing, right, that you set a load of targets for pollution, that you're gonna stop all this energy and the waste of nuclear, with the rods that are radioactive and everything else. And yet, if you reclassify it, and now it's all right, so it's just all fucking bullshit. It really is.
Yeah, of course.
It's just, it's just.
Yeah, I mean, a press corps reporter asked Jen Psaki the other day about opening the Keystone Pipeline and getting things rolling here in the U.S. And Psaki said basically, we're in a time of transition of energy here. So essentially, it's going to sting a little bit for Americans. But, like, give me a fucking break, lady. And then, Psaki says, in any ways, though, that pipeline wouldn't be ready for another year or two. And the reporter's like, so why don't we tap into it now and start drilling in Anwar and become self-sufficient for oil and not have to, and, she goes back to this fucking transitional energy. So essentially, they don't care if they sting the average American and their climate cult to get to where they want to be. Because it's all going to fucking die and fail and burn. And I'm not saying I'm against green energy. I think it's all a great concept. But we have to be realists and, maintain society at a livable level until the technology is caught up with it. I mean...
And I don't know what it's like in the US, but I can certainly, and Welshmen, I'm sure, will back me up on this. The cost of living is becoming so horrendous now that the price increasing on fuel due to this war and trying to go green means people are finding it difficult to feed themselves, making mortgage payments. I mean, so if this starts to go even further with higher, we've already got higher prices coming in April. They all come in then, and they're already pre-warning that the prices could go up beyond that. And if that's the case, it's going to put people into poverty.
It's the same here.
And people aren't going to be able to pay their mortgages, which means then people are going to be chucked out of their homes. What are they going to do? It's just absolutely mind-boggling. It really is.
Well, that maybe is that the reason for it, the inflation, as
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Absolutely.
People are making more, and people got to pay more to maintain it.
I don't know if we should be we definitely need to move away from oil, whatever it takes. Whether you use the excuse it's for the better of the planet or whatever, we just have to move away from that being our main energy source. But with that said, if we're in the United States here and we're buying oil from somewhere else that we could be making ourselves, then it comes to a point where you have to. You're not saving anything. You're just taking it. You're just taking it and paying more for it to come from somewhere else. You're still doing the same amount of damage.
Am I right in saying that under Trump you were fuel sufficient? You didn't depend on anyone. Energy.
At one point, we were net exporters of oil.
Yeah. When Trump was in, you were exporting oil.
Yep, lots of it too.
I don't know what happened since then, but
Biden came into power and done 27 executive orders amongst dropping pipelines and one at the Shell gas they were getting as well, stopping a lot of that. Crazy.
Wasn't the Keystone Pipeline going to carry oil from Canada from their tar sands?
Yeah,
yes.
I thought it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that
What's
was
up, everybody?
Hey,
Top.
Good to see you. How you doing?
How y'all doing?
Boy, you really look sexy today.
Yeah, I know. He's only missing some body oil.
I mean, you look a lot like the guy from Queen, Freddie Mercury. You remind me a lot of.
I was thinking he looked
I
like
wish I had his voice.
He looked like the guy from.
That doesn't matter. You've got his body.
Brother. That's what his secret is. He's his brother. That's it.
Don't start talking me up now, Cypher. I saw this.
Go on, Aphid Lip.
I was gonna say.
I've already scorned you too many times.
I was gonna say you look like. Do you guys remember the Great Master Blaster from what was the Mad Max? The second Mad Max. What was it? Yeah.
No, there was Mad Max. the original and then Road Warrior?
No, oh, you're right. Okay, so it was the third one, Thunderdome.
No,
Thunderdome.
That had
Doesn't-
Master Blaster
looks
with
thirsty.
He looks like the bottom to the midget
Okay,
on
now
his
I
head.
I got to fact check
Oh,
that.
so I'm not sexy.
Do you remember
fucked
Master
up.
Blaster? He had the midget on his head, and then he'd set him aside, and he ended up. He was actually he was severely mentally retarded when his helmet came off, and it's Topple.
yeah.
For some reason, you really remind me of
That's
that
cruel.
character.
Yeah, there was the first one, which was the Road, I believe, called the Road.
No, the first one was Mad Max. Then it was Road Warrior.
Yeah, because
And then it was
Road
Beyond
Warrior
Thunderdome.
one, he met up with a small group of like weird pagany people who lived and had a big tanker of fuel. Now the third one,
Yes.
he meets up with Tina Turner, and they have the
Tina
big
Turner.
battle.
Right. Well, yeah.
The
Right.
battle place, and
Yes, and he has the battle with Master Blaster, and he
yeah,
takes
but
the
whole
midget off of
scene,
his head.
everyone's just looking at Tina Turner's legs, like because she's of course wearing a tiny skirt, you know. Because
Hey, there's
I'm
nothing
glad
wrong
we
with
got
Tina
off of
Turner.
Ukraine and got to this more important subject.
oh,
Wait,
yeah.
you guys been discussing this for the last 2 hours?
Wait, what?
Have you guys been discussing the Russia-Ukraine bullshit for 2
Pretty
hours?
much.
Yeah.
No,
What the
no.
fuck is wrong with you guys?
Well, we solved it. So what are you arguing with us
No,
for?
What did you
no.
solve? America
There
does
was
nothing.
definitely-
No one gives a fuck.
There
Wait
was
there,
other
wait.
subjects. There was
Topple.
other subjects.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I'm
Topple.
sorry. I haven't been
Topple,
around,
can I-
so.
Can I give you Kamala Harris? So she's given a very educated response on Ukraine. It won't take long. Just one paragraph. She was
I
told
don't like
to
her
explain-
if that's what you're going for it, so you
I-
don't have to
well,
prove
I'm
nothing to me.
you'll like this then. You'll like this. You was asked a question
Okay,
about
okay.
Ukraine.
Listening.
Somehow, Based Welshman has the loudest microphone, but I still can't fucking understand half of the shit.
Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So that's basically what's there. Quote.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
what
she
she
said.
said. I heard that too as well. She basically gives a bizarre.
Oh, he's out. He dropped the mic. Oh no, he's back.
I mean, I think he's moving his head. He's got this like directional microphone that like only works. For
It's on
one
his. I think
pitch.
it's. I think he talks on his phone, and I
Yeah.
think what the problem is the mic part of the phone. He doesn't really pay too much attention to where that mic is. Oh, okay, there it is.
Okay.
So it's the mic is
Oh.
obviously
I'll take
never.
over this week.
It's never has a clear pathway to his mouth. Is what's going on.
Does that make a noise now? Will I tap?
Yeah, but
No, it
shit,
doesn't.
so-
It doesn't sound like that's what the microphone that you're using.
Base Welshman, I see you in video. What are you doing?
No, that's your earpiece.
You don't do
Base.
this.
Yeah,
Hello?
he comes on
Put
occasionally.
it in your mouth.
He lights
Stop
up.
that.
He lights up a cigarette.
Blow into the mic of those earphones.
Whoa,
I don't know. I don't know what the mic is. I don't know.
Because the mic is not. I don't believe the mic. The mic is not in there. The mic is coming from the bottom of your phone that's resting in your chest. Is what my guess is.
Plugged
Wait,
in.
are we complaining that he's too loud tonight?
what did he
No,
get that
it's
from,
always muffled.
from
Because
a
the mic
19th
is coming through. I'm telling you, the mic is coming through his phone, which is sitting on his chest. So it's muffled from his chest at all times.
It's possible.
Hello.
Hello. How do you do?
Thanks for your concern, Adrian.
Well,
That's
I just
better.
want I just
That's
want everybody to
better.
hear you clearly because
Okay.
every
Okay,
word
thank
you speak is of utmost importance to all of us.
Is there anything else going on in the Ukraine-Russia war, though? Like, is there anything else going on?
Like what? Come on. I know you're.
No,
you're
I'm drunk right now.
blind.
Don't ask me.
Well, I find
One thing I heard on the news, which
Ooh, here we go.
wasn't British news, which I thought, oh, this isn't being reported. I don't know how true it is, but Soviet Union is sending aid into Ukraine for people that have been displaced and need food. I thought, well, that's really interesting because that's not being reported on the UK news. So, because
How do you know it's true?
Yeah. So, but it's not being.
He saw it
reported
on
the UK
Rupley.
news. So,
I was gonna
Well,
say-
it might, you know what? It
Well,
might
there you
be.
go.
Yeah.
How do you
so-
feel that CNN's not going to be in Russia anymore?
It's fake
Well,
news.
yeah,
They're
but
arrested.
it's funny you
Okay,
should
it's
say that
fake
because
news, but
I will say to
This one thing that's-
CNN's credit, you would have to admit that their overall coverage and how many people that they have, in the situation, in the shit, as we would have said back in Vietnam, is more impressive than the other networks.
Meaning like reporters on the ground.
Yeah, they got more boots on the ground.
Do they?
Yeah, it's being caught out there, with fake air raids and stuff. Is that what you're on about? Is that the sort of
No.
on the ground reporting you're on about? Making it up?
well, is Fox still allowed to be in Russia though?
No,
Not Fox, because I only saw
BBC
CNN
left.
and MSNBC.
CNN left,
And
BBC
BBC.
have left, but they're all leaving.
They're all leaving.
So why is Fox
They're all
still
leaving.
allowed there?
So I don't know if Fox are actually on the ground there, but they won't be there for long. Based on the fact that new laws now come into the Soviet Union, which is if you're reporting fake news, now Russia are bound to say that, by the way. Then you can be arrested and put in prison. So the journalists are leaving. Journalists are leaving.
Topple, you mentioned what's going on in Ukraine.
No, I did not mention anything going on in the Ukraine.
Okay. But there's a live streamer in Ukraine at the moment. He's severely autistic. He's very, very funny, and his name's Lord Miles, and he's currently in Ukraine in a bit of hell and high water. But entertaining content.
I don't know where to go with this.
I'm curious. Well, I got two questions. One, has everybody on their Facebook account put the Ukrainian colors over their profile picture?
Fucking absolutely. Fucking
Have you
absolutely.
hated it?
No. And my other thing is out of the seven of us here, I'm curious if this neo-Nazi business, if you think that there's any truth to that, and that's if Putin's doing a good Putin is doing a good thing by removing the government that is.
God Almighty.
No, it's just French shit.
The Ukrainian government is one of the most corrupt governments, full stop, in the world. Right? There's loads of Nazis in there. They have a huge big nationalism sort of movement going on in Ukraine. But all the leftists now believe in borders, they believe in flags, and they believe in nationalism. Because they're all fucking wearing Ukrainian colours. This is how cynical and how bullshit the normies are.
Well,
yeah, it's really interesting here that there's a couple of things I'm disappointed in this week. Number one, RT News has been taken out completely. You can't watch, which beggars belief, because at the end of the day, what about freedom of speech? And as an adult, I'll decide what I believe and what I don't believe. So that's really disappointing that you can't watch that anymore. But you find ways of being able to see it. But how bad is that they've decided we don't want you listening to the Russian point of view? And second,
it's pathetic, is what it is.
And secondly. Yeah. And secondly,
the fuck's that mean?
If I went back sort of just as recent as 3 to 4 years ago, the political view here regarding sport was that sport that there was no politics in sport. It shouldn't be the case, and yet now there are. I'm a follower of the football because I support Liverpool. And every Premiership match I watch, they all take the knee. Then there's rainbow flags being flown. And now it's all about players coming out with the Ukrainian colours. And I'm thinking...
banning Russian sport players as well. Banning them.
Yeah. And it's...
what's you know what they've done as well? Sorry.
It's just terrible.
The entire, governments are taking sides, populism is taking sides,
They have banned Siberian cat breeds in cat competitions. This is international. They have banned
I saw that. That was hilarious.
I felt sorry for the Olympic paraplegic Russian sports people. That
They
were
banned
all
that
sent
too.
home.
I saw that.
Yeah,
Well,
and-
you should
Imagine
feel
doing
like
that.
it works for
Imagine
the
doing that to
regular
the
ones.
Muslims.
They're all
Imagine
the
doing
same.
that to the Muslims. Imagine doing that to the Muslims.
yeah.
Just
Imagine,
banning them outright. Oh, but the lefties, they're not all bad. They're not all bad. And you go, yeah, but not all the Ruskies are bad. Not all lads are bad.
Isn't
You
there
know
a
what I mean?
song
Did I
about
walk
that?
into?
Imagine there's no Muslims.
Yeah,
It's not
I've
that
known a
hard
few
to
cool
do.
Russians in my day.
Oh, wait, that's not right.
Well, you know what I think is funny is that during, I'm pretty old. During the Cold War,
You are.
when
Like you had to
I'm
tell
pretty
us.
damn old.
People
But,
know.
but during the Cold War, sport was the opening between the Soviet Union and the West,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
it was a place where you could come close to have an apolitical gathering. Sport and arts
Sister
were the
City.
two areas,
Right, right.
And now
And that
we're
real
shutting
quick-
those off on our own. It's insane.
Real quick,
Yeah.
1980, hence the
Go ahead,
reason
Steve.
why when we beat the Russians, that was fucking insane because of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Rocky.
I mean, for
Wait, Rocky
decades,
4, that is. Sorry, buddy.
in athletics, for
Dolph
decades,
Lundgren.
Dolph, what was it? Dolph Lundgren?
Yeah.
Dolph.
Yeah, surprisingly,
I got-
that guy was like genius level with like doctorate and shit. Like fucking.
You could tell. You could tell
My friend-
when he
friend
said
lives
I
next door
break
to him.
you. It was
Chemical
unbelievable.
engineering.
Yeah.
And he's going to feed him some crack and beat him up.
My friend lives next door. Well, he's got a place in down in like Porto Nabus or whatever it's called in Spain, and my mate lives next door to him.
Oh, no.
Says he's a lovely guy, nice
Oh
family.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I've heard the same.
Yeah,
Bet you he's got a decent
Hey,
wife.
question.
yeah.
Hey,
Oh yeah.
question.
Or many decent girlfriends, one of the two.
Go ahead, Top.
Question. I've been busy all fucking day being frustrated about hanging a fucking door. I know. I work on mechanics
it's not easy.
and all that
It's
shit.
not easy.
When you don't get the right size, yeah, it's not easy. Fucking idiot. Yes, I deal with like $1 million machines. I can't hang a fucking simple door. But
Door.
question: did anything come out of? I know DC. There was a big talk about trucks going there today. Did anything come out of that? I haven't been on the news or anything.
I didn't hear anything.
Like they were going to do the same thing with Canada.
I'll check a source real quick. Don't
Oh,
wait
so
on me.
nothing happened.
I'll be checking.
But does anybody know anything about that? Like, what are the truckers protesting when they go there? Does anybody know?
I think they're protesting the vaccine thing.
COVID
the
free.
mandates that are
back
all
in.
falling.
Yeah,
But
I
all
know.
the mandates are
But
gone,
they're-
though, right?
I know. That's the thing.
They need to hurry and protest before they're all gone. Before there's nothing to protest.
Because I quoted a liberal on Discord yesterday talking, and I don't know. I didn't research it right, but from what I understand, they're protesting gas prices. They're driving their trucks to DC and grocery prices, that stuff, but they're not delivering shit. Does that make sense to you?
Not to
Yeah.
me.
No.
Okay.
I thought it was
Okay.
over. I thought it was over mandated vaccines.
It's not
But
quite
more
a fair
importantly, what
strike.
liberal do you follow on Discord? Is it?
I was thinking
liberal
that too.
Yeah.
talk?
What
No,
else
no,
could you-
I
no,
know
no,
that
no.
kid.
I don't.
Hey,
The only liberal follow Discord's AFAD, but I mean on Twitter. Sorry, on Twitter.
Oh,
it's
on
aphid.
Twitter.
Oh, Twitter.
AFAD.
Okay, yeah.
AFAD.
Is that-
AFAD. I know you
is
are.
that the-
Look at the computer shit.
Is that the same guy
Get
who
a
was-
load, get a load of this. I was saying last week, a week ago today, that I haven't had the vaccine, and lo and behold,
You bastard.
I've got COVID. So
Why did you?
Yeah.
Why didn't you get the vaccine, my friend? Oh no, it's COVID talk. I don't want to do this.
Yeah, please, for
Yeah,
God's
yeah.
sake.
I gotta take a
Personal
leak, and then it's
personal-
COVID time, baby.
Yeah. Personal choice.
Damn
Just
it.
a personal choice. Just a personal.
I'm sorry you
choice.
have COVID. It looks
But,
like you're doing well, though.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
well,
Top,
the first
in-
2 or 3 days, I had a major headache, which no matter what tablets I was taking, just didn't do a thing.
Are you sure you're not just married?
So I am married. Yes, I am
Sorry,
married.
wait, what?
COVID and married.
There's no vaccination for that.
Yeah, and, but yeah, I would say it probably lasted from Monday through till about Thursday. So the last couple of days have been feeling fine. So
Good.
yeah, which is good.
Glad to
Yeah, of
hear
course
that.
it is. Yeah. So
In the
Yeah.
private chat on on the StreamYard, I put in a CNN link about the convoy protest that was going into Washington. So I haven't even read the thing, but I did.
Convoy.
Convoy.
You've got perfect protection now, mate. You've got natural immunity.
yeah,
The best.
exactly. Yeah. Too right. Yeah. That's why.
How about this? Did you guys discuss Biden's speech this week? Did you guys go through that yet? I'm sorry, I was out.
No,
Something
did we
other than
discuss
the
what?
Ukraine and fucking COVID.
I don't think anybody watched that.
Oh God!
Oh, his State of the Union? I didn't watch it.
Yeah,
man.
I didn't watch it.
I didn't watch
Someone
it.
change the subject quick, please.
Okay, well, Biden called Ukrainians Iranians, which is quite amusing. I
Oh,
thought.
yes, that was true. That was so funny.
Okay.
During the
well,
State of the Union?
Trump had diarrhea in the
Yeah,
mouth.
you got
Oh
it
my
wrong.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
and one of
Trump had diarrhea in the mouth.
one of our and the British government shadow ministers said that Russia rolled their tanks into Croatia to invade Croatia, and this is like these are part of,
Why
like
do you
shadow
care so
government.
much, though? Like, that's just a mess up. Everyone messes up. Like,
Yeah, they say South America, and they say South America and South Africa. I've done that. I understand that, but Croatia and Ukraine are two different
Okay.
fucking things, man.
Yeah, I don't know
are
what
we
that
going
was.
to get really upset about that, though?
Yeah, but Welshman, you got to
Not
remember,
me, no.
without being too insulting, it's an American trying to talk about Europe. They don't know where most countries
What
are
the
anyway,
fuck?
other than the US. It's true. Come on, it's true.
That's gospel, man. Silence.
How's everyone? I haven't asked this yet. How's everyone doing tonight?
Good
Anybody
top.
miserable?
Not yet. Not until you brought up COVID. Then I would just
didn't mean to go to COVID. I'm sorry.
Okay, you're forgiven, but don't do it
What are
again.
we drinking?
That should do it,
Wait,
Smokesteve.
I haven't been drinking. That reminds me. I got to go get some
These are
alcohol.
the free ones I scored from that apartment.
I'll be right back.
Oh, very
From
nice.
where'd you get
Which
the?
one's better?
Oh.
JB.
Oh, that
baby.
reminds me.
JB.
That reminds me.
JB's better than Johnny Walker?
I never had
It's
Johnny
a
Walker.
proper
So go
Scottish
for
whiskey.
JB.
All
It's
right.
whiskey. Go for it.
Has anyone
Just
anyone
drink
seen
it.
this?
Drink it.
But
Take a
the
swig,
thing, the
goddammit.
thing with this that freaked me out, these were opened and left
Well,
in a
I don't.
cabinet.
It doesn't
Yeah.
fucking matter. Was Bill Cosby there?
George,
Yeah.
what is it, George? Don't do it,
No,
Steve.
I was just saying. Well, I mean, no, someone was going to be malicious. You didn't clear out the apartment of a weird, criminal, did you?
This one's got some schmegma, some smudging on the side.
Schmegma.
Could have been like saliva.
Not that.
Oh God, it's so gross.
Are you gonna drink that? Because Mrs. Lip is concerned, and she doesn't. I don't know what you're talking about, but she told me adamantly when I went to grab this not
Don't
to
listen
drink
to
it.
her. Don't listen to her.
Whole
Take a
episode
swig
of
no,
right
dude.
now.
Don't
this
do it.
rooming house woman.
Is this something you
poisoned
found
about
somewhere?
9 feet.
Yeah, that's a little sketchy, dude.
Go for it. Go for it.
I mean,
If it tastes like
I'm
this,
kind of
it's-
curious, so go ahead.
Go for it.
Curious.
Now I'm freaked out. Mrs.
You'll
Lip
only
is
be
smart.
paralyzed for half the night.
No.
Well,
Well,
If
she's
there's
very
poison in
smart.
there.
Let me get
All
this
right.
clear, Smoke, Steve.
So this was left.
you
This was
found
left
these
at my
bottles.
house.
Is that true?
What is that?
You
What
found
is
these
it?
bottles. I said you
It's-
found these bottles.
I don't know what it is. Let me see.
Well, yeah,
You
they
don't
were
even
left
fucking
in
know
a,
what it is.
they were left.
It was
in
left
a-
at my house.
in an
Where they
apartment
Oh, Mrs. Lip's coming over. She's.
someone moved out of.
I
and
didn't say
they were
nothing
left
negative
there.
about
Jump
Miss
it.
Lip.
Dump it all
my
in the
God.
thing.
Yeah, it's open. It's open. This feels.
Bad call, Lee.
I didn't open it. It was already open.
Well, I don't know, mate. I don't know. It reminds me of
No.
a story where I was given some beers there was some beers left in a holiday cottage that we hired when we went on holiday.
That's
one
fine.
year.
Beers are
And-
closed.
no, but the guy had died, and my wife was going, "Are you really going to drink dead man's beer?" And it put, and it put me right off. I couldn't drink them. I was just thinking,
Well, he ain't gonna drink it.
Oh, looking back with hindsight, I should have bloody drank them. Yeah.
It's tequila topple.
Oh, does it have the worm in it?
Has anyone
Is
seen
it floating
this?
in that bitch?
No.
No, you're good. Drink it.
Oh,
You're fine.
Just straight? I mean, you don't drink tequila straight, do you?
Well, yeah, you can.
Shots. I do tequila
Let's see.
straight shot. That's it. Oh,
I love a
great
little lime.
soul.
I love a little
Yeah.
lime after. It is a real nice combo.
I can feel that all the way over here. About 1,500
you feel warm
miles away,
now?
2,000
You
miles
feel
away.
warm?
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you know, I don't do heavy liquor, but to me it tastes just like that, whatever the Woodford that we always do. It tastes like it just hurts the same way going down.
It was margarita. What was it? Tuesday? That was margarita
Malibu Breeze?
Day.
Margarita,
No.
National Margarita Day.
Yeah, National Margarita Day.
Did you
Malibu
go out
Black.
for a couple marks, George?
I feel like I got a half a bottle
I
of
went
that over
and bought
there.
a fifth of tequila and
What?
Why does it hurt going down?
And,
What do you mean?
and some margarita mix and
Yeah, right.
celebrated Margarita Day.
Right. So for $20 or so, you got, instead of 2 margaritas, you got 10 or 12 or whatever,
Yeah,
however many. you can make.
correct. Too many.
That's the problem with going out. It just doesn't make any sense. That's why the International Pub, BYOB. You know,
That's right.
You save us so much money doing it your way.
There's a really cheap rum that I'm drinking tonight, Calypso, and they've got the spiced rum, and then they've got silver and
Tophel's got the BLM fist. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
I noticed that.
It's funny, because that touches on a subject that a lot of people talk about in the UK. You talk about, booze has become so cheap. It's cheaper to drink at home now rather than go out.
Of course.
Well, it's always been
And
that way.
there's but there's a little bit of a theory about that especially in the UK, with the pubs in the UK have been shutting left, right, and centre. It's a real tough business.
Right.
Other than the fact that unless it's kind of family orientated with cheap crap food, and people will then go. But the little pubs that used to exist, where people could come together and share their views, and have ideas and talk about stuff, a bit like what we're doing now, is one of the reasons they say they've made it impossible for that, because they don't want people getting together and questioning stuff and going on about this, that, and the other. And
Who doesn't want that?
The government doesn't want people. Here's a true story, absolute true story. This was mind-boggling to me. There was a guy that does videos called Charlie Veach in the UK, who specifically concentrates in the Manchester area. Somebody got in touch with him because he met in a pub with some friends, and they were talking about some controversial situation, whether it's about Ukraine or though that wasn't happening at the time, admittedly, but some controversial ideas, whether it's about the BLM movement, this, that, and the other. But they were being vocal, not overly loud, but 6 guys just talking. And the police turned up and wanted to question them all about
What?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not joking. And this is why it came to light, because this guy was like, geez, they wanted to know who we were, what we were talking about. And you think, oh my God, that is unbelievable. Absolutely
But what was the basis for them wanting to question you?
Just didn't like the fact that maybe they were potentially troublemakers. Just unbelievable.
Man, I want to, being American, I want to not believe you, but I can only take your word for it.
Swear to God, yeah. I'm not saying that
because that stuff doesn't happen over here.
Yeah. Well, this guy was so.
There's nobody that wants like a local bar, government, because people are going to talk about stuff.
Yeah, this guy was so shocked that he reached out to this guy who does this channel and explained the whole story, and it was like, oh my God.
Last Dance, would you pound on those keys a little louder, please?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
How about this? Do you guys honestly believe that? Never mind. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to wait.
No, go there.
No. I'm not going to go. No.
Don't be silly. Come on.
Damn.
I'm drunk. I'm stupid.
No, so what? Just say it. Come on.
Yeah, no.
You're not going to be judged. You're not going to be judged. Come on, say it.
No, he knows we don't judge.
No one here will judge you.
Yeah, give it to me.
Cypher, you judged me already, so what's the
Give it to me, baby.
On each other.
Hey, listen, the suspense is killing me. Come on.
Tell us, Toffel. Come on. I'll be kind.
No, I'll pass because it's not very kind. I'll
I
wait.
did
No,
put in
no.
on the private chat on StreamYard. I put in the CNN on the convoy protest, the truckers protest. If you want to click that, I mean, save you a Google search.
Come on.
But yeah,
stop,
they're it's COVID. It's the COVID.
Stop
I
shying
don't
away.
give a
So
shit about COVID.
what were you going to say? What were you going to say? Come on.
Nothing. I'll wait. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm a dickhead.
No,
I
you're
jumped
not.
too early.
It's okay.
What? So it's all right to say it in an hour's time, but not now.
Topple
I
is
get
very
what's everyone else is
sensitive.
drunk. I'm very sensitive. Ask
He
Ava.
is.
I'm the
He
most
is.
sensitive.
He
I
is.
mean, I finally, it's taken me a while to figure you out.
He's
to a
very
degree,
delicate.
Tom.
Very
I
delicate.
mean, I was all convinced you were the evil incarnate for a brief period.
I was going to play a
No.
joke on
Discord,
you.
you're talking shit to me. So am
You
I?
breathe
I
on
know,
you breathe on top.
Man,
I don't know.
I was not feeling the love there for a while.
If you breathe on Topple wrong,
I'm
his
sorry.
petals will all fall off.
Did,
I was
Cypher,
gonna play
did
a-
you
I was
get
gonna-
offended that I said you're cocky?
I wanted to play a joke on you then, that as soon as you asked the question, that Smokesteve just twitched you off straight away. I just thought that'd be hilarious. But now you tell me
Did you
you're
get
sen-
offended? Oh, no. Cypher, did you get offended that I called you cocky? Because that was
All right,
not my
let's-
goal.
Join in, Random Goon.
I don't remember, but I did find that really funny video that I told you about on the Lively
I
Glibs
know. I don't
Discord.
care about that though. I didn't watch it yet. I'll watch it later. But
Okay,
did you
well,
get offended that I called you cocky?
No, it was something else that I got offended by. Not cocky.
What did you get offended by?
I think you're gay. You're homoerotic.
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah. I mean, you're walking
You have
around
a
for about
problem
the
with
first
me
2
being a little
months with-
gay?
Well, with unzipping your fly and walking around. in
You
front
better
of
remind
the
him that you do
all
have a
the
black
time.
wife and half black children.
I forgot about the unzipping of the fly.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
what the
that's
fuck?
why.
That went on for weeks.
What's
you know?
that?
Oh, what? That went on for
Where
weeks.
am I at?
It's like you were. What?
But did it really bother you,
Where are you
Cypher? I
at?
mean, none of it didn't really bother any of us.
Like what,
Not
the gay
really.
shit?
I forget when it started. It might have been when you're talking about raping men who would
Oh
not.
yeah,
let
you did quote that, didn't you?
Yeah,
I don't
during
know.
the quote. I mean, that might have been
Was it
role
a
playing.
quote?
It was
In quotes?
yeah, it was
It was.
Topple was saying that he more enjoys that men get raped against their will. I believe is how
Yeah,
he was
and
putting
then
it.
I mean-
I do find that they like it. It's like
Cypher,
It brings a
describing
smile
a
to my
rape of a
face.
man.
I think we need a rule, Cypher.
There you
What
are,
happens
you know?
in the pub stays in the pub.
Yeah,
Oh, my
what happened to
question. No.
Thursdays and-
I'm the one that brought it up. It's not Cypher's though.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what was all
Yeah,
the
and-
extra bullshit that you added onto it?
Hey guys, am I too loud on the mic?
You were trying to
No,
make
you're
me-
fine.
You,
Oh,
you
okay.
tried to
Just your
conjoin
keys are
me
too
with
loud.
McGrath.
I'll try
You
and
know,
mute it.
you were trying to with McGrath. You were insinuating that there were liaisons there. I mean, you were just doing weird shit to me.
Wait, with
You were
McGrande?
picking on-
I get along with
I think you were
McGrande.
bigoted. You were bigoted towards me because I'm an old dude. Which is
No, I
reasonable.
get along with
Let's make
McGrande
it-
because he give me props when he
I
comes
mean,
on here now. So I can't knock
Well,
him down,
yeah,
even though I
yeah.
dislike
Well, I mean-
him.
So what Topple's saying is that if you stroke Topple's ego, Cypher, then he'll be fine with you.
Well, I'm sensitive
Exactly.
to I'm
I think
very
if you
And
stroke
you don't.
anything,
Yeah,
it's
that's what I was gonna
fine.
say. You don't need to stop with his ego when you're stroking.
Stroking, Topple's like a cat. Just stroke anything and he's happy. He'll purr.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, let me go back to this. This is where I was going to go at. You know, I posted that America has probably been one of the worst countries about killing people, civilians in
remember
other
that.
countries, and you responded back with a wiki response that
A
Russia's
wiki
worse.
Wiki,
Wiki. I'm
not
sorry.
wiki.
I'm wiki. I'm sorry.
Put it in the
I'm
sidebar.
illiterate.
I'm trying to, I mean, so much stuff
But
goes on
I
in addition
question-
to the online stuff
right.
in my life that I
All right,
lose.
Cypher, but I question, do you believe in what the military stated in that this many civilians have passed away from American Sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
Looks like somebody's censoring Topple.
Where you go?
yeah, I
Yeah.
think so.
It's Putin. Is he?
You know what? We like
lost you there,
No,
Topple.
no, it's
Yeah,
okay.
we
About
lost
half
you for a
minute.
second, Topple.
Yeah, we lost you for about half a minute.
Oh, it was me?
Yeah, you
Oh.
like your
All right,
internet
well-
slowed down.
We're okay.
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
All right,
You're
well,
fine now.
Do you believe
But
in
nobody
the
heard
US
what you
media?
said.
Do you believe in the U.S. media with the reports of how many deaths happened from American airstrike and all that? That's what I was questioning.
Well, no, I mean that what the U.S. media is telling you is based on what their figures that they're given.
By
Right.
military
Ukraine and Russia.
figures,
You're
right?
talking about Ukraine and Russia.
No.
Right, so-
I'm trying to avoid that, but I mean, like,
So what I
Do you
believe the
believe-
U.S. military, but when you hear like vastly different things coming from the people on the ground, hell no, you don't
Yes.
believe the military. It's impossible to because their figures
That's where
are
I was
always
going with
fucked
that.
up. Yeah,
Talk
Do
to
we
some
think-
ex
is there more
drone
blood on our
operators
hands?
about the
right.
horrible things that we've done.
Mhm.
Or talk to the
Mm.
guys in what was that? My Lai, the
My Lai massacre. Yeah.
My Lai massacre in Vietnam. There's
But this was
some
going
good
with that,
reading
that-
for you.
That's right.
You went after me, which I wasn't trying to do with you, but that's where I was trying to get at. It was at the point as, do you actually believe the numbers that the military's given, that how many deaths that occur?
Was
Because
this?
I said a statement saying America has more blood on
was
their
was
hands
this the
than any
Twitter?
other country.
You know, I sort of
No,
tried to
not Twitter.
apologize to you about the Twitter, argument that we had, but
I don't care about that. That was just bullshit.
Yeah.
That was my fault. Troll you. That's all that was. But I mean,
I'm
I was being
always
serious
half at
about
fault.
this.
I don't blame you.
I don't.
All right. Well, then.
The one thing, the one problem you've got is, from my point of view, is
Shoot. I like
What,
outside
United-
sources.
Is it the tank top?
The United States of America is the most powerful country in the world. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, and if you're
Right.
going to take the role of being the world's policeman, it's twofold, isn't it? Because you've got to do things where you honestly believe that you're doing the right thing, and there will be times when it's not the right thing. So you're caught between a rock and a hard place sometimes. Do America do things that
At least
aren't
we
right?
have that excuse.
Of course, there's things that they don't do that are right. But ultimately, do they believe they're doing the right thing? I think they probably do. I don't think they're out there to be an evil force. But
They're not
but
doing
there
for
are-
resources.
But the thing is, you know what? If I step back and said, if I was the United States, you know what? We can govern ourselves. We've got all the energy we want if we want. Do you know what? We'll get on with it then. Yeah, you let somebody else step forward to be the world's policeman because they'll come in for just as much criticism. So USA really, from my opinion, is in a very difficult situation. Sometimes they don't always get it right. Don't get me wrong, they really don't. But at the end of the day, who else wants to step up then and spend billions and billions of pounds of investing in your defense system that can ultimately help the rest of the world sometimes? And if you're going to complain about them, then who else is going to step up to the plate? It's not perfect. It really isn't. And there's a lot of cases where it's absolutely just disgusting. But having said that, America could step back, save themselves billions of pounds and go, we'll defend ourselves and let somebody else take that responsibility then. So it's a difficult one, isn't it? It really is.
Well, yeah, you have to be careful that you don't get into the territory of the scary color white and being a nationalist, because all of a sudden then, oh God, the sky is fucking falling, baby.
Yeah.
You can't be a white nationalist. It's,
But Lee,
I think
why
I
do
agree
you
with you,
think
Lee, but
America
I
does
think
that?
we can't let ourselves off the hook by saying that.
No,
I
but
think
there's
why
a
do
lot
you
of
think
stuff-
America
we have to
does
hold
that,
ourselves to
though?
the highest standards, and things like drone. We can't say when we drones, incinerate a family of 10. We can't just say, well, we're stuck being the world's policeman. Shit happens.
but we can and do say that
Yeah,
it
we
was.
do. Yeah.
They admitted they did it, and they were like,
Well,
They,
that was
they
it.
admitted like a month after the New York Times proved that it was them who did it.
right. And then the last thing you see in every story or anything that's written about it, and no charges have been filed. And
No charges filed. Nobody.
No
Hey,
discipline
shit happens. We can't hold
But
it.
it's a good example. You're pulling out of Afghanistan, and I think it was the day or two before you supposedly completely pulled out. There's a drone attack, and it hits a family in a car that kills 4 or 5 children. And
That's what I'm talking about.
And 2 or 3 adults. Or whatever,
That's what
right?
we're exactly talking about.
Now, do we
Right
really
now.
think? Do we really think with the information they thought they had, they thought they were taking out some terrorists? I don't believe that they actually thought, oh, let's just hit that car because it might have some. I think it was misinformation. Now, don't get me wrong, it's bloody sad. You're watching pitch.
No, you think it was a genuine accident, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that was.
I'll say this. I think it was.
You go to jail for accidents like that.
I think it was a careless and poorly arranged regime that let them kill someone without enough verification.
Hey, look, that cop got got some years in jail for accidentally using her pistol instead of a taser.
That's right.
Though for a
So what's the
thing,
difference?
No, because the government's never held accountable for what they do.
Right.
Well,
No,
not the government,
not
the government, but you know what I mean.
And look at the result. This wasn't the first time this happened. I've quoted some reports that show that we have killed numerous civilians during our drone program. And
massively, yeah.
I quoted one story where just in the pursuit of a single terrorist, Ayman al-Zawahiri, over the years, we killed hundreds of civilians, and 29 children, and we never got Ayman al-Zawahiri. So, I mean, that is just a level of recklessness. You can't say it's a mistake every time, even if you're not doing it on purpose. There's something reckless built in there that's happening.
We did get him.
No,
but at the same time,
no, we never got him.
Should be held responsible for that.
No, we didn't.
Oh, yes, we did.
No, we didn't.
I can't speak for everyone in this country, but there does tend to be a view that America is a bit too trigger happy. It's shoot and then think about what's happened. I mean, it's funny you talk about people that go to the United States from on holiday or something, and everyone always talks about we're the tourists there. If you get stopped by a cop, just do exactly what you're told straight away because they could fucking shoot you. Do you know what I mean? So,
and I think that comes from videos because I've never had any problems in my entire life with a policeman.
Me neither.
And nobody I know has ever had a problem in their entire lives with a policeman.
Mm. And it's funny, you should say that because obviously, in the UK we've got police, you can get stopped or whatever. I've got a good friend who's a black guy without being too controversial. I like to run things by him because I think
he's a black friend. Good for you.
Yeah, and he's an intelligent guy. But I said to him, hey, listen, have you ever been stopped by the police? And he said, yeah, a few times. He's got a nice car. He's got a good job. But, sometimes it's looked at, why is he driving that car? And I said, well, how do you feel about that? And he said, well, the thing is that I've been stopped 3 times. I said, right. He said, but I just pay them absolute respect. I get out of the car. I think it's different in your country. You get out of the car, there could be trouble. I'd say, sir. And he goes, why have you, and he says why he stopped him. And he says, and I play the game because I've got nothing to hide. And I'm on my way. I'm gone. He said, so it doesn't bother me.
Does your friend have priors that they can look up? And
no, nothing at all. No, nothing at all. But what he does say is, if I sat in the car and had attitude, they're going to want to search the whole of the car. They're going to want to make sure the tires are legal. Oh. He said, I'm just really polite with them. And I just think, well, so this, I said, do you feel a problem that they're being racist with you? He said, no, they're doing their job. They've stopped me. And I'm just very polite with them, show them ultimate respect. And within 5 minutes, I'm gone. I'm on my way. That's interesting.
All right. So, my experience is I have priors from my teenage years that still show up on their system. So when I get pulled over, I always get stepped out of the car and they want to search it, even though I'm over 20 years away from what that prior was.
Wow.
And I'm white, but at the same time, that's how they treat me. They ask me to step out of the car, and I'm very respectful. I'm always respectful, but at the same time, it depends on. Now, I can't talk about color of skin, but I can talk about if they pull you over, they run you up, they look up. Oh, this person did this, 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 this. That's when they
Wow.
pull you out of the car,
Wow.
and that's me. That might be the city I live in, or not the city. I don't live in that city. Maybe it's where I'm from. That's why.
Yeah. Wow. That's
So it's all
amazing.
different. Like
Yeah.
Steve probably never had any problems. Last Dance, he never had any problems. A Fed never had problems. He's a Fed, so we know that. Cypher, I don't know about Cypher. He probably has some legal problems. He's not even talking. Look, yeah,
He's
see,
muted. He's muted.
yeah, he's
It's okay.
muted.
But yeah, generally I get off. I
No,
had
I am muted.
I had one little hiccup with the law, smoking grass in the back of somebody's Volkswagen in a parking lot in Vermont.
Not you, Steve. Surely not.
I do want to take this opportunity to defend myself.
You were framed.
The literal only criminal charge that I've ever had stick in my adult life, and there was nothing in my juvenile life. I got away with everything in the juvenile, but was a bounce check that they ended up charging me for, then putting through a second time. It went through. I paid again, and it says, there's about 5 of you. This is an interesting little point, since you're talking personal stuff, Top. There's about 5 of you who have enough information about me to be able to know, approximately the district I live in, which is the Daytona, district. But
Well, now we
my
do.
name. Yeah, I can't imagine. I just never tell that. and it's like, my name. There's about 5 of you. The Last Stamp, Smokesteve, Aphid Lip, Biscuit Vapes when he was coming on. And
Do you
then,
think any of
yeah,
us would
here's-
look you up though?
Here's the point. Well, there's a couple of mean fucking bastards around and about who would want to fucking, dox me and do shit to me. Yeah, if they could get information. But the point being that, yeah, they could do that. Then a background, there's plenty of background checking websites, and between, clerk of court, let's see, clerk of court is the primary one, corporate databases, state corporate databases. And then, when you pay for an investigative background service website to do it, the background, I guarantee you the one thing you'll find in anything with my life that involves criminal behavior is a fucking bounce check. That's it. And it pisses me off to have there've been a little bit of slander, libel in the written form, saying that I was a serial wife batterer, which is absolute fucking slander. There's some other nasty things said about, my attitude, and that's untrue. And so I challenge anybody, if you really, want to do it, you go. I'm not going to supply it. You're going to have to do it. It's like you said, Top, I'm not that interesting. I know I'm not, I'm just an old dude,
Who said that you beat your wife?
Oh, I wonder. You use your
isn't that
intuitive figure out who talked shit about me the last couple of weeks.
But isn't that an old question that people would ask? When did you stop beating your wife, as a way to free somebody in an interview, because there's no good way out of it,
Well, I could see how, if like I've been married and divorced 4 times, people are going to speculate, they're going to idly speculate on, well, what are the reasons? What did he do to them? And what were the reasons? You're asked the question, Top. You want to get personal. You want to talk about personal stuff.
No, because the only thing I got personal about is when we got personal, and that's the only time I got personal. So,
well, just now you said, "Oh, look, he's not saying anything," or like I'm fucking.
Well, no, that wasn't what I was going after. Though.
Are you saying though, if you were stopped by the police, the fact that you had a bounce check would still show up on their system?
that wouldn't make sense either.
No
to
way,
me.
seriously.
A bounce
Well,
check?
It's in the same state.
It was a
my
check
God.
for
It's a federal.
$93,000. So
Oh my God.
I mean, it's
That
like
is-
it's under $100. It was
it's like-
$100.
It's like having a criminal record. Then the police stop you,
Right.
and they punch in
Well,
your
you know,
license plate, and you've got. They say this guy could be dangerous because he's got a record.
Well,
Yeah?
not dangerous because I have a fucking bounce check, but it would show. But
Oh my God.
and they would dismiss that.
That's ridiculous.
You would not believe how law enforcement paper sticks with people. It sticks with people.
That's
you know.
incredible. I'm
If a
absolutely
lay-
gobsmacked. That is incredible.
Yeah.
That just wouldn't happen
Yeah.
in this country. That
You
just
know,
wouldn't happen.
there are states in the union, in the United States that have a lot of protection of their citizens, their state citizens' data. But Florida and a number of the states that are much more open record states, you can see all of that, and it's wide open. Others, it's behind paywalls, and that's how. Just like they talk about voter rights and the ability to vote freely. There should be open records and the ability to see.
Hey, Carol, click the link right there, darling.
You
if
know
want.
what? Here, anything to do with money is known as a civil case. The police just can't get involved. They're just not interested. So, yeah.
Cypher,
Weird.
honestly thought I was trying to diss you with that. I don't know your background, so that's why I said that. Are you taking that personal, what I said?
Well, you know my background now. There is no criminal
No, well,
background.
no. But before that, you're trying to make it simulate like I was like you were
in a
beating
friendly
a
way.
woman.
Yeah.
Well, that's
What?
fucked up because that's not where I was going. I
Where
just
did
don't
woman
know
come
you.
in? Where did woman come in?
You're the one that brought it up.
Well,
Guys, did I say anything about a woman? When I
You
was
said
talking about-
serial wife batterer, I believe is what he's referring
Yes,
to.
I'm not the one that brought that up. I was just being.
Yeah, well,
I
you
don't
were,
know
you
about
were,
you.
You were watching the
See,
whole
you
thread
take-
as it. Well, I know that you were there.
But I wasn't
watching the whole
going there
thread.
though. That's my whole
Well,
problem with you. That's why you're
you
an
were there.
idiot.
But no, well, that's
That's
why
why
you're a
I'm
cunt.
saying that.
If you want to act like a cunt, then be a cunt.
there we go.
I feel like
you
a
know?
cunt. I'm not the one that was trying
You
to
know,
land.
don't call me an idiot,
Hey,
dickweed.
hey,
You know,
I will call you a fucking idiot because you try to slander
you
me
what I
right
want
there.
to fuck. I want
Hey,
to.
gents, this
You
is-
try to
I
slander me there.
You
by
know
saying I didn't say
exactly
nothing to do with
what
that,
went
you
on the
fuckhead.
last
Just
2
let it
weeks.
go, Lee.
Don't
But
act
that's
ignorant,
not what I was
fucker.
saying.
Don't
That's
act
not what
ignorant.
I was saying. I
You're
said
not
basically,
ignorant.
I don't fucking know.
Fuck you.
If you had any
know
crime, and then you
exactly-
try to
You
slander
know
me by bringing up
exactly
women
where
beating.
all this shit was coming from.
This has nothing to do with whoever you have a problem with on the other side, because I don't fight anybody
Well,
other people's battles.
in
You're the one that
mix,
fucking
buddy.
brings it up, but
You
you
were in the
try to
mix.
slander me.
You
and that's why
brought it
you're a
all up.
cocky
You've
little
been,
fucking
you've been
bitch.
going ciphers.
Well,
Look
go
at you,
yourself,
motherfucker.
dude.
You are
See, that's what I mean.
hilarious.
I just brought up a
You're
prime
hilarious.
example. I wasn't even trying to
You
attack
pushed it until you got the response you wanted.
I'm
Good
not going to
job.
even ask the panel here if that's where they thought I was going with, but you're a fucking moron. I really think that I was
Well,
trying to say you're a woman
I think
batter.
I've, I
That's
think
not what
I've,
I was going
I think
with.
I've adequately defended myself against those false slanderous.
Okay, well then
statements.
good, but don't slander
Okay.
me with it because that's not where I was going.
What
with it.
slander was there? I'm just calling you
said
names.
that's
just
where I
like
was
you're calling
going
me
with.
names. What? Well,
Whatever,
you're
go fuck
baiting
yourself,
me.
dude.
You're having fun. I don't mind you having
Yeah,
fun.
I'm having a good time, but I'm going
don't
to
then
talk my
act
mind.
ignorant of what we were talking about. You
That's
know
not where I was
exactly-
going with.
You know exactly what happened between me and another person. You
I
watched.
do
the
know
whole
that,
thing.
but that's
You
not where I was going
commented
because that's your
on it.
personal fight with that person.
You
I'm not
acted
involved
like
with that.
you didn't know about it. And
No,
you
the only
did.
problem I had with that
No.
is you started attacking a woman.
I
that had
don't
nothing
like-
to fucking do with it. That's my only problem.
You know
and
what?
other people
That's not
said
an
something
innocent
about it.
person. If you want to
Well,
start
go
bringing
fuck
the whole
yourself for
scenario
thinking
up,
that because she had nothing to
well,
do with it.
you
If
know
you have
what?
a battle with
I don't
somebody,
care.
you don't bring other
I think
people's
he
wives in it.
commandeered her account and catfished us all. That's what I think,
What are you-
motherfucker.
Then
He's
bring
a
that
fucking
up. You didn't even
catfishing,
bring that up.
baiting. He talks about his troll gland.
I don't
Oh,
care
I'm
about
a
that. My
great
problem with that whole
motherfucking troll. who's too
Okay, my
fucking
only
much of a
problem
pussy.
with
Well, I'm
was
talking
when you
about him
attack
now. I don't care about you.
Nabi.
Well,
You-
all
you-
right,
you
here,
attack
guys.
Nabi.
I'm gonna
That's
go
my
off.
only problem. She had
Oh, I
nothing to do
attacked
with
poor
it.
little Miss Nobby.
Well,
Oh,
no,
so
Cypher,
little
don't
innocent
go off.
You
lady.
didn't
Don't go off.
She's so
And then
innocent. So
your other
innocent.
conversation
You know
with
what?
her.
Okay.
Your
Listen,
other
listen,
conversation is you had a
listen,
problem with Foxy being on the
listen.
stream. What is your
I didn't. No,
women
I
being
didn't
on
have
or
a.
not
well,
stream?
See, that was him. That was him creating narrative. I never said anything
Oh,
about
really?
Foxy. Yeah,
Oh,
really. You go
really?
find where I said anything about having a problem with women on that Discord channel.
Okay.
I never did.
Okay. Okay. Well,
You
then.
know?
Okay. I'll
I,
leave
in
it like
fact,
that
I
because
love
I'm
her
not that
being
person
on this show.
to do that.
I
to
loved Foxy being on this show. It was wonderful, and she was on this show.
Oh,
and
but
she had
you have a
good
problem
time.
with her on a Discord. Okay.
I
Go fuck
don't. See,
yourself.
that's dickweed over there.
Oh, that's
creating
dickweed
narrative.
with false
Just like
information
he-
without
yeah,
a fucking.
just like
Yeah,
the
I
information
mean-
about me being a wife batterer.
Well, no. I'm
motherfucker.
not saying that
Fuck
because
off.
I know.
Okay,
No,
guys,
I'm not telling you. You're
I'm
a
going
wife
to
beater.
exit. This motherfucker's
Oh, go
baiting
fuck
me.
yourself, you fucking
on-
lying
on
bitch. Go
behalf
run
of
away.
the other
Go
guy
on Discord and
who's talking-
talk your shit
Well-
later, you little
Yeah,
bitch.
Cypher,
Yeah.
don't go.
Go
that's
fuck
good.
yourself.
Real place.
Yes, fuck you.
I win. Fuck you. You
So
don't even
what
want to
if
have a
I
conversation.
stay, asshole, and just shut up? I'm going to mute
I'll
myself.
be calm
You're
now.
gonna Kick me
You go,
off, Steve.
Cypher. Say what
There.
you want to say, Cypher. I'll be quiet.
All right. Okay.
I myself don't usually read that shit because it seems for the most part both parties always look bad. So
Yeah, I agree.
it's none of my business. So I don't really care. So
yeah,
The only
I
thing I
agree.
had a problem with during that time period, he tried to make it sound like I was I was bringing up shit from the Discord. I was not bringing nothing up with the Discord. I just go fuck yourself, you.
So Lee, how's football going in your area?
I gotta get
soccer?
a drink.
I almost said it, but that's insulting to the.
Yes, it is. It's football. It's football.
It's football.
Yeah, that's right.
I could say football and no one.
It's reaching a very exciting end to the season because I told you I was a Liverpool supporter,
Yes.
and we're 3 points behind Manchester City, which are at the top of the league. But we've got to play them. I think it might be. If it's not our next game, it's the other. So if that's the case and we can win that, then we'll go top of the league. I think on goal difference. But we're hoping. See, Liverpool, Manchester United fans are the biggest rivals of all.
Uh-huh.
But tomorrow, Manchester United play Manchester City. So a lot of Liverpool fans are actually going to be hoping Manchester United win because it will give us a route in to get those 3 points back and take us to the top of the table.
Oh, so you don't root for your enemy, the enemy of your enemy?
Well, yeah, true. So we will be tomorrow, though. So
Hey, do you know who the owner of Liverpool is?
yeah, it's the American guys, isn't it?
John Henry.
Yeah. Doesn't
Oh,
know
the Red Sox owner?
He's the owner
Yeah.
of the Boston Red Sox.
wow.
As well as the NASCAR team Roush Racing, which is also
Wow. He's got his
hundreds
hands in
of
everything.
million. Dude, he's
I didn't know that. So
I didn't know he was into
racing
soccer
as well.
though.
Right.
Yeah, he's
Don't
got
say
a
that.
he's got a sailboat.
Sock
Dude,
you.
he's got a sailboat. The mast is like as tall as a building. It's like 150 feet long. It's the craziest thing. I don't
So
even think he sails.
he has
He
the
just-
biggest mast in the room, no matter where he goes.
He's
Yeah.
such a fucking weirdo. You should hear him talk. He's
Oh, really?
So soft spoken, and he's just he's one of those capital money manager guys who managed other people's monies and made percentages out of it, and then bought sports teams, and now he's got silly, crazy.
And
money.
Glazier, is he American that owns Man United as well? The Glazier family?
I
I
think
don't
so.
recognize it.
Yeah. A lot of criticism here for their ownership because
Hey,
they are just basically in it for the money. Well, you
So-
know, they're businessmen, so what? But
Yeah.
do you live in Liverpool?
no, I live in Manchester.
How did you get to be a Liverpool fan?
It's a bit of a sad thing, but it's so true. Is that when I was growing up, when I was like 10, which would have been 1980, just Liverpool winning everything. They were the team of the country. So being so young and being influenced by them, I ended up being a Liverpool supporter.
Did it have anything to do with the Beatles?
No, no, it doesn't. I'm not really into that. No, don't get me wrong. Some of their music's good, but I'm not a huge Beatles fan. But I mean, Liverpool from Manchester, you're looking about 35 miles in a straight. It's not far away. So, been to Liverpool obviously quite a bit, and yeah, it's a nice city. But Manchester, I think, it's just got the edge. And I'm not even originally from here, but Manchester's. It's a nice city. I don't know if when Cypher was here, whether he got to see a lot of Manchester itself, but yeah, like I say, it's a really nice city. So, I mean, here's the strange thing, right?
Hayden paints it out to be a shithole.
No, there's parts of it that are shit. Don't get me wrong. Of course, it's like any city, yeah. But in the main, it's a really nice city. But here's the strangest thing of all: we had an IRA attack. Where the bomb went off in the city centre. Luckily, there was minimal amount of life. I don't think there was a life lost, but maybe one or two. And that was back in about 96, 97, I think. Maybe earlier, 92, 93. And that spawned massive growth in the city because the investment.
Really?
The investment that came in was absolutely incredible. And it's like it's beyond London. You've got then a city called Birmingham, which is the second biggest city in the UK, and then Manchester is very much on the map. Then, if you're going to go out for a night out, Manchester would be one of the places to sort of go for the weekend and see the sights and the restaurants and the bars.
Nice.
And it's just phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. So, but the weird thing is, it was all down to a large degree of the fact that a bomb went off in the city centre. Yeah. And destroyed quite a bit.
I hope you didn't thank the IRA.
No,
right.
Certainly not.
For their urban renewal help.
No,
you owe those guys.
Yeah, to a degree. Yeah.
You owe them a bullet.
Yeah, funny. When I was growing up, Boston, big Irish population, Boston Irish, they're called.
Yeah.
It was a big common thing to see IRA forever, like all over the place, dude.
Mm.
No joke.
Yeah.
As a tag on people's hats, people wrote it on T-shirts and shit.
Yeah, from a bunch of pussies who never had to experience, war.
A bunch of Americans.
A bunch of American pussies, exactly.
Growing up in Boston.
I'm Irish.
Well, I'll tell you.
We've got a lot to thank you guys for, because it was, I think, sort of Bill Clinton really started to make waves with the Irish government.
There were some kids that could throw some hands in that crew. Yeah, IRA forever.
It started the talks, and I suppose to a degree, there's a lesson there that sitting around and talking can actually help solve the problem. And there's been, thank goodness, peace for a long time now between Ireland and the UK. So yeah, it's good. It's good. So just prove that negotiations and talking around a table can work. So.
Yep.
I
do wish that you had sort of left something in there for justice for war criminals in the IRA.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I think some people got away with the most atrocious crimes.
Yeah, that's so true. And but I guess
what about Bloody Sunday? The Troubles.
Yeah, absolutely. You too. Famous song, exactly. Yeah,
I know. You got to bite the bullet to get peace. Sometimes you got to accept.
There were some British soldiers who shot some civilians around there.
Yes, no, absolutely.
So it cuts both ways. But one thing I don't agree with is killing civilians. If the IRA was going to blow people up, they should have specifically only ever targeted British soldiers and not killed just innocent people, human beings. If they had a fight with the army or the government, that's one thing. But killing civilians on either side, that's fucking crazy, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there's one story where they killed a mother of 10 because they thought she was an informer, or maybe she was an informer. But
yeah. I think there was lots of bad atrocities, but one that sort of I remember, not that I really witnessed it at the time, but certainly read about it, saw it. Was I was around, but I was probably a bit too young. Was when the Queen's Horse of Guards, it was and horses and people and cars and everything, it all killed.
Lord Mountbatten.
Yeah, and Lord Mountbatten. Yeah, just a terrible thing. Absolutely.
The old Jeff Bridges movie "Blown Away" is a good commentary, good fictional commentary on the Troubles.
Right.
But set in Boston, actually, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
A lot of people got.
I think I have seen that film. Yeah.
It's got the Jeffrey. What's the guy's name? The older actor. Can't think of the movie.
Yeah.
Joe Bloom.
No, Jones.
No, what's his name?
Oh, he's famous. Fuck, he was in. Oh, shit, I hate it when I do this. I'm sorry, guys.
No, I know what you mean.
But anyway, Jeff Bridges, he was in there, and his father, the Bridges Senior, was
Lloyd Bridges.
Lloyd Bridges was in it. Yeah. And pretty sure he was.
Was
and
Bo?
Jeffrey Lee Jones? Jeffrey Lee Jones? Is that
Tommy Lee Jones?
Tommy. Yeah. That's it. And
Not everybody's named Jeffrey.
Pretty good.
So
good.
I saw today the Supreme Court said something about the Boston bomber. Are they making him a death penalty now?
Oh, you missed the opening of the show.
They reinstated him.
I'm sorry.
Smokesteve, really,
we don't have to discuss it again. I'm sorry.
He really got emotional over it.
Jeff Tsarnaev was resentenced to death.
Yeah, Jeffrey Tsarnaev.
Yeah, there you go.
Jeffrey who?
Yeah, that was good. Man, this guy, look at you. Fucking alt-feed liberal over there.
Man, he's on fire tonight.
This helps.
Well, since
little Jesus juice to get the Jew out of you.
Exactly.
I don't know what that means.
I like it. It's good enough.
Since we're all airing our grievances,
Those Jews are funny, so we're trying to bring
let's
the
go.
Jew up.
I think we can. I think it's. I think we can all agree that
this is not Festivus.
it's a
Aphid.
it's a direction we all need to go back into. When I took a break earlier, Topple, I heard you paint a picture of me like I had never had any experiences with the law.
Yeah. Jesus Christ!
I can hear you.
Don't act like that. I don't have
I want to give an example of one thing. I've had many instances where the law
you're a
has.
skater, so I would
Right.
guess you would.
Yeah,
So
you
one
were
time,
a skater and a vandal, right?
Yeah.
They go hand in hand, right?
One time, two of my buddies they made a pipe bomb and blew up a elementary school mailbox that was installed because they kept making put these mailboxes up and everybody would go and hit it with a baseball bat and beat it up. So they thought they were clever and they took like 1/4-inch steel and they welded up this box that you could physically open the door and I could squeeze inside of this box. Anyway, so we thought we were clever and my two best friends made this pipe bomb and they put in there and blew it up. And anyway,
so what you're dealing with a mailbox and it's out of school, and they thought this would just be a funny little joke.
This was back around 89, 90, and it wasn't, because it was
when
they didn't technically take him to court. It was 89, 90 when this happened.
If that would have been like 99, 2000, they would have been fucked.
Right. Well, they're both.
If it had been post 9/11, they'd be in jail for life.
The ironic thing is both of them have been cleared, and they are both mechanics for American Airlines, which in this day and age they would never be allowed to be.
I thought you were going to say they were cops.
No. So anyway, that whole thing came about, and then there was a lot of backlash you can imagine over that whole deal. And then forward about 2 or 3 months, we were at a party, and somebody had come in and said that there was a house being built like a few doors down, and they were there, and the neighbor came out and was like, "You kids get out of that house," because they were just like poking around. It was like 10 o'clock at night, and they're poking around in a house being built. So Wynn got back to the party, and we were like, "We gotta get out of here," because my two friends were already in so much heat. It was like, let's get out before the cops come. So we get out, and when we got to the corner, we went up the street. There was 2 cars, my one buddy driving the one car, and I was with my other buddy. And the cops came from every direction possible, and with their guns drawn, and ordered us out face down onto the ground. And I mean, that was scary enough. But the funny thing about this whole story is the car I was with. It was called the O'Meal Mobile. It was right in the middle of Datsun turning into Nissan. So it was like it had both badges on it. So that's how old this car was. And anyway, we had broken into a tractor trailer that had Doritos and bean dip in it. And the whole trunk of this car was completely filled.
I hope you had the munchies. You had weed beforehand.
No, we were actually completely straight edge back then. No drinking, no nothing. So you would have been trunk,
better off drinking than fucking shit.
The trunk was completely filled with Doritos and bean dip. And we were ordered to go to the back of the car, and they were searching our car because they knew who the driver of the first car. It was a Dodge Daytona, my buddy's car.
Did it have a
Dodge
turbo?
Daytona. It had a system in it. No, it didn't. Had a total system in it. Like
So
it
this
was so
the
loud.
Queen Daytona, not the cool old muscle car.
No. Yeah, this is the old like '80s Daytona,
shitty one.
right? But man, we thought it was the coolest thing ever.
Absolutely.
So anyway, they pop the trunk and they see that once they pop the trunk, it was nothing but Doritos and bean dip in the back. And they're like, oh, and rappelling equipment. And they're like, oh, so what's all this back here? And then my buddy just totally like it was nothing. Told him that his mom is an Avon agent, which was total bullshit. And this is for her Avon. She shares the car
He's
with them.
pretty good buddy to have. That's a good. That's on the fly. That's a damn good.
That's
story.
great. That is fantastic.
It was good.
That's good.
It was good. But yeah, because I always had souped up Mustangs because that's the era of time I grew up in where everybody had a Fox body Mustang, and I had several of them. And
Those late
every
70s Mustangs, they called the Rustang. They were like 3 years. They were orange with rust.
Mine, neither are the two that I had that were the better of them were they never had rust on them.
Okay.
One of them had a roll cage in it. But anyway, I
was the
spent
first
so
car?
much time. My first car?
Yeah, what's your
My first car was a 77 Pontiac Firebird with a 350
Oh,
Chevy that my dad
Jesus
built and put in
Christ.
it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're from that.
That's
My
like
dad
the-
was yeah.
That's like the
badass.
car in that Spicoli's in that gets trashed in. Fast Times
Yeah,
at Ridgemont High.
pretty simple. Yeah, but the same body style and everything.
Black.
And then I had a Smoking the Bandits. Mine was gold though. But it had the
Jesus
T-tops
Christ.
in it. We jumped in it. You know, we never used the doors. We always jumped in it.
That's awesome.
Would you know what my first car? But of course, it's just, maybe you'll be able to relate to it. Was a Ford Cortina 1600E. Do you know what that is? Do you
Never
know
heard of
what-
it.
No,
No, I
That
never
thing
heard
is
of
the
it.
gayest fucking.
What year are we talking?
Steve, that is so not true.
Motherfucker.
What year?
Oh, crikey. I mean, I passed my test in 1987. 'cause I was
Yeah, that's what I
17.
was thinking.
Yeah.
Was it 70s or 80s?
It would have been a late 70s car, even though I was like, well, it might have been actually early 80s, but
I bet they called it something else over here in the
it's-
States because we didn't have it.
I wonder.
Yeah,
I'm
they
gonna
had-
try- I'm going to see what it might have been called in America, actually. Yeah.
How many bitches you get with that car?
Oh,
Is it-
listen, do you know what? I'm not joking, right?
Go for it.
That you got to remember, I'm 17 years old, and it's a 1600 engine, yeah. And in like the UK, your insurance when you're young to have a 1600 engine, I was quite privileged at the time.
1600 is cubic centimeters.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
now believe it or not, I only had that car for about 3 months because I was driving the road where I lived to go to the biggest city was just a straight line, fantastic road. So you could just fucking floor it. And I'm 17, so I think, and going back to those times, I think I'm Nigel Mansell. So that goes to show you how old I am. So I'm whizzing down the road, and my dad happened to be coming back from work one day and just saw this street go past him and recognized the car. And he got home and said to my mum, he ain't having that car anymore because I've just seen him and he's doing like 80 miles an hour. And he got taken off me, which was a real bummer.
Taken away.
And if you think that's funny, right, you've got to look this up. My next car, because of that situation, ended up being an Austin Allegro. And if you ever look at an Austin Allegro online, you will laugh your butt off because it is a shit fucking car. I swear. My mates were just taking the piss out of me going, what? How come you got this after you've had a Ford?
How old were you? How old were you?
17.
Oh, well, 17.
I
My
had an
first car was a
English-
99 Neon. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Dodge
geez,
Neon?
dude.
That's
Those
how
things
bad it
were
was.
Weird.
I had
First
an
off, that you're so young that was your first car.
English Ford
It was kind of
Anglia
new.
and the English Ford Cortina. I owned both an Anglia and a Cortina at
Right.
different points.
And is it called?
Like, oh my god!
Cypher, just try and look it up. Was it
Anglias
called-
were cool.
In America, was it called a Taurus? A Ford Taurus?
There was Ford Taurus.
There is a Ford Taurus.
Not until the 80s,
SHO.
though.
Yeah, so that would be about right. Yeah, that would be about right. Yeah.
Was
Yeah,
it?
I
Mid
remember-
early
Easy.
80s, probably.
Easy.
In the
Cortina was a Cortina. Go
In
ahead.
the show,
Oh, was it? Was it? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
The Sopranos, I remember one of the people Tony met was driving a Taurus, and Tony was like, "Wow, you're a Taurus, man?" So I guess that was kind of a mob car. I mean, it's kind of a goofy, like 3/4 size, basically full size sedan. But
Indescript, though.
it's nothing fucking fancy. But
Speaking of insurance, it reminded me I couldn't afford, because I had Mustangs and the insurance was out the roof. And I had this sketchy deal set up, and thank God nothing ever happened because I would have been totally screwed. But I wasn't convinced. I mean, I knew it was bullshit, but I gave this company, I don't know, I don't remember how much it was. Let's say $250 back then. And then I was supposed to call them like the night that I had an accident, if I had one, and then they would like set up my insurance. But yeah, that's the insurance I had set up because it was the insurance on it was like $200. Even back then, it was probably like $200 a month.
damn,
And
I
that was
need to
back in
hear
the
Last
early
Dance's
90s.
first car. What's Last
Yeah.
Dance's first car?
The first car I drove, I didn't
No,
own
no,
it, was
your car. Go on.
well, the first car I drove was my girlfriend, later wife's Datsun B210.
that's a sweet car.
It
That's
was a nice little
car.
car. I learned how to drive on that car, and the
Stick?
first car
Five,
stick. Yep, absolutely.
5 on the floor.
I think it was a 4-speed.
4. That's
Yeah.
rare.
My first car I owned was a Mazda 323,
Oh, jeez.
and it was I bought it because it was the cheapest Japanese car I could get, and it was a total piece of shit. But it ran forever, and I kept it for like 15 years. And it
Oh
was
my
really,
goodness. 15
really worth
years.
the money I paid.
Did you buy it brand new?
Yeah, I bought it new.
Wow.
15 years. That's worth it.
I've never
How
bought
many
a brand
miles
new
on
car
it?
in my life.
Really?
I did once, and I regret it. We got
Never.
rid of it. It was a Hyundai SUV.
Mm.
We replaced it with a Jeep Grand Cherokee, and I'll tell you, those Hyundais, new doesn't mean everything. If you
I
accidentally-
think they've come a long way now, though.
dude, I
No,
like.
I did come a long
Kia
way.
as well. Kia
There's
as
this
well.
plastic
they're the same.
band on the outside of the Hyundai, like that goes across the doors. I like tapped it with my toe and broke one of the brackets. So it was like
Look at
sagging
your
after like 2 months, you know.
She
The
had a
suspension's
Corolla.
always hard on those.
Your
old
wife had a
Hyundais, too.
Corolla.
Yeah, she
Spray paint filled with holes and pads. Yeah.
right. to
Corollas are good.
inspection.
Corollas
That's
will last
No,
forever.
Corollas
though.
will last forever.
that was
I
an
saw
old-
one today, and I was like,
That's
you
an
know,
old redneck
if you just wanted a
trick.
beater to drive around,
What did you
it
just say?
had like
That's a redneck?
180,000 miles on it.
What's that?
You
Who are
said
you
that's
saying?
a
What's that
redneck
to?
vehicle?
No, it's a redneck trick. Just fill them with
Oh.
spray foam when you have rust on a
Yeah.
car, and then you can cut it off and sand it smooth.
Yeah, that's
spray
like
it. So it's like looks okay. So like when your mechanic says, "Okay, no holes or whatever in the wheel wells," boom, done. It doesn't matter if it falls out like a week later.
Yeah, right.
You get another year to drive, the old spray foam.
If you Bondo over it, if it's a panel that's all rusted out, you put spray foam in it and then Bondo over that, then
now you're talking.
I mean, it's not the best way to do it, but unless you want to do some metal work, it'll get you there.
Do you ever see guys who Bondo shit and then just leave it unsanded and they like kind of primer?
Yeah,
And then rust is
that's like
I mean,
half of the project cars that people have.
like they go so far, but then they just give up on the sanding and they're like, "Fuck it, it's good enough." Then you can see all the Bondo bumps everywhere, and it's like totally fucking effed up, but it's hilarious. Like, I would
did
think
in tech school.
if you were going to go that far, you'd at least just spend the day sanding rather than give
So
up.
we went through everybody. Smokesteve, what was your first car?
Chevy Cavalier station wagon.
Yeah, but
I got
friends were
I got
pulling around with that?
sideswiped. I had gone to the library and made a bunch of photocopies of my ID so I could fuck with it and make it like I was going to take one of the numbers and switch it around, like cut the laminate off and re-laminate it, dude. It was the whole fucking thing. I was going to actually manipulate my driver's license to make myself look over 21. So I made all these photocopies of it at the library. And as I'm driving back, this fucking girl sideswipes me, pulls out of a side street, hits my vehicle without just no warning. I had no idea it was coming because I'm on the main road. She spun me around. The vehicle slammed into a curb sideways, backwards, cracked the frame. Just the whole thing was all torqued out of whack. Totally fucking done for. Fucking photocopies of my driver's license all over the vehicle, all in the back and shit. Cops coming. I'm like trying to gather them up and hide the fucking photocopies because it was obvious I was going to do something fucking weird with them. Who does that?
Yeah.
And I'm like hiding them, stuffing them in my pockets, and the cops trying to ask me questions and shit.
Dude, it's not illegal to have photocopies of your ID.
I mean, I had a shitty goatee growing long.
Did you take care of all the weed in the back while you were gathering the?
No, I didn't have weed that time.
I know.
I was just a young.
Oh man, I've been there before.
Please,
please don't search my car. Please don't search my car.
They never searched. Though, like I said earlier, the only time
That's why
I
you
got
keep a car
busted,
seat in there.
I was smoking a bowl in the back seat of a kid's Volkswagen in Vermont, and the liquor inspector comes over and he says, "I smell cannabis." And I just held my jar of weed out the window and gave it to him. I was hammered. And he took it and said, "All right, get out." And he took my name. He said, "You're officially under arrest. I'm just going to let you go." Yada, yada, yada. I went in front of this fucking board that was going to decide if I seemed like an upstanding individual, they would allow me to do this thing called court diversion. I was a young adult at the time. So I started talking to them about my love for the law, and so they're like, "All right, we're going to put you on the board that decides the punishment for people in cases like yours, and you'll have to serve on it for 4 months." So I had to serve on this board and then judge all these other poor bastards who came in for all kinds of ranges of weird, like spousal abuse. One kid killed a cow with a 22, and he was going.
Jeez,
what?
It was just, it was totally the most.
Killed a what?
A cow, like a dairy cow. Yeah, so I had to be like one of the judges on this panel as my punishment.
You tried to rob the milk.
For getting caught for smoking weed in the fucking bar parking lot. And 4 months later, I'm serving on this panel judging people. Like, what the fuck kind of a fucking legal system is this? But it worked out, and I actually paid back. I spent a lot of hours, and I did, judge what I thought was appropriate.
So you became the jury?
No, he became the judge.
Oh, yeah, it was a small, it was a
arbitration
it was like a court
panel
of 4 people. They were all older people who were members of the society that would take this court diversion program and decide what these people should do instead of actual criminal punishment. So I think one of them died because they were all like 90. So then there was me, old Smokesteve, in the room there, and then like one kid came in for pot, and they were like asking me questions like, well, how much is that worth? How much is that worth? And how much did he have there? And I had to like.
And Steve's there going, funny you should say that because I know all about this.
No, they knew I did because they knew I
Expert
was there
witness.
smoking weed. So it was,
We've got an expert on the board here. It's okay.
Apparently, according to Smokesteve's wife, they loved him and that
They
he
did.
was a big hit.
Oh, there
Yeah,
you
they
go.
really did. It was
Let
funny as hell.
me go back a little bit. Did you say you were arrested by a liquor inspector?
Yeah, I wondered what that was too. I never heard of
Yeah,
that.
they went to this particular bar because I think they always would catch people drinking in the parking lots, like
Oh,
bringing their drinks.
so there's like
outside.
somebody that's their title. That's what their job is. They're
Yeah.
not just a cop.
Correct, state liquor inspector.
This the California days?
No, this was Vermont, and I remember
Oh, okay.
one cop was standing on my right quarter and one was in front of me. And I looked back and I said, "Are you even armed?" And he just kind of snickered at me, meaning that he wasn't. But he was quartering back like he was some kind of cowboy. Like if I pulled some evasive maneuver, he was going to the liquor inspector was going to somehow get my back, I guess, try to get my back. But it was a joke. But they got me. They released me right away, and I was supposed to report.
You were a
And
judge.
that's how it went down. It was fucking so weird, man.
So were you a tough judge?
No, I was definitely the most liberal side of it. But the kid who shot the cow with the
Only on the
22,
dope cases.
the kid who shot the cow with
shot
the
a cow.
22, I said to him, I bet you have a dog, right? Because he looked like a real country boy. Because obviously he had access to a 22. Like at any time, a 22 rifle that he wanted to grab it. His dad wasn't like, okay, you want to take a few rounds and go out. No, the kid just grabbed the thing and went out to the fields, planking, as they say. So I was like, dude, I said, basically, you know, what if the court here decided that we would go and shoot your dog? Because that would be the same thing as what you did when you shot this farmer's cow, because he only has 15 cows. And
How old were you, Steve? How old were you when you do this?
23, 24, probably, let's say about 21 years ago.
Yeah. Okay.
And so the kid was getting all teary-eyed and shit, and I was like, so that's what it's like when you fucking shoot somebody's cow, man. They love
That's
their
also
animals.
a source of profit too, though.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, of course, but even still, like, the kid was shaken to it. Like, it got to him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he realized he wasn't just shooting a lump of clay in the fucking field.
Yeah.
Like, this person did care about it. And that, like, meant something to me at the time. It did feel like a somewhat rewarding punishment. And I ended up working my way right in there, getting to know everybody. It was like the Andy Griffith Show. I was thrown back in time with these people from like the 1960s, like really old, and we're judging people for all smoking weed and shit. That's what I was doing every day, like after I went home. But it was like I was still there. It was the weirdest fucking thing, man.
Wow. Yeah.
Bizarre,
You became
dude.
the judge.
Yeah, all the guys I'd smoke with would be like, "You were there,
Wait,
man," and they're all getting freaked out. Like, dude, have you switched on us? Have you gone over? Are you a knock? I'm like, no, it's still fucking cool, man. Trust me, I'm not like that. But I had to go and serve. It's fucking so weird.
I'll tell you a story, right? I've never really been in trouble with the law whatsoever. I mean, a few speeding offences or whatever.
Oh,
But that's all. But this is like the most one of the most surreal moments I've ever had in life, because it was just like a movie. I swear to God. I'm not going to ham it up. It's just the facts, okay? So, you know, I said I had a friend that lives next door to Dolph Lundgren in Spain, yeah? It's more of a... He's my friend knows him and introduced me to him. So I got on well with him, and he's a nice guy or whatever. But this all relates back to, funny enough, we were talking the IRA. I'm not going to mention any names here, but he's a guy in Manchester who ended up getting arrested with being associated with the IRA. He had about 38 million pounds taken off of him, but he's still a multi-millionaire. So my mate who still to this day never really tells me what he did, but he retired at the age of 27, which is immense, you know? So he invites me away back about 10 years ago. He invites me away to a weekend in the south of Spain, right on the border of Gibraltar, and says, look, come along, I'm paying for it, blah, blah, which was a bit, you know, tentative about it. So he builds up so many air miles because he travels a lot. He said, Lee, don't be stupid. Just come with me. We'll have a great weekend. So I was like, oh, okay. So off we go.
Wow.
And I end up at this house, like I said, which borders Gibraltar. £3 million house. And when we get to the gates of the house, right, it's a private estate, and there's a guy there who's armed, radios through, you know, your guests are here, you know, and they go, yeah, send them through. So we meet this guy, and he's really cool. We're smoking weed, we're having drinks, it's great, and then this other guy that I just mentioned. He comes along to the party as well with about 4 or 5 other guys. And now, unbeknownst to me,
where are all the women at?
So they come along, believe you me. But
guys are down in the Rock of Gibraltar with a bunch of dudes. What kind of
and it's like, you know, it's one of those places. It's so surreal to me because, you know, you're sat on the balcony. I mean, it is a huge house, and you're looking right out over the sea. It's gorgeous. And the sun's setting everything, and all these guys turn up, and it's a bit like I'm not exaggerating, I promise. It's a bit like a scene out of The Sopranos, yeah. All these guys turn up that are all Manchester based.
It's raining men.
They're all fucking criminals. I just didn't realize. So they're like telling stories, and I'm fascinated. I'm a little bit scared as well. Even we're talking about some guys that have had fucking gunfights on the motorway.
Sounds kind of like a Guy Ritchie movie, actually.
Oh yeah, I'm not joking. This is like, to this day I still pinch myself. Was this real? Because
lock, stock, and 2 barrels.
Exactly.
I go off for a cigarette to the edge of this wall, looking out over the sea. I'm just loving the view, and it's nighttime and everything. And then this car pulls up just down the road, headlights on, and then some of the other guys come over, and they're shouting out to this car and waving. And I'm like, do you know them? They go, no, it's the British police in Spain. They're watching us. I said, what? What do you mean they're watching us? And they're like, because we're all together, they think there might be something going down. And they said, you've probably been photographed in the last 5 or 10 minutes. I'm like, what? I don't want to be any part of this. What are you going on about? And they're like, yeah, absolutely. We're being watched. And that's why we wave to them and, you know, acknowledge the fact we know they're there. Absolutely. But some of the stories I heard that night, I'll tell you one, right? One of them bust into a house of a wealthy guy in this area. And they tied his wife up and they tied him up. Yeah. And they wanted to know, obviously, to get into the safe, get the money, jewelry, money, this, that, and the other. This guy, because my screen's going all right. So
they're fucking with you, man. They're getting to you.
Yeah, they don't want you to tell the story.
Yeah, they don't want to tell the story.
Look, the last time this happened, someone was talking about patriotism in the USA, and now
so they're like, you got to tell us where. He's like, no, you can do what you want. I don't care what you do to my wife. I don't care what you do to me. I ain't giving anything up. You're wasting your fucking time. And with that, he said, this is a story being told to me. Yeah, he said, with that, there's a meow underneath the bed. Yeah, and one of the guys goes in there, pulls the fucking cat out. Okay, it's his cat. And grabs it by the scruff of the neck. And within seconds, he told him fucking everything. He said, don't hurt the cat. Quite happy for his wife to be fucking tortured, but don't hurt the cat. And gave them everything they wanted. Unfucking real. Unbelievable.
Huh.
What a story.
I don't know. I mean, obviously, that's kind of just a story. We're not supposed to believe that that's what actually happened, right?
Hey, I'm with a bunch of criminals, so I'm sure they're telling me stories that might, are hammed up to the max. Do you know what I mean? But it was their stories.
Yeah.
I heard a lot of stories that night. Yeah, too. I mean, the one thing that it's always stayed with me is they did turn around to me and go, "Do you know what, Lee? The difference between politicians and us is that politicians wear suits." He said, "But they're just as criminal as we are." And I just thought, there's some truth in that. Jesus.
Yeah.
Unreal.
I don't know. Is it possible for a politician to exist in real life as much as is it possible for a non-politician to be president? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I see what
did Trump
Zelensky
did Trump fail at that attempt, or was there some success? I think you guys all might have varying.
Well, it depends on what you mean by success. I mean, he was successful as winning the presidency. So what higher do you need to get?
Was his presidency, in hindsight, going to be considered a successful?
By the history books, I don't think they'll be too kind to him. But the people that the 50% of the population think he was one of the greatest ever. So what do you want to put faith in? The history books or the population?
Short hindsight, right? If he was still in there, how close would the Keystone Pipeline be to being done, and any other oil or whatever the hell he was doing to get us more oil? Would we have been more stable than we currently are? Is that a legitimate thing that we probably would be?
Our gas prices would be.
Maybe.
Inflation, I think, would still be high, and I think it's solely to do with COVID, not
the feeling. The
president.
feeling here, and I think I'm speaking with some authority. The feeling here was
why? Because you're there.
Well, yeah, but I can't speak for everyone. But I honestly believe the feeling here was that just as much as exactly the same as USA, 50% of the people liked him, thought that this chant about draining the swamp. There was someone who was going to shake everything up, and then there were 50% of people who just thought he was an absolute nutter.
He sure drained that swamp, didn't he?
Well, dude, I'll tell you, Lee, he was his own worst enemy because sometimes he would do something silently in office, which actually had a huge impact on the world geopolitically or the country financially. Yeah. But then he'd tweet or say something or do something on stage, and it would be like 10 times more press for the dumb fucking thing that he did that has no real significance than the actual policy that he may have changed or enacted that really will make a difference, because he was so bombastic that people had a hard time focusing on the substance outside of the human. And he was a total idiot for that. He could have fucking done a lot better.
Well, one thing that's started to emerge, especially this week with everything that's been going on, of course, is people have started to say, and they were very critical at the time, and now it seems with a bit of hindsight that they believe that his views and his policies on the Iran nuclear situation was maybe the right tact, and that people seem to be a little bit skeptical of Biden re-inviting Iran back into this nuclear process where they can, we're going to observe it, but they can carry on with, which potentially could give them the materials needed to make a nuclear missile. And there's some voices in some areas which are very unusual where you think, I wouldn't think that was your point of view, where they're turning around going, maybe
see you, Mr. Kelsey, one later, buddy.
Yeah.
I think Lee, I think that you can't just look at it as a singular event like maybe he was right on the Iran nuclear deal. But you got to look at, there's always give and take and things that people don't look at, and the other things that people don't look at
you fucking freak
is that like people are going to be less likely to trust us when making deals with us in the future, because we can fall back on them and we're not good for our word, and I think that the damage of that was just as much as the good that it could come from what he was actually saying about the deal itself.
Right, I see.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people are using that excuse with, well, we can't trust the United States anymore because look what they did here, look what they did there. You know, we pulled back on that. We pulled back on the Paris Agreement, and
I disagree with that. 100%.
What do you disagree with? You don't think that other
the
countries are going to use that against us?
No. The Iran deal was not. It was not a treaty. It was just an executive thing, and so there was no commitment in any real sense.
The Paris Agreement was bullshit. That didn't make any sense.
I didn't say either one of them made good sense. What I'm saying is that, you know,
well, you
gotta know now that when you make a deal with America, that this deal could be null and void when the next person comes into power if they're from the different party.
That's always what I'm true. Saying. That's the kind of deal the Iran deal always was.
I don't know if that's always been true. I mean, give me a good example of how more so that's not been important in history than those two examples.
Well, the collective bargaining agreement runs out when the bargaining party leaves office, essentially, like in most.
No, when you make a deal with several different countries, and you know that deal could just be torn up into shreds when the next American president could come into office.
Yeah, I agree with Aphid there. That's true. If you've made an agreement, then that doesn't matter what government's in place.
Right.
That should be honored for sure.
No, but that agreement is not between the United States and the country. It's not. It's just between the current administration and
you
the
know
next
what Trump
country.
would say to that, Lee? Trump would be like, "That's it."
Yeah, but you can't.
That's it. Decision made.
Yeah, true. But you can't plan properly. Then you need to. If you put something into place, you might put a time limit and say, for the next 20 years, this is what we'll agree to, and it will be reviewed. But every time the administration changes, 4 or 5 years, there's no longevity in that.
That's the kind of deal that Obama made. That was his choice because he couldn't get the one with as a treaty.
Careful, Obama.
44.
There's some people.
I'll give you another example. I think that Putin. I think that Putin is throwing around this whole nuclear, war thing, because Trump put that into play when he was dealing with North Korea, and I think it's the same situation.
You're blaming Trump?
No, I'm just saying that there's risk and reward with every decision that you make, and I think that the bad parts of the Iran deal on the global scale of all different decisions that are made are offset with other countries not knowing if they can trust making a deal with us in the future based on the next administration reversing that deal. That's just what I'm saying.
I don't buy it.
Yeah.
You'd have to show me an example of where that's biting us.
Well, I just did with Putin fragrantly throwing out these with the whole nuclear, possibly, just flaunting that we have these nukes and showing the power of having, that's only good. That's not good for nothing.
Yeah, but
and I think that
this before Trump,
where he danced out the flaunting that he had nuclear weapons and would use them at any moment. I don't know if he used those in Syria or any other examples.
I'm not seeing how you can connect that to the failure of Trump to adhere to the Iran deal.
I'm saying because of the decisions that he made and how we're saying now, some of the decisions that Trump made were actually good. Well, yeah, some of the decisions they made were good, but you're not looking at the other aspects, the downfalls of what doing those actions caused in other areas.
Yeah, I know. I'm hearing you, but I'm trying to see I'm trying to connect that downfall I'm trying to connect Putin's nuclear saber rattling to the decision to pull out of the Iran deal.
Well, I mean, I was just associating that with saying, how how some of the stuff that Trump did was good, and now we're looking back on it, and maybe we shouldn't have looked at the stupid stuff he said. I'm just saying the stupid stuff he said and the stupid stuff he did mean just as much as him being right in other areas.
It depends on what he said.
I wasn't intending to say overlook anything. I was only trying to draw a point to the fact that I think some of his better things were overlooked in lieu of the fact of his bombastic statements.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
It was a body of misdeeds that slowly but surely it wasn't
Well,
so
it
much
started
like he was purposely doing misdeeds as it was ham-handed and not savvy politically. And
I think he is the most egocentric president by far that we've ever had. I mean, he could not stop himself from tweeting.
Right. It didn't make any sense, some of the shit he would say in pursuit.
I guess what I was saying was, you started off the conversation with asking if the Trump experiment with somebody that's not experienced politician, was a good or bad thing. And what I'm saying is, just looking at the black and white, you have to look at the other things that came about from somebody like that.
Well, I think that the totality of it was very, very mixed. And it certainly didn't end well. I'll say that for sure.
Well,
What didn't end well? In what respect do you mean? What didn't end well?
He lost the election and said it didn't happen. That's as bad as you can get.
How many people have done that, though?
They don't still do it. They don't still sit there and
no. Other people recently have for president, but not. It certainly didn't.
Not that we're president. I can't think of
one. Right. It's never happened before, as far as
not
in my lifetime.
I can't think of one that wasn't a gracious person and handed over the keys and said,
I might be wrong.
Here's the White House, and here's everything about it, and the wives met, and I don't think in history it's ever happened.
No, you're right, because Gore came out and he gave, although
he wasn't even president, though. We're talking about presidents,
right? No, at the time,
and he should have won.
He said it in a contentious tone, but he said that he would accept the Supreme Court.
That's
ruling.
right.
Because
he did concede.
Because Gore loved the country more than he loved himself.
No, he
That's
said
the difference.
He wasn't happy. And he was making movies at the time about global warming and about living in the house.
I don't know if it was at the
as
time.
a football field. Well, shortly thereafter. I don't know. That guy was, to me, one of the biggest frauds.
The world would be a much different place right now if he would have stayed in office.
He sucked ass.
He did concede.
I mean,
Trump still has
Bush. You have to remember who took his place was Bush. I'm not sure he was the brightest person in the world.
Junior, right?
You're not sure?
It was Junior, right? Junior 2 or Junior?
W.
Who's more brighter, Biden or Junior?
Brighter.
How about that?
Biden or who?
I think. I mean, in their current state, or like at the top, their peak of their top.
Abe saying it's not fair to pick on the old man now.
No, I had huge problems with Junior.
I hate Bush. Really, I hate Bush.
When he was in office, he really pissed me off with how many mistakes he would make, like speaking.
Like Biden.
Well,
but in hindsight, I liked him more than I liked Biden, I think. Biden is just like a drip. He's not...
Oh, yeah.
There's no substance, man. And I don't care what side he's from. It's just, he's kind of pathetic.
I have to say I'm disappointed in some ways in Biden and pleasantly surprised in others. It's really hard to... you just can't find a president that's going to be your man unless you get the job.
No,
Dude, I like
that goes with every politician for that.
I know. So it's a mixed bag, and it's always been that way.
It's funny, Last Dance, because what you most like him for is similar to me, is him pulling out Afghanistan, which is what most people's worst.
Most people hate him for it. I mean, it's weird, but
yeah, when he's talking about it, he might name 2 or 3 countries.
That was
more.
proof that it was all Biden. You know,
That's
people
right.
want to just fall back on this. Somebody else is pulling the strings, and he's definitely getting help. You know, and he put most of those people in place that are going to help him. And
you know that nobody who's talking to him told him to pull out of
no.
Afghanistan. That was him going against the grain there.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't Kamala.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
No,
You know,
see, from our point of view, the press situation was when that happened. Kamala seemed to disappear and distance herself from the whole situation. She just sort of went.
I think she disappeared when she was, when he was elected. I mean,
do you fault Harris for anything though? Do you fault Harris?
No, she's just. I mean, the Pence guy could not have been of more. He was like a bobblehead. He just could not have followed Trump any closer. But he was 10 times better than she is.
How about when Joe Biden gave one of his best short sentences that he ever said up there when he looked at Peter Doocy? He looked to the side and then he looked back and said, "You are a dumb son of a bitch." Right into the fucking camera.
I like
right
that,
into the microphone. Totally audible.
I like that.
And Doocy even looked back at him and fucking laughed and couldn't believe that it just went out and everybody heard it. It was like the craziest fucking thing.
We had 4 years of the other president that kind of did the same thing, so why would you be surprised?
Yeah, I don't know. That just seemed
he wouldn't have waited for a hot mic. He would have just said it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. That one was
Top. I'll tell you, Top. Since you got your shirt off and you're looking all sexy there, there was a young man on here earlier that I think would have appreciated your
Alan.
Yeah.
Wait, there's a young guy.
Yeah, yes. He was a young.
I like the mold. I like the mold.
Oh,
we can't talk about gay stuff because Cypher's here, so let's not go there.
Oh no,
please!
I felt like you guys finally had found a common ground that we could.
I feel like
exist.
I feel like Otis. I feel like Otis the drunk here. These bottles are just looking at me like I'm all freaked out. I have a glass of ice and a bottle of scotch, but you guys
pour it.
Come on, motherfucker!
You guys. You know Peter Griffin and the chicken fighting?
Yes.
You guys are reminding me of that, and I'm afraid you're going to start going at it again.
No, I'm going to go take a leak. By the time I get back, I want some motherfucking chicken fight.
He had to do his white knight thing, He got it out of his system.
Here we go, white knight. I heard white knight. That's like the chainsaw.
I'm going to go to bed for the night. I'll wake up and talk to you guys while you're still going at it in the morning.
I think I am going to go. I mean, I'm
no, Cypher.
Take care, Cypher.
Almost 4 hours. Thank you.
See you, Cypher.
Great to see you.
If you can't talk shit about
Cypher, take care. Take care, man.
We won't let you talk shit about him if he's not here. So
good night, Cypher. I wouldn't.
Good night, Cypher.
Good night, everybody. Good night, sidebar folk.
Oh, there he goes.
All right.
Come, God, Top.
So Lee,
you son of a bitch, Top. I'm going to fight you now for him.
Yeah. What?
Bring it. I don't
have it in me. I can't.
I'm not going to talk trash about Cypher. The only thing I'm going to say, I will defend myself when he's on here or on Discord. But
speaking of Topple, before you go further,
I don't know the history. Remember, so
if you want to know the history, or if anybody else wants to know the history, join Live Leak Lives on Discord, and you can pick up where this was left off.
Time out, Lee. Do you go on Discord?
No, I don't actually. I should go on.
If we post a link on the private chat, will you go on our Discord?
Yeah, no problem.
Because I don't know if we're allowed to post it on the
you can't. It won't let you post a link.
You can't post links.
Well, the thing is, and I've spoken to Cypher a few times. He's a lovely guy. I know, but I also think there was a little bit of just maybe getting the wrong end of the stick with what you were saying at the time. That's all. So,
I'm not going to get involved with it.
Yeah. But he's a great guy. He really is. And
we disagree, and we know where we stand. That's all.
Oh yeah, that was pretty obvious, prevalent.
But I will not talk trash when he's not here. So
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be fair because he's a great guy, and I've only met you tonight, and you seem a great guy, and I think Aphid gave me some
Made
good
me feel
advice,
better.
which was Lee, just stay out of it, so I stay quiet. But from a neutral point of view, it just felt like there had been some cross wires there, and I don't think it was intended to be what it was supposed to be, and there was a reaction to it. So there you go.
I don't know how to do the invite. Maybe
I got it.
Gotcha. Lee, join the Discord.
I'm doing it.
There you go.
All right. You know, some homeless guy drank out of that bottle.
Dead man's whiskey.
Oh, he's
Dead
doing
man's
it.
whiskey.
Oh, hopefully Mrs. Lip isn't watching. She was,
Oh, Bill Cosby.
She told me, she's like, please don't let him do that.
It does smell kind of sweet now, like
well, because somebody could have pissed in there for all you know.
In the bottle in somebody's like apartment. Why would they piss in a bottle of scotch?
I mean, why would they live in an abandoned apartment?
No, it wasn't abandoned. They thought they had an injury. They were old. And
Oh, see, I didn't hear the story, so I don't know.
So I didn't tell it. Now I'm telling it.
Right.
They had an injury and went to old folks' home, as they say.
Oh, it's old people? Yeah, drink it then.
Old people, like real old.
Yeah.
I would drink it no matter what.
I mean, I would be concerned about it before I took a sip, but I mean, you know, once you got a couple in you know, let go.
I don't know. What are you saying?
Live a little.
You still sound sketched out, dude. I'm not gonna lie. You're not going in there like.
Well, I all my liquor is people left it at my house, and I never think twice about taking a sip of it. So.
Wait, so that was left at your house with people you know. So why would you have a problem with drinking that for?
Me?
No,
me.
Aphid.
Yeah.
No, Aphid wouldn't.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
If it was left at my house, but if I just found something at some random apartment that I was cleaning out or whatever,
it tastes weird.
So
it tastes like piss, doesn't it?
How does your wife? I don't know. I'm not drinking it though. It tastes weird, man. Fuck that shit.
How's your wife feel about you drinking that tequila, though? Is she upset with that?
No, I mean, it's not like we invite random people to our house.
All right, I'm just making sure because you happy wife, happy
They're all
life.
close friends if they show up at my house.
And I just want to say, if anybody wants to join the Discord, maybe they should jump on the show. Then they'll get the link.
They could get that link. Yeah, what happens if I post the link? It just doesn't.
It won't
post?
pop up. No, it won't pop.
Yeah, see, it shows that I sent it, but they can't see it, I'm sure. Oh, Last Dance left without even saying goodbye.
What a prick! I gotta fight him next.
All right, I think I'm not used to Scotch, and it tasted different from the peanut butter shitty whiskey that I usually drink. So
oh, he came back.
Whoa, you calling Screwball shitty whiskey?
Dude, I cheaped out and got is Screwball the one I'm buying, or what's the other one?
You might be buying other things, and I'm not a sponsor for Screwball no more, but I still love it.
There was one that was better that was $30, and then one that was 22. And me being, the economical cheap bastard that I am, I got the 22.
I wouldn't pay $30.
It, I was like,
"It's worth it. It's worth it."
I was like, "This doesn't taste like peanut butter at all," because the Screwball really does, but the cheap one, it tastes like butterscotch. So then I just tell myself, "All right, it's butterscotch. I'm fine with that. It's not peanut butter."
You drink the Natty, whatever, the dollar.
Natty Daddy.
Yes. Exactly.
$1.09.
I'm not going to take your advice ever.
25 fluid ounces, 8% alcohol. Go get yourself a Natty Daddy.
Whoa, Smirnoff, isn't that Russia? We can't do that here.
Well, no, Smirnoff is made in the United States of America, brother.
I'm sorry, because we got to start.
Check that.
Yeah, because my governor said we got to get rid of all Russia stuff in our state.
No, I did check that. Trust me.
Oh, okay. No, making sure.
Russian Standard and Stolichnaya are two.
I've just been looking up, because I've never heard it before. I've just been looking up Screwball whiskey, peanut butter flavor, yeah?
It's pretty good, brother.
Does it really taste of peanut butter? Seriously?
Yes.
Wow.
It's very sweet. It's very sweet. I recommend 1 double or triple on the rocks per night, followed by a few beers and about 7 joints. And then
Wow.
Every night.
Right.
Every night you're sucking.
yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Smoke Steve's prescription for a good life.
Just one.
Also,
And then
it's
a bunch of beer.
awesome.
Oh yeah, just one.
It's awesome
Bunch
to
of beer.
mix with. If you can mix, you can make a racy cup with certain kind of other liquors. I won't give their names, but are you a drinker?
Yeah. I've been drinking, funny enough, Smirnoff tonight with some
Smirnoff?
Diet Coke. Yeah. So,
Diet Coke?
and some Cobra beer as
He's
well.
gotta watch his weight.
Cobra?
Yeah.
Okay.
What the fuck
Good
is
for you,
Cobra?
buddy.
That sounds new to us.
Oh wow! Don't you have Cobra beer? No.
No.
Cobra beer.
No Cobra beer.
Right,
That
yeah.
thing even looked like a clear Coke bottle. I don't even know what I'm
So-
looking at there.
There you are. Cobra.
Oh, yeah.
Where's it
What is
made?
that? Oh, Greek. It's
I
Greek.
think no, it's not actually. It's I think it's more sort of a Chinese beer. So
Wow, Chinese.
yeah, Chinese or an Indian kind of beer. Yeah, but it's really crisp, really refreshing. It's nice.
Indian.
Do you know what? There'll be loads of people going, no, it's not. So I'm not too sure, but
No, only 8.
I tell you where it's sold. I tell you where it's sold the most is if you go to an Indian restaurant to have a curry. Cobra beer tends to be one of the beers that's sold in these establishments, but it's a very crisp lager. Yeah.
Well, that's one thing I could say I never go for anymore. I don't do the curry anymore.
Is
you not know?
anyone a wine drinker here?
I love wine.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Give me advice.
Red wine.
Give me
yeah,
advice. My wife
Yeah.
is a red wine drinker, so
Yeah,
please
yeah.
give me some advice. Not
In what
local,
way?
but more.
Get her
Well,
red wine,
A
not
brand.
white.
Oh shit!
Well, you can never go wrong with Cabernet Sauvignon. Every red wine drinker
Coach
loves a good
D'Aron.
loves a
Is
good
that expensive?
Cabernet. Cabernet.
Coach D'Aron is a bit more expensive than normal. Or
Co-
Saint Emilion. Saint Emilion is a really nice red wine.
Well, you're from the UK. I don't know.
So-
That's import shit.
well, it's French, so it doesn't matter where we
Okay.
live. So yeah.
Well, if it's French, it's going to be Bordeaux. If it's American or Australian or
Actually,
Chilean, it'll
I think
probably
we
be
need your wife on the show for this segment. I need to know what the perfect wine is for red wine for my wife. What would she say? She's in the comments, so we'll see.
Well, yeah. All right.
Like
She's
name?
very good. I mean,
Do you have
Like
a-
the name?
Yes, I'm.
Well, we like
stupid.
cake bread. Cake bread.
baked bread's good.
Do you have
They
a
make
brand
a
called,
nice dark. You cannot even see any light through that thing. You hold that up to 1,000-watt light, it's black. It's beautiful wine.
Really?
Dark, rich
Okay.
baked bread.
Do you have
Cake bread,
one called
good stuff.
Yellowtail, which is an Australian red?
Yeah,
Yellowtail.
we
that's,
get-
cheap.
that's weak.
No,
It's
you
weak.
don't tell
Really?
us.
Oh my
Yellowtail.
God.
it's real cheap.
Oh my God. It's
Garbage.
it's quite expensive here. Seriously.
Really?
Yeah.
Like
It's
cake bread.
$12.
Cake bread's expensive. Like the Yellowtail, it's like dirt cheap.
Yeah, cake bread's
Wow.
probably what in the $15 for a bottle.
No. I think it's quite a bit
20,
more than
25.
that. No, I mean the ones we had because I don't buy them, so I'm just getting them from. But the ones we have are like $50-$60.
Oh,
Right.
that
I
I
took
think
a
you can get
picture
them
of what
cheaper.
your
They
wife
might
just
have. You might have like a good vintage, a couple years old, maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think we got some bottles. I can go look.
I mean, the average price of red wine here would be, say, £5 or £6, but then
But you
like
pay
something like
tax.
Yellowtail would be like £7 or £8, £9.
Oh, well, yeah, that's
Oh, I see Mrs. Lip coming over with a bottle of cake bread right now.
All right,
it's not cake bread.
I took a picture of what she said. Thank you, Smokesteve's wife.
oh,
What she
Emily.
said. Wait,
that's
wait.
good shit.
Miss Lip. Miss Lip has something to say.
That's a good
doesn't-
wine she named right there.
It doesn't
Emily
say. It does say on the back here. Let me read.
What's it say? Come on. Hook it up.
Kings Row.
What is it?
It's signed by somebody. Kings Row.
Jesus.
Now, can I get that in the state of
signed by
Pennsylvania or
what?
Florida?
Oh, it's signed by the maker. There we go.
Oh, can I get that here?
I don't know.
Looks
What?
nice.
2011 Napa Valley red wine.
Oh, yeah, that's 11 years
Oh,
old.
wow.
Oh, yeah. That's good shit, buddy.
I will look for it, but
a
I
buddy of
doubt
mine
I'll find
gives
it.
me
But
those bottles.
thank her for what she just produced.
And Melion, that's another one to look out for.
What's that?
The one
Million?
my lady said there, Smokesteve wife, Emilion.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
took a picture of
Saint
that.
Emilion. Yeah, it's beautiful wine. French.
Hey, look, it's LDG of Geeks. Enjoy. Hey, how you doing, buddy? Join in. I won't make you wait an hour this time, I promise. Sorry about that last time.
But
He's the man.
I don't know shit about wine. I become extra sensitive when I drink wine, so I don't drink wine.
We
So-
bought a box of wine recently, and dude, I know, it's a plastic bladder of wine.
It doesn't
inside
fucking matter. Does it do the
Oh,
job?
I was thinking a box of like wine bottles, but you're talking
No.
about a box with a bladder filled with wine.
Yes, okay. And it was $22, and it's 4 bottles of wine. And after like 3 days, I was like, the thing is, you can't see the fucking wine inside the box, so you're just drinking away like some kind of a fucking maniac on this thing. And then all of a sudden, you pick it
Runs
up
out.
and it's fucking light as a feather. You're like, we just drank 4 bottles of wine? What is wrong with us? Yeah, that's why it doesn't work. You need to have that visual cue. You're like, okay, I'll have another glass and then we'll leave a little for tomorrow.
Well-
With the box, you're just fucking hog wild. Woo! Fucking going crazy in that
Well, you-
motherfucker.
Last
Hey.
Dance seems like a person that's civilized. I wonder what he drinks. Is there any wine you drink?
He
I'm not a
drinks
wine
rum
guy.
Pretty much straight.
Yeah, wine guy? Okay, cool.
No.
All right.
Straight rum, brother.
I like rum. I like
I'm
whiskey.
a whiskey guy, so that's where I'm at. So peanut whiskey, but
I like
not
vodka.
You like
I've got to
nuts,
try.
right?
I've got to try that. I've got to try some peanut whiskey. I've got to get a
Oh,
bottle of that.
Really got it.
It's screwball. It's in America, so I don't know if you have that over there.
No, I
but
just have to
it's
order it
very
and get
nice.
it get it sent over because that sounds well cool.
Well, how you like Jameson?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
Dippy
Yeah,
Derrick,
Irish-
Ryan,
Irish
Dippy
wine.
Derrick. Wine is
Irish
gay.
wine.
Wine is gay. Thank you.
Well, that's
Speaking
for
of
my
gay,
woman.
does Topple, do you have pants on by any chance?
Yes, I do. Come on.
It's just not zipped. Oh, there we go.
You been
Just
doing
making
your
sure.
push-ups?
I'm
Just
not.
For all,
making sure.
listen,
Let's
for all we
not-
know, none of us have pants on. We don't show them.
Is there anything wrong with that though? Oh no. I
No,
think we-
no.
Not that there's
Trust
anything
me.
wrong with it.
I had a friend for years. This guy never wore a fucking shirt. He had barely any muscle tone ever, but it was just because
Where he
It was
lived?
hot.
Where you lived?
he didn't care. He was like one of those guys, and his lady would stop there. He'd be like, "You could stay at our house for a few weeks, buddy," and then they'd go off somewhere else and stay somewhere else for a few weeks. Dude never wore a shirt in the summer.
Is that a bit like the character Randy? Is it out of the Trailer Park Boys? He never wears a shirt. Is that, am I right?
I don't know that character, but he's a cool dude, a friend of mine, and dude would never
Hang on a
ever
minute.
wear.
You've never watched the Trailer Park Boys?
Yeah, I know the name, but I never really
It's
watched.
funny. It's funny. It's Canadian, isn't it? But it's funny.
Yes,
it's funny.
it is.
Worth checking out. I promise. Yeah, you'd love it, Steve. You'd love it. Seriously, you'd love it.
Is it on the level of like Jackass, that sort of thing?
No,
No,
this
it's
is
like a
about-
scripted type thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
more
It's like
uh,
Seinfeld, but like Hoosiers in
On
Canada.
weed.
Is
It's
it like the
guys that are
kids
on
in the
weed.
hall?
So
No, it's not like a script. No, not like a script show like Saturday Night Live is. It's more. It's like a comedy, a sitcom, But it's
yeah,
based
on a
off
trailer
these.
park.
Yeah, these Canadian losers that live in Canada in a trailer
Oh.
park.
Steve, check it out. I swear
What
to God,
were those
you'll love
guys that would come on from Canada?
Here?
Yeah, that they
Were
were
they
always
from Canada? Are you thinking of the piss jug guy?
the Piss Jug guys. Yeah,
Were they from Canada?
I thought they were
Where
from
did you come
Canada.
up with Canada? What the fuck is that?
What, weren't they from Canada? Where was
I don't
it
know.
from
I
Michigan?
wasn't. I don't
Jesus,
know.
if you remember Canada, maybe now. I'm
Maybe they were
questioning.
from Canada. Who knows?
Were they? I thought they were just Americans.
Yeah,
There was the
Well-
piss jug men was their
Piss
official.
Jug Man.
Yeah.
You can't. Those guys were genius.
And the one guy was the only one he spoke for them all.
Right.
He spoke for all piss jug men.
They had a dab
everywhere.
They had a like pretty nice looking dab rig, which is like a bong that you smoke like really concentrated hash forms of like cannabis through. So you heat the thing up with the torch, then you drop this what they call wax in there, which is like pure fucking THC, and then you take massive hits of it. And I noticed that that's what they were doing when they were kind of bullshitting with us. So they were like really fucking high. Like this thing gets you so zooted, man.
We have been corrected by your wife. They're from Michigan.
Michigan. Okay, yeah. Piss jug, man. I thought that sounded more right.
Yep.
Somebody who said Canada.
Some idiot.
Yes. That's that
you.
liberal. That's that liberal
God
idiot.
damn liberal.
I knew it was a
fucking
disease.
Wow. So Cypher left, but I'm sure he's still watching. Hi, Cypher. How you doing, buddy?
Maybe now that Tap will put his shirt back on, he left.
That was real.
It was heated.
I'm not
Should
talking
we
about
check-
it. I'm not
You
talking
wanna-
about it.
It was heated.
Avoid,
No.
avoid. Are you putting up the two hands? Like if you're directing a crane, you're saying stop, stop.
That's
avoid.
not how you direct a train.
I think they had to get it out of their
Actually,
system.
yes.
Yes, you got it there. So, yeah, that means stop. Like I already Smokesteve might have been away. We both have disagreements. We know where we stand, and I will not talk trash unless he's here. Where he can rebuttal me and talk trash back.
I agree.
You're a
I'm
good
not that
man.
kind of person. I'm not. That's not how I'm built. I had disagreements tonight, and he was here, so
All right.
I saw from the chat I was wrong, but I don't care. It is what it is.
Did she
Yeah.
miss the Bickersons? My
Yeah, she
lady's
sure
asking.
did. She missed it.
I mean, it was firing. I was trying to
I'm
say
an-
something, but it was
but
like
I'm an
this
asshole.
crazy
I'm an asshole. I know that.
firing of like comments back and forth. I was like, I couldn't get
No,
it.
but
Legit.
the
I'm
back
an
and
asshole.
forth. The back and forth. I mean, you guys don't get, but him and Happy Dog. I mean, it's just like, really, guys.
That's
I mean,
not me. That's not me.
I didn't
don't
say it
get
was. I'm
involved
just
with
saying.
that.
This was
When
the
you start
junior
going,
version.
when you
This was
go
the
like
junior
on and
version.
on and on
Lee,
and on
Lee,
and on.
Yes, yes.
Are you joining our Discord right now?
Yeah, no, I will join it though. I just
Okay.
haven't-
And-
let me see. Hang on, full screen. Let me see if I've had. Did they
Get on our
say-
Discord.
Oh
and I'm not-
yeah. I've got it. Yeah. I've got it.
Cool,
I've got it there.
cool.
So, yeah,
And
cool, I
anybody
will.
like Tesla Rocks wants to join, they better get their ass on here. But I'm just saying,
Tesla rocks. He's a real nut.
and I'm not asking for anybody to agree with anybody. It's just two people that have disagreement with each other.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's
yeah.
all it is.
Yeah.
I think we got 30 people on there. That Discord's growing. You know, every
Hey,
Oh,
what's
every once in a
that's
while,
fucking-
I'll
You
see
talking
some
yourself
people.
up.
I
Hey, by the
am.
way, Smokesteve, we got 22 upvotes.
that's something.
That's a
And
record, I think.
Let me give you another one.
22
Also-
likes.
Yeah, I
Awesome.
can upvote myself too. But hey,
Yeah.
well,
I had a
forgot what I was gonna
disagreement. Lee. Also,
Yeah.
there's a trigger warning. That's where you're from, right? You're
Yeah,
New
that's
Haven.
right, yeah, that's right.
There's another Discord just like that, which someone will pop in the link for you. You can
Okay.
join that one too.
that's
okay.
the one. We got to join
Yes.
all discords.
Yes.
Yeah, the more the merrier.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm
No
not
problems.
trying to.
No problems. I'll join it definitely.
But I'm not like at the end of the day, everyone knows people that have two disagreements with each other, and that's just how it goes.
yeah, absolutely.
I've never had a disagreement with anyone.
Oh, fuck you, Aphid. I had many disagreements with you. Who's typing away?
It's
Sorry.
that liberal. He like pounds
God
on it
damn
with
it.
his fist. It just makes
What?
us feel bad because we have nothing else going on. We're
Yeah,
just
it sounds
here.
like his keys have like a half an inch of travel. Like they're the old, really tall ones. They're not like the short 1/8 of an inch ones.
It's an abacus.
Yeah, really.
Hey, it's a Mac. It's better than you are. Just don't forget that. At least
a
that's what
Mac.
I'm told.
That's the Mac 1 for all of you.
Well, my biggest question is why is Tesla Rocks holding out, not coming on here? That's a good
Tesla
dude.
Rocks is
He's been on.
strange.
On here?
I think he's been on at least once before.
No,
Did he come
he's
on?
never been on.
Never been on? Not
He's
everybody's
Right,
comfortable.
gents, I'm
Definitely
going to have to
join.
say good night now. It's 3:30.
All right, Lee.
All right,
yeah.
Lee.
And I'm
Okay,
out with the
Lee.
family tomorrow. I've stayed up much too late, but it's been worth
Oh,
it. It's been.
I'm
it's
so
been lovely
sorry.
to-
I'm so sorry.
No, don't be silly. It's been
Great to have
Well,
lovely to
since
see-
they
lovely to
closed
speak
all
to
the
you.
other pubs in that terrible country you live in, at least you have one you can come to.
It was great
That's
having
true.
you.
That's true. And
You have
yeah,
a
look
wonderful
forward to-
night and have a
You too.
wonderful week.
Yeah, it's going to be just sleep now, and yeah, I'll see you all next week. So take care, look after yourselves, and it's been lovely to catch up with you again.
Oh.
Seriously.
All
All right.
Have a great night. And great
Yeah,
week.
you too. Take care. All right. Bye-bye.
See you later.
Bye. See you later. Bye, Steve. Bye.
Peace.
Bye.
So polite, those Brits. Just
I know.
warm feeling
Yeah.
inside.
Us Americans are so fucked up.
In
Too
private,
many
they hate us.
goodbyes, in my opinion. Like 6 or 7 goodbyes.
Yeah.
Well, there's 4 of
Just-
us, so you
just
got to say
le-
at least
just
4 times.
leave.
All right.
No.
What the
No,
fuck
Lee-
does that
Lee-
mean? I have an
Lee's still
Android.
watching. I know Lee. Everyone who signs off watches to see like a minute of what people talk shit about.
Not me. When I'm gone, I'm upstairs.
No, Lee's still
I'm
here.
usually
So
about ready
Lee,
to pass out.
You've been great.
Yes.
Just next time, one quick goodbye and be like, "All right, fuckers, I'm out." Lee
Making-
signing off, bitches.
Man, you're making a lot of rules.
Fuck y'all.
We're gonna have to do homework before we come on, just to know
All right.
how to exit.
What else did
Yeah.
I miss tonight? I missed the whole.
Oh,
2
Smokesteve
hours.
went
He-
through the whole Boston bombing thing.
It
and
was
it was
Was it
quite dramatic.
Were the problems around you? Should I say?
No, he was talking about how the Supreme Court reinstated the death penalty,
Okay.
and he kind of went through just what Tsarnaev's bombs did
right.
in dramatic fashion.
Yeah, and we needed to
And,
be reminded of that every once in a while.
All right,
It was-
well,
it was- you got to
I'm a
watch
weird
it.
person. I will watch this tomorrow. Actually, the beginning
you.
part.
That's
the way to
do it.
I am a weird person with that. So
Oh, I do too. I always skip through to everything I say. I just like, fast forward past
just
what
to
you
see
guys
if
say.
fucked up.
Well, now this one's like 4 hours and 35 minutes. Like,
yeah, it's gonna take till.
unless your screen is 3.5 feet wide, like, how do you even find anything on that scroll bar on the bottom? It's like ridiculous how you
To
go
be
from
honest-
one section to another. It's like a quarter inch is 40 minutes. It's
Yeah.
Right.
You know,
Well,
when
to
it's
be
this
honest, nights like this, when I drink a lot, I kind of watch to see how fucked up I was and how messed up I said shit was, just so that way I'm ready.
you're pretty good now.
Well, now, but not earlier.
No, I mean not up to this point. Like you really suck.
Well,
at
no,
that
no,
thing
no, don't
now.
say that.
The hell
no.
was that? What is that? That peanut butter crap?
I will not discuss because I'm not sponsored by them. So
And both of you two like were drinking at exactly the same time on the bottom there. It was funny. Like,
Were we?
yeah, last dance, you put yours down. Malibu.
hey, cheers, everyone.
Malibu Black Rum.
Cheers.
It's empty now.
Look at
Oh,
you
you
guys. Man, I can't drink that rum. It freaked me out. It tasted odd, but
Oh, man.
I don't
What was
even
it?
know what rum tastes like. It
Man, I
tasted
love the
like
taste.
hot,
The-
like cinnamon and kind of like rum,
Well, you're-
like scotch.
Your
That's
basic
your.
is
That's the
Captain.
stuff. The Kraken.
Oh,
That-
really?
Wait, what?
Isn't that the rum? The other rum I got that you put me onto.
That's
Was-
good stuff. But the scotch I was just drinking
Oh, the Scotch.
tasted like cinnamon and hot.
Oh.
But then I was thinking after I freaked out that maybe that's just what scotch tastes like. Maybe I don't
Scotch
even
is
know.
very dry.
Yeah, I don't know. Now that we got it in my head, I shouldn't fuck with it. I'm not gonna touch that stuff.
Don't take aphids, because he drinks natty daddies. So
25 fluid ounces and 8%
Oh
alcohol.
yeah.
Go
Oh,
get yourself
yeah.
a natty daddy tonight.
What you got
I
in
still
there?
remember
That's not
that
an
that
Addy
time where you kind of got sick.
Right.
Off natty
Daddy.
daddy?
I missed that.
That was only about
Wasn't
a month
that
ago.
last week?
No,
It was just the way-
like 3 or
You
4
had
weeks
two
ago.
of them. You had
It
two.
was
of them.
just the way he got up and just kind of staggered a little. Then his face got this serious look.
I'll
and
tell
he
you what-
just disappeared off camera.
I'll
like,
tell you what happened. That was the night I think I was hosting, I think. It was two hosting shows ago, not the last one. And I got, you guys were all talking, and I got up and I went over there and I sat on the couch, and my wife had stepped outside because she was doing a little show prep, if you know what I mean, Smokesteve.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I get it
got to
now.
go outside for that. And she came back in, and there was like 2 of her, and I was like, "Holy shit!"
Nice.
And I
Party!
stumbled back over here, and I was like, "Oh man, I gotta shut the stream down, and I'll just
Oh,
let them
shit.
keep going." So I
What's
shut the
up?
stream down.
Oh,
What's
wait
wrong?
a second. Hold on. Is that him?
This is
Who's
me.
this?
Oh yeah, there he is.
There he is.
Oh, you gotta turn the YouTube feed off though.
Okay.
I think you got it. You're good. You're good.
Wow, look at that fan. You must
What's
be in
going on, my
Florida
man?
or Texas.
Hey, man.
Don't dox him. Don't dox him. All right.
It's a whole giant fucking state, dude. Jesus.
What's going on, Tesla? My man.
Hello.
Oh no, he's still.
Hello.
Oh,
Hey,
you still got some back feed going.
It's all
I'm
good.
sorry.
This is
It's an
cool.
Android. I've never done this, and I got a finger in the way. Sorry.
All right. How about this? Post a link for Tesla to join both Discords.
Yeah, I can, but
It's in the side chat. He can look there right now.
You can't see anything that was posted prior, though.
Sure,
is
he
that
can.
true?
No, I think he can.
Tesla, can you see on the private chat where the
Here, I'll hit
Discords
I'll hit
are?
it again.
You're
That's probably
No.
way too much for him to figure out.
Let's do it another time.
stop talking down to people. How you doing today, Tesla?
I'm all right, but I'm not prepared for talking.
Hey, it's all good. It's just
We don't-
free
you don't-
flow conversation.
I'm a real person.
Well, no,
I'm
we
glad to
know
hear
you're
that.
a
Good.
real
It's good to
person.
see you. Good to put a face with
good to
the
see you,
name.
buddy. Thank you for coming on.
Are you a Tesla owner?
I'm a,
Is that-
no, I like the band. Oh,
Yeah, he likes
Discord,
the band
okay.
Tesla. Tesla rocks, as in
R-O-C-K.
long.
Oh, this is Tesla Rocks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Hey, how you doing?
Very good. How we
Hello.
Good to see you, man.
This guy was
I'm,
awesome.
I'm downloading Discord as we speak. So,
There you go.
Awesome. It's nice to have you join.
Great to have you on.
Discord has
I,
its issues, but it's fun just to go
Tesla.
on post shit and fuck around, you know?
Tesla, do you have a laptop or a PC by any
no,
chance?
I'm on an Android, and
It's all
let's
good.
see here. I don't know if I can
Oh.
see y'all or.
No, I can see you, so
Yeah, we can see your TV screen or computer, whatever.
Yes.
But- do you have
Oh, he's
all
gone.
right.
We lost him.
Well,
No,
in the
it
future,
was-
if he has a mic, feel free to join.
Yeah,
we
It's
need
good
more
to-
people.
It's good to
Great-
see.
great
good
to
to
see him.
Tesla.
Yeah.
Rock.
We need
That's
more
absolutely-
people against AFED here. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's so many people that are on my side. They just back everything I say, isn't there?
Well, you're tough. You could take us all on.
I wouldn't mind. I prefer it that way, actually.
If I was in your spot, I'd be crying before after two
Could
people
be
ganged
Derek
up on
coming
me.
up with high praise for him.
Yeah.
What?
He says that with love.
Yeah, I know. Dippy Derek, I don't see your face
Oh,
on
this
here.
whole time, yeah, no shit.
Yeah, Dippy Derek's just a fucking nut. Yeah, I love the kid.
Cup of Tea wasn't around tonight. Hope he's
No.
all right. Sure, hope he's good.
I'm not getting that on my YouTube feed. I guess YouTube decided I'm not worth it anymore.
What are you not getting?
Well, I didn't get Dippy Derek's.
Yeah, I just realized that too because mine was on Top Chat. and I
Oh,
needed to
because he
change it.
said the F word.
Right. So yeah,
You gotta change it
switch
to
the
live chat.
Come
I
on.
always
you
forget
guys.
that. I always forget that. I
Is
always
that what it
forget
is? Oh,
Yep.
there it is.
I always forget that.
I wonder if Smokesteve's naked wife comment will be up there too.
What? What did I miss?
Well, I don't think I said that unless I mistyped something like completely.
The
I
funniest
don't even
thing-
remember where it was.
The funniest thing is though, like my wife doesn't watch these streams, but she's like
The
maybe
wife of your
all-
mulatto children?
Yes, Milano children. Yes.
Milano.
Well, she's like,
Octoroon.
what happens if the women one day take over your stream and have Aphid Lip's wife and Smoke Steve's wife on and just have
I don't know.
every woman on?
I tried to convince Mrs. Lip to join the Discord because Smoke Steve's wife was on there, and I was like, you don't have to put your face on there.
No,
you know?
no. Well, don't pressure her. You're such a dick.
Well, no, I didn't pressure. It's funny because there was a time when my wife used my LifeLeak account, and she was on LifeLeak while I was, because there was so much shenanigans going on. It was like a 24-hour. I didn't want to talk about it at the time because if I talked about like how much that affected my family, the people that did that to me would get,
They would just like it.
they would love the fact
It would
that
energize them even more.
But yeah, she was just as much a
my
part of
wife-
LiveLeak as I was.
My wife only joined Lively to join Jackie streams to play the games that she would play. And
Did she? I don't remember. What was
me and
was
her
she,
were on
did
there
she have a
one
different
time.
name?
She was Clo215.
I don't know.
You weren't probably around there.
Well, the games I kind of was like the games I thought were kind of lame, to be honest. No offense to your wife, but
the music.
I didn't
the
dig the games. Plus, Donnie was always sitting there on Google getting
Yeah, I
the answers
know.
and winning every
No,
time.
he has his phone up ready.
Right.
and
It was
tell him.
ridiculous. It was so stupid. That guy's not that smart to know
No,
every
stop,
answer within.
Stop. He's not here to
not.
defend himself. God
I
damn
don't
it.
care. I don't care. I mean,
you should get another pizza.
when
now.
people
Hey,
cross a
what's that-
line, it doesn't
What's
matter
that
if they're
red
here to.
can, Nathan?
It's a koozie.
Oh,
No,
Holding
shit.
a
What's
shock top.
inside the koozie?
It's a shock
metallic?
top.
it's the same old thing.
Same old shock top.
What is that?
Shock top? It's a beer.
Wheat,
It's a Belgian white.
Oh, a Belgian beer.
It's nasty.
That's cute.
Totally cloudy.
Fuck off.
It's cloudy.
It's not my
That's
choice. It's my
cute.
choice. But Mrs. Lip likes them, and you can get 15 in a case for $13.99.
You know,
so
I'm
it's not
getting the
that bad.
sense that, despite Jews being called cheap, you would make a great Jew because you are just always talking about the bargains.
I've been mistaken for Jew
I mean,
more than once.
You remind
think
me of
it's
the
the-
cheap Jews that I knew in my childhood.
The the cheap Jew, not just the Jews, the cheap Jews.
The
I
cheap
reminded you
Jews,
of. But a friend of mine owned a restaurant in a nice part of St. Louis, and he owned it with his partner and everything. And we could go there and eat
He
for
was
free.
gay.
No, he wasn't gay. He was a Lebanese. He was Lebanese, and we could go there and eat for free. And everybody that worked for him was Lebanese, and because all those foreign guys, they stick together. But I don't know how, it had been years and years and years that I had dealt with this guy. And I don't know if it was because of Lent or what came up that I was Catholic. And he was like, for all these years, I thought you were a Jew.
What? You don't look
But-
nothing like off-feed liberal.
I don't think I wouldn't, if I saw him Last Dance, I would never think he was Jewish. He doesn't.
I'm only half Jewish, so I mean,
He doesn't have that.
Oh, you're
over-
only half.
I'm only 50%. Actually,
He doesn't. He doesn't have
more
that.
like 60%.
He doesn't have that
out.
overwhelming Jewish look to him.
No.
Does anybody here?
No, he
really
looks
look at
about
Richard?
half Jew.
You can see the half Jew in him.
Unfortunately, it's not symmetric.
It's only the right side.
He doesn't look like Howard Stern.
No, he's more like 3/4 Jew. Easy. Maybe, even 80%.
Well, to be honest, do any of you guys really care about religion one bit?
No, not
No.
one bit.
No,
If that's why.
I don't want to. Well, I don't want to say. I don't want to say I don't care about it. 'Cause-
Well, are you a religious person? How about that?
He's
We
smart,
Well,
isn't he?
Steve was a Catholic boy that never got picking. for the.
I cannot
But
sit here and
I'm
claim
not
that
Catholic anymore. I'm not Catholic.
I cannot sit here and claim that I'm very religious. No, I cannot say that.
I have long renounced. I have long renounced Catholicism.
What is it? Agnostic? Is that the one that wants to believe that it's possible?
You're a Gnostic?
Is that it? Yeah, I think that's what it is.
I think that's we'll let you get away with that.
My biggest problem with religion is and my son came up with this totally on his own, and I there was nothing I could say to him, because we were trying to. He's never been really involved with any church, and I was growing up, not super involved, but enough where I could make decisions on my own, and we wanted to give that. It's not like we think that, it's wrong to take him to a church or something. So we went and he tried recently, and he was like, what I don't understand is that they're saying, because they were basically saying something about these people that lived on the other side of the world, that had different beliefs than him, were going to go to hell automatically. And he's like, how is that fair when they're just born there, And that was always my biggest problem too. So he doesn't go to church now. And I'm not going to make him go to church.
That's a good boy.
That kind of clear logic will get him in trouble when he's in
I know. I know.
He wasn't never an altar boy. Never got the
my son?
Yeah.
I wasn't either.
I know someone was an altar boy and never got picking.
I went through the whole process of being First Communion or Holy Communion, whatever it's called.
Come on, get your ass on here.
I don't know.
So did you get a confirmation name?
No, I don't. Get a different name?
Yeah, then it would be like Aphid Beagle Lip.
No, I don't remember anything about a different name or anything. One of the problems with I have is one of the big problems. One, I always feel like, part of me feels like there is some kind of different power. Like, I almost feel like, and it's been nothing but good to me over my life that the people that have died, the people I was close to and that care about me, are looking down on me, and that might have regret if I do something that I shouldn't do. So in that aspect of me, I think that it's important to hold on to that, because it helps me out.
So
like
you
that
think?
As was said in. Well, I don't want to quote a movie about something like that. All right, forget it.
So you think your parents are watching when you and Miss Aphid are having a night out?
No, not so much.
Don't ruin it for him. It's helping him.
But in my life, I've definitely, positively, 100% made decisions for the better because I was concerned with how the people that have died might be looking down on me and have thought badly of my decisions.
Is that's that Catholic guilt.
Maybe.
No. It's not Catholic guilt.
The people who died are looking down upon me. Come on, that's.
Do you know any other religions though? That's
to be honest, and to be honest with you, like the whole thought of if you die, like there is nothing for eternity after that. That is extremely depressing. The thought that there is a chance that there is something.
Yeah, that's why they invented religion.
That's why religion exists.
But there's nothing wrong with that comfort in my life,
I agree. I would never,
because the just the thought of just absolutely nothing for eternity is frightening and will keep you up at night. So
I don't know. Is it more frightening than having to have these pubs for eternity?
Well, there's one thing that's comforting.
Every Saturday night forever, you're going to be on here.
There's one thing that's comforting about it. Because your existence ends, you won't know that it ended. It's just
I don't know, man. I mean, just eternity of nothingness is just horrible. I just don't.
Right,
it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
What it says is that we're all just a science experiment. We're all just a group of chemical reactions that goes for a long time, and then when it ends, you're dead, and your soul is gone.
Here's the other thing too, like when okay, so like we most of us probably, besides Last Dance, we all believed in Santa Claus, and I don't look back at myself.
I believed
when
in Santa Claus.
Oh, did you? Okay,
Yes.
so you'll know what I'm saying. When I look back on myself as a child,
Holy
before I was
shit!
like,
Look who it is! Our old boy!
oh, there he is.
Oh, great to see you, buddy.
When I was a kid and thought of Santa Claus, I don't look back at myself and think, "Oh, what an idiot! I can't believe he thought in Santa Claus." So so there you go.
Well, no. So honestly, Aphid, when you pass away, where do you think? What do you think happens?
I
How about
I don't have.
He's
enough.
agnostic. He doesn't care about the details.
No.
I don't have.
I
enough
don't know. I can
biblical.
answer you. I don't
have
know.
enough. I don't have enough knowledge of any
So
religion to.
you believe when you pass away, nothing happens. You're just dead. There's nothing.
I choose not to
Oh, you
really think
pussy.
about it. Yeah,
You pussy.
it's exactly.
He believes that
I will
in
take
some
that.
form he'll have an afterlife.
I hope.
And
I hope.
or
I
he
hope I
wants
make
to
that
believe
peace. Yeah. What I'm saying is I don't want to rule that out for making that
That's
connection
fine.
before I
So
die.
you believe there's something, but you don't.
When I
know
take that
what
when I
it
take
is.
that last breath, I just want that little bit of security is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So I
gotcha.
want there to be a chance, where if I say now, yeah, I'm an atheist. I don't believe there's any chance of any afterlife or any superior power. Well, I don't want to be a hypocrite and come back on that, when
that's just
I know I'm having a heart
pussy
attack and I'm taking my then
So
I'll
you're
take
just
I'll
putting
take that. That's
you're putting a
fine.
security blanket
That's
on.
fine. I'm not too
That's all
proud
you're
to say
doing.
that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a common reaction of.
Really?
I'm not going to lie about it and say that there's anything else to it. Yeah, that
man
is
of
the
the
honest
cloth
truth.
would say, "How can you renounce religion?
Well,
Would you
how about
renounce
a
it
man
on your
that
deathbed?"
followed the call off, like you, Smokesteve?
What?
You believe?
What?
What do you believe after you pass away? What do you think happens?
It's over.
It's over. Nothing.
The switch is shut off. Yeah.
Okay.
It goes back to that earlier conversation we talked about where would you rather have life in prison or the death penalty? Absolutely, without a doubt.
Penalty.
I would
This is
take the
exactly-
life in prison.
I sure would.
Motherfucker,
I was
Not
talking
even
about.
not even an ounce of question about
No,
that
The,
answer.
the
put me to
desire
death.
for humans to want to stay alive is overwhelming unless you're fucking crazy. Everyone wants to live.
And I tell you what,
Let's bring in Mr. Jimmy Savile.
Hey!
Motherfucker.
what's up,
I
Gunner?
All
I
right,
came
let's
in
change
just to
subject.
argue.
Gooner will fix it.
Jimmy, how you doing, my boy?
Oh, I'm doing good, Tops. Oh, well, no, I'm
It's good
annoyed
seeing
because you put your shirt back on.
Yeah, that
Sort
really,
of. I mean,
yeah.
My next drink,
he's still showing a lot of
I'll
skin,
take
though.
the shirt off.
So it's still
All
pretty
right.
hot.
We're crossing over the 5 hour. You better hope there's a next drink.
454.
I've been drinking
And
for
that
the
scotch
last
is sitting
8
outside,
hours.
too.
So,
I got a
All
lot of
right,
energy.
so-
I don't know why.
all right. Well,
Add a little
Alfie,
bit of
It's all this
You know
youth
what?
around you.
here's my problem.
No,
Alfie
that's not
doesn't
it.
ever join in the
It's
conversation.
the ground.
No, that's not it either.
Alfie, when
No,
you
that's
die,
definitely not it.
Alfie, when you die, where do you go?
Me? I
Yes,
feel
where
exactly
do
the way
you go?
Smokesteve does.
Okay, I'm in the same boat.
Lights out.
Dave?
You're done.
Aphed's the only one that's trying to pretend like he has some kind of favor.
I have total respect for that, though. I really do.
I'm not like beating around the bush about it. I'm not sitting here
Yeah,
and
you
trying
are.
to tell
You're
you.
beating around the bush.
No. I'm just
yeah, you're
leaving.
like-
I'm leaving it there in
Yes.
case.
You're
I
leaving the
wanna-
door open just a little bit. He's not closing the door completely.
That's
So when
exactly
you get to
right.
the gates, they're not going to bring up this stream. They're going to be like, "Hey, motherfucker!"
I like to believe in the 100 virgins thing.
Oh,
I'm
yes,
going with that. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I never-
go
I never understood that.
Have you
on
ever
my
been with a
deathbed.
virgin?
Allah.
What do the girls got to look forward to?
Yeah,
Well,
I was
you
about
know-
to say.
Me? what are you talking about?
What the
You know, it sounds like a lot, but if you're
So you're smoking?
out there for eternity, 100's not money at all. You're going to be bored after 10,000 years. I mean,
100 chicks. That's,
yeah, that's good for the first 1,000 years. But after that, you're going to want some more variety. You're going to want a new set.
Now,
I mean, you can tell them to cut their hair, and you teach them how to suck dick properly.
I don't know, you'll do better than I will with the 100 virgins.
Let's see. You just teach them, you know.
now,
That's how a haram works, okay?
I believe Carl Sagan, before he passed away, said that he could not prove 100% that there was no higher power.
Of course you can't prove that.
So?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
I'm in good company. Is what
I'm not saying I could prove it. I'm saying I don't believe it. I call it belief.
Well, the simple way to look at it is that humans exist just like all things exist. That those things exist for a time, and then their existence comes to an end. And to try to apply some fantastical thing onto the end of it that says that their existence continues after their earthly body dies really doesn't make any sense. I don't understand it at all. I mean, if you could somehow try to prove that to me, that would be incredible, but it doesn't seem at all possible that there is anything after the chemical reaction of life ceases to exist that you're going to say there's still something there. Just because why? You fear death? Maybe. Is that why? I don't know.
That's it. That's 100% of why.
I mean, I'm just being a realist.
This is hilarious.
I just want to answer Biscuit in the chat, and why does it matter?
Where's the biscuit say?
If they're not women, nobody said that the 100 virgins were women. Why?
Oh, that's true.
Well, to be honest,
why does that matter?
Well, maybe some of us are pickier than you are.
I'll take whatever I can get. Last time.
What'd you say?
Any of you been with a virgin before, though?
I don't know if I can answer.
I have.
I don't know if I can answer that question.
Well, you know what? Your wives are around, so that's okay if you don't answer. But the other two, come on.
Oh, they squirt like a motherfucker.
What, Red?
This chick did. No! What, like that scene in the what, that scene in the fucking Shining or whatever it is, with the elevator.
I just don't.
Oh yeah, I didn't.
Maybe I shouldn't go there. I shouldn't have gone there. I'm sorry.
Probably not. I know where you're going, and
yes.
I don't think there's. I don't know what the big deal is
with that.
I would rather have an experienced woman than a virgin.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know. Virgins you can teach.
Oh no! You can't.
I don't want to teach. I want someone to teach me.
Yes.
You're lazy. You're both just lazy lovers. I get you. You just want to lay there.
I want someone to teach me things I don't know that are still amazing.
Oh, God.
Have you ever had a finger up the pooper though? I mean, that's.
Well, like everybody knows, it's 1 in the pink and 2 in the stink.
2 in the
no.
Two.
It's 2 in and 1 in the.
Are you sure?
Yeah, the thumb.
Oh, whoa, thumb.
Oh, okay. I thought the thumb was easy because you can grab an ass as well.
Man, we are gonna get censored here in a big way.
I'm sorry. Jimmy joined. I'm not allowed to talk when he's around.
Oh, here we go.
What? Why?
Here's Johnny.
That's how the discussion went. Well,
Jimmy, Johnny?
Jimmy
Savile.
Me.
Oh, that's
Jimmy.
That's
Jimmy
our
Savile.
old buddy.
No, we don't say names here, though.
Well, random goon is going to dox him.
Like that's
hell, fuck that random goon guy.
Well, this guy's like
that's what it says on his driver's license. Random
he's a
goon.
streamer. We don't want to deface like what he says here. People might not want to join.
No, deface all the way. Go for it.
Speaking of finding out too much about random goon, I noticed that there was a fake Chatterbait account because I went and looked for it and it was not there.
No.
I was like, Does he really? I want to see if he really does have an account. And he doesn't. And I'll tell you. I'll tell
memo
you
to
something.
self. Avid Lip is very gullible.
I'll tell you something even funnier. And then you guys know who he is. Well, most of you do. But back when the whole thing, when Mrs. Lip was on Live Leak a lot, there was in a Skype group that guy that was on my show the last time, Pope. You guys remember? He was from Canada and was okay.
Yes.
So one night years ago, he was drunk and he thought he was gonna go on ChatterBait and he was gonna get all this money from all these chicks, and we're like, dude, it's gonna be nothing but gay dudes that are like trolling, that are all on there into you and want to give you money. He's like, no, it's gonna be all a bunch of hot chicks. You guys just don't know.
I mean, either way though, if it's cash, it's cash.
Well,
right?
I mean, no.
So,
I honestly know a dude around here that does escorting, and I'm not going to dox him or anything, but he will take male clients because they'll pay.
Well,
even though he's not gay, he'll just do. All right, I'll take it for like £200. Or
well, he
$250.
He went on there and his name was Nugget Man on ChatterBait.
Nugget.
And we all went on there, and at the time Mrs. Lip had access to all my accounts, and she's like, I gotta ask you, what's this ChatterBait Nugget Man guy all apart? I don't think she said man, but she's like, what's this Nugget Man? Were you on ChatterBait? What's this all about? And I was like, so I tried to explain it to her.
So
you know?
All right, okay. I won't go there.
And now you're divorced, right?
No.
Oh, I'm joking.
Interesting. Good story.
Oh shit. I love when Jimmy's on. My question to Smokesteve is, why do you challenge Jimmy on his streams with the music you put up there?
Oh, it's not a challenge.
It looks like a challenge.
I don't know. Like what, Bob Marley last night? That was fun, wasn't it?
I wasn't around for that, but you put on one. I forget what song it was.
Buckethead
was
Jordan.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is a total challenge for any guitar player, but anyone who likes music, that is a cool tune. The guy crams more notes into that thing than it's like Vivaldi for strings. It's unbelievable how many notes he puts in.
I have to admit, I hate his persona, but he's a great guitarist. Buckethead.
Buckethead, yeah.
Yeah, but
You
that
don't like
why
the whole
Buckethead?
That reminds me, Goon. It was a couple weeks ago. I got to, because your show comes on Friday night. Like it's one of the busiest times of my work week, so
Right.
I can't catch it as often as I wish I could. But I posted "Message in a Bottle" by the Police, and I guess there was some kind of copyright thing or you had to buy it or something, and you couldn't play it.
I think I had to buy it.
And the only reason I posted that is because I saw Dave Grohl talk about how he almost broke his hand trying to play that song, and how difficult it was. So I'm like, I made a note of it and I saved it, and I was like, oh, next time I get on there, I'm gonna request that song to see if he has a hard time with it.
Right, I'm gonna buy that actually just to see if I break my arm.
He said it was one of the most difficult songs he ever had to. He's like, I don't even understand how they do it.
I know you have to.
But now he is a drummer. He's not a guitar player. But
yeah, that Andy Summers had some real stretch on some really wacky chords for those tunes. Like,
yeah, he said it was the most difficult song he's ever had to play.
Like multiple fret stretch.
So I made a note of it, and I was like, oh, I can't wait.
You want to see him break his hand?
I want to see him struggle. Well, it's really impressive. I really have a good time every time I get a chance to watch it. I suggest anybody watch, because it is really cool. You know,
what does that mean? It's some joke, and I'm not getting it.
What's Stairway to Heaven?
Stairway to Heaven.
It's band.
It's like a forbidden song.
Oh, here we go. The guitar's out.
Why is it forbidden?
Because so many people want to play it.
Yeah, everyone goes into a guitar store and plays that.
Yeah, it's like
people play it the wrong way too.
Yeah, Smoke on the. That's the only song I know is "Smoke on the Water."
I don't know.
Right, ban him now.
That might be too many
Kick him
notes.
out of the guitar store.
That might be too many notes.
How about this, Smoke Steve? Could you play the goddamn Foo Fight or not Red Hot Chili Pepper song that you requested to Jimmy?
I can kind of play it.
Which one was that?
Like, I don't know guitars.
Heyo, Snow Heyo.
Yes.
Oh,
Is that the most
yeah.
difficult song to play?
Yeah.
It's hard.
Is that the most
Yeah.
difficult song?
No, it's not by any means. It's just a tough combination of chords and picking that's quick, but it's a fun thing for guitar players to try, I think. Don't you, Goon? I mean, it's like... It's
a fun song, yeah.
It's
No, I do agree.
challenging. It's not like that Buckethead...
When you see it for the first time, and you're like, okay.
Yeah. Like that Buckethead Jordan song is ridiculous when he does the solo and he starts really flying around the place. The Chili Peppers tune, if you play it like a couple hours, you can get it pretty good. You know, you can.
Yeah, but you threw it at me once. I'm like, oh, okay.
But you already knew it. You said that.
I know the song to hear, but not to play. No.
What he's saying is you should request it every time he goes on.
Yeah, every time. Yeah,
that way he'll practice it and he'll learn it. That's what he's saying.
To be honest with you, I only do that. I only do Pantera just to see Jimmy get pissed off.
Fucking
And actually, one song that I requested, I didn't think it was going to be difficult, was Blues Traveler. I requested Hook. I didn't realize it would be that difficult. And you were like, you motherfucker.
Oh, yeah, that was really tough. I remember that now.
I didn't realize it would be that difficult. It was just a random song I put out there.
Yeah, that is a random song. I do like Hook.
But I'll try anything, you know. Fuck it. Why not?
I know. That's why I love you, Jimmy. Now, Cypher's not here. I can talk about my homosexual. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, a couple beers. I'll be right back.
But
I'd suck your dick, Topple, if Cypher was here.
Boy, I think he's probably
I'm feeling a little uncomfortable.
I'm sorry I even brought it up. I'm a dickhead for even bringing it up.
I'm joking.
I'm pretty confident that YouTube is not going to listen through 5 hours of this just to get to this part where they're going to be forced to censor it. So I think we're okay, but
there's some Asian kid that's loving you right now. Oh, he's liberal. They're watching this for YouTube's sake, and they're like, I reckon the outfit really well.
Jimmy, I know you want to talk about COVID or the Ukraine. Let's do this.
Ukraine.
Oh, I'm pissed off with the
Irania.
war.
I don't forget what it's called.
That was solid. Ukrainian.
We will allow Ukraine.
Roll, homie.
So, Afed, is your wife sitting next to you watching this?
No,
I'm
she's
always
in a different part.
curious.
No, she's in a different part. On watching. Well, she's not there now. She's upstairs, I think, because I just went outside to take I just went outside to take a nice outdoor backyard pee, which is nice.
Yes,
it's a nice weather back there. Anyway, no, she's watching on a different part of the basement. Like there's a couch, like a little living room set up
in the yard.
Huh?
But now she knows that you peed in the yard.
Oh, she sees me go out there pee in the yard all the time.
In the morning, she goes out to smell the morning dew, and she smells piss.
the ammonia. I imagine it's just like a racehorse. So.
Oh man!
Well, those daddies, damn right.
It's like a yellow cable coming out of you.
Well, I'll tell you,
there's a trough.
It doesn't smell.
What?
I never smell it.
Did you
piss
live
outside?
close?
It doesn't.
I smell my son. My son used to piss right next to the tree. I can smell it every time.
Out in the backyard, like the next day.
Well, I got a pool somewhere outside a lot, so Yes,
kind of
I would
tree
be able
was
to.
it?
Yeah, we're outside all the time. I'm just telling you, you're not. If you go out there tomorrow, you're not gonna smell my pee that I just did
You
tonight.
don't see the yellow grass afterwards, too.
No.
Yeah, the dying grass.
The yellow grass.
It's
like I'm
looking up at you like,
I'm,
"Help me."
I'm not pissing yellow food coloring.
Well, no. The grass dies from it.
It kills the grass.
Yes, exactly. I wasn't wrong. You want to go in?
Well, I mean,
Let's go.
like with my dogs, sometimes it actually fertilizes the grass.
What the shit, but not the piss.
The shit.
No,
not the
no,
piss.
no. My dogs all have a specific place that they shit.
Really?
But the piss, for some reason, in different areas, it grows more.
Oh my god, my dog pisses anywhere. It is so bad. We can see it. I gotta actually try train her to a new location because we let her in the front yard with a leash on a tree.
No kidding, huh?
So
You're crazy.
what you?
Yeah.
Look at
Oh,
the fellas
hey,
over here.
You're good for
Comfortable
piss.
silence.
I know.
Well-
Oh, now you got.
So did anybody think that Alan dude that was on earlier was creepy?
No.
You
I
invited
don't-
him back next week.
Yeah, hell yeah. He's a
I
new
don't
guy.
know. He didn't
sat
really
there
say
just
much.
He just sat there and posed. I couldn't take
Yeah,
it
but
after
when
a
he
while.
came on, it jumped up from like 15 to 24 people watching. I
So
think
that's what it's about. If somebody's completely annoying, but the viewership goes up
Well, he
by
wasn't
6 or
that-
7 people.
Yes, it's completely about that. But he wasn't that annoying. He was.
Was he the
okay.
younger guy?
I don't know. I couldn't. I had to put a piece of cardboard in the screen because I couldn't take him sitting there posing over
Yeah, he
and
didn't.
over.
You put a piece of cardboard over him?
I
Yeah.
did. It was just annoying to me. I couldn't. It was just.
Was he
I
the
just couldn't
younger
focus
guy?
on. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh.
because
He
it was.
didn't, he didn't bother me at all.
His black background and then him just.
Oh, black?
constantly-
You don't like that?
Yeah. Him constantly posing. He was like he was like just sitting there,
Fucker
just
over
trying to
here.
I don't know. It was just he might as well have been talking over everybody because it was just like he was just trying to grab
I thought he
attention
was
the whole
just
time.
sitting there being a young guy, maybe saying to his buddies, like, check it out, I'm on. the
I don't think he had
internet."
anybody there.
You know, I
No,
think you were the only
I
one he
missed
annoyed,
you.
David.
Apparently,
Wow, look at
I
you.
missed
old
the guy
grumpy
that we had
man
a couple-
Yeah.
over there.
yeah.
I
You
was
like
the
that
guy
boy.
that was here a couple weeks ago that was just drunk as shit on Everclear.
Yeah, we love that kid.
What was that
Where the
guy's
hell he
name?
went?
D Sin S or something like that.
Yeah, something.
That was
I
a
don't know.
good dude.
He was a
He
legend.
was
He
great.
was
He
man.
full-
was-
I kept kicking him out, and somebody, I think it was Smokesteve,
Yeah.
got offended
Apex.
because I kept cooking him and bringing him back.
I was
And then I was
really
looking,
pissed, too.
I was thinking back, and I was thinking Hayden used to do that all the time when he was hosting the pub. He'd kick
That's
somebody, and
fucked
then bring him
up.
back, and kick him and bring him back.
But you do it 2 times as a joke, but you kept
Yeah,
doing it.
I didn't want him
It was
around.
like 5
I didn't want him
times.
around.
Why?
Look,
Why?
Smoke Steve can surely agree with me on this, and it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks.
Don't call him
when you're
Shirley.
hosting a show and somebody just rubs you the wrong way, or you just don't want any part of them,
Oh.
then you can't. You don't want to be. Either they go, or you don't. You just want to end the stream because
Well,
you
you've
just can't
seen
get
it
past
before
it.
with
Well,
me. I've
right.
lost my shit before.
Right.
Steve hasn't-
And that guy didn't bother me that much. He obviously bothered you, and I know where you're coming from, so I
So
understood
what?
it.
Well, Steve
But the
never
guy
said to
I'm
me-
talking about was talking. This kid was just sitting there being a young.
What I'm saying is it didn't
young,
matter.
white,
It was
blonde
just
kid.
as much as and I wasn't telling. I didn't get on and tell you, hey, you got to kick this guy.
Well, then why
You
did you
know.
keep bringing him back?
Didn't you
Oh,
want
that
this
guy,
sort of
that
shit
guy,
in
yeah,
your
that guy.
life?
Because it was more annoying to bring it because he stayed there, and it was more fun to kick him and bring him back than it was to have
No,
him
it
sitting
was
there.
not.
No,
Well, to
The
me it was.
conversation was hilarious.
To me, it was because
I
he was just
having a
drunk.
one-on-one with him.
yeah, a couple of times, yeah, it was fun, but
Right.
after
Well,
like
I was
5,
getting kind of shit faced on that pub. as
It was at the
well.
very end of the show.
Yeah,
You're
dude,
not
I was
shit-faced right
angry.
now?
No, I actually held it together tonight.
I mean, the same joke gets old when you sit there and you try to converse with the drunk
Right.
guy and he can't
like
converse
kicking
back.
somebody out multiple times. It gets
Well, he stayed there,
boring.
so he was fine with coming back. And everybody was giving me shit for kicking him. I would have just kicked him and not brought him back, but everybody was like, "Oh, that's not cool," So I brought him back, and he annoyed me instantly. And I was like, "I don't want him around anymore." So I kicked him, and then everybody's like, "Oh, what'd you do that for?" So I brought him back. But that was more interesting than having the same stupid conversation with the guy and asking him a question where he would just sit there and mumble something that was incoherent, and we'd all laugh.
Very interesting conversation I'm bringing up, though. What was he talking about? Something about Nazis
I couldn't
or
understand.
something?
I don't think he said a complete sentence.
Yeah, it was like completely incoherent.
Totally.
Oh,
but he is friends with me on YouTube.
Get his ass back here.
Well, I gotta host the show. He's not friends with Smokesteve.
Why can't you just be friends with the channel?
I went and looked at his videos though, and they went back to 10 years ago, and they were mostly video game playing videos.
Who? What's wrong with that?
That guy that we're talking about. I didn't. Did I say something's wrong with it? I'm just telling you.
That's what you were saying.
I went and looked.
You're digging a hole now.
I didn't.
Them's fighting words.
I didn't say anything negative about his videos.
Just keep digging.
I thought he was an interesting person to have on a stream.
The guy drinking Everclear?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Well, yeah, he was someone interesting. I'll give you that.
I'll tell you who was
more
interesting.
than some other people on this show. So
Hey, I resent that.
Because we were all kind of busting his chops, and then we stopped, and then he started getting insulted about something completely off. It
made no sense what he was getting.
He said when I was not on the show.
Well, it was funny is when he first came on, we were a little bit teasing him, and he didn't seem to notice. After that, we were kind of respectful, and then he got offended because he thought we were
exactly.
Are we assholes?
No,
you're pointing at us as
deleting him.
assholes. Then.
Well,
chat and then bringing him back and go. Oh.
I don't know about assholes, but maybe just.
Come on, you were.
Well, if you ask some people here, I'm the biggest asshole for some reason, and I'm sensitive about that.
Well, you are sensitive.
I don't know.
Well,
You're saying you are. And
Straight that chest there a little bit more, Topple.
Oh shit!
I mean, it's kind of odd you're hanging out here on the internet with your shirt off.
Yeah, you're with a bunch of middle-aged dudes with your shirt off.
It's so fucking hot where I'm at.
I doubt that.
Are you in Florida? No, you're. I know those lights. You're back up north, buddy.
You're inside.
Pennsylvania.
I'm in the hottest room in the house.
Open a window.
I do.
It is open. I can see it. Yeah. I see.
Turn the heat down.
Well, I mean,
no,
his
hell
neighbors
no.
are
Then
watching
I'll
him
be
for
cold
free.
when I go to sleep.
oh yeah, he's trying to kind of fry his kids to sleep so they don't fucking wake
What
up.
the fuck is that? No, absolutely
No,
not.
It's not like it's not like you're a specimen of physical fitness either. So
Absolutely
I'm sure not going to cast that stone.
You have to keep it warm in other
I wouldn't
areas
say
of the
that
house.
shit. Oh, look
That
at
takes
that.
a little more, you know. I understand.
you're actually more hairy than I would have taken you for too.
What the fuck's that? I should.
I'm just saying.
No, I'm actually hot right now. That's my problem.
well,
I think it's
I
actually the peanut whiskey.
I knew that before you took your shirt off.
Well, how many conversations we had with my shirt off? Yeah,
That's true.
I will say in the summertime, my shirt is never on.
If I point my camera
really?
down 45 degrees,
Nope.
it'd be a.
even if you have like.
I'm that neighbor.
relatives or
I'm that neighbor
neighbors,
that is constantly got shorts on and no
stomach out.
shirt. Yep. Well, I don't have an out stomach, so.
Oh, you skinny bitch. Okay, all right. Rub it in our face.
Yeah, fat phobic over here.
Well, I mean, that's how come the other day you drank too much because you hadn't eaten that day. And then
Well-
you puked all over the place.
Yeah, that's right.
That's why
Tonight
he's so light. He doesn't eat.
Tonight I was hungry before I got on, and I was like, I'm gonna eat something before I go on because I know that's a recipe for disaster. So
You have a few saltines.
no, I ate a chicken breast actually.
A whole chicken breast?
Well, we had a coupon for 3
Breast.
Subway
Jesus Christ.
footlongs for $17.99.
You got Subway?
So I didn't have to cook
Oy
tonight.
vey, a deal. How can I resist?
I know. Usually I cook dinner after every one of these shows. So that's why it's 5:30 and I don't have to cook tonight. So the sandwich is just waiting there for me. And
$5.99. It's practically free.
That's right. That's right.
I had no choice at that price.
Wow. I gotta say, I'm shocked, but that's solid. I like it. All right.
Well, you're shocked at what?
Well, if I was gonna get grinders, as we call them here in the Northeast,
Oh, right. Ah,
Hoagie.
I know that app.
Apparently, you missed the point that we had a coupon, Smokesteve.
Sorry,
A coupon. He had a coupon.
He's a coupon, and then he bargained with the guy, and eventually the guy gave it to him just to get him out of the store.
Yeah, you kick up enough fuss, I'll give you whatever you want.
Right, you tell them you're using the coupon, and then they take some of the toppings off the sub at the last second.
But he knows that. He says, don't you do that. You put those toppings back on. I know that. That's what I would do.
The smart consumer hides the coupon till the end, so the subs are made and wrapped.
You guys know all the tricks.
I fucking hate Subway because you go there and like it's like the land of inconvenience. Really, you go there, you order your sandwich, right, and they go, right, how much do you want? Like, I don't know, like fucking veg on it, and you're like, yes, I want onion, and then just place one tiny onion on it. You're like, oh, what else would you like? Spinach, and then just fucking destroy it with spinach.
Cheaper.
And they're like, I want 5 other things. You can't destroy it with spinach.
So they're light on the onions and heavy on the spinach.
I'm down with the spinach. I got it on my sub upstairs waiting for me.
Spinach? Oh, yeah, right. Spinach is good.
Spinach, lettuce,
and blue cheese,
onions,
blue cheese with spinach.
green peppers, provolone cheese.
On a hoagie? Or
Huh?
Cheese.
Sub or whatever the fuck you call it.
Well, melted blue cheese. Ooh.
Grinder.
A grinder. All feed. Where do you guys?
Every time you say grinder, Jimmy Savile gets triggered. He starts drooling.
You should see his OnlyFans account. It's pretty nice.
It's full of feet pics.
Why you
You'll like it, Aphid.
Well, I liked your description. Your description on your Chatterbait page. It was like, smoke something. I don't know. You said something clever about smoking, and the picture of you laying there. Well,
Oh, it's beautiful,
I was
wasn't
like, man, I gotta check this out. And then I went there, and you weren't there, and I was like, oh. I can't believe it.
Oh man, he wasn't serious. I'm crushed.
Well, I have a life. I can't always be live on Chatbait. I'm sorry.
If he has the time, if Aphid has the time to check you out, then you have the time to put up a page.
Right.
He was trying to dox you. That's all it was.
I'm honestly, seriously thinking about like if anybody like does a tier 3 sub to me on my Twitch. I should do like an OnlyFans account just for them.
Wait. What did you say? I gotta do a 3-tier?
Tier 3.
Tier 3, yeah. It's like $25 or something. Stupid.
You got me signed up.
If I'll do it, I'll do it. I'll set up an OnlyFans.
You're a little whore, aren't you?
I am. Yeah, no, money. money.
I think Smokesteve's fading.
No,
I just know it. I just know it.
Well, I mean, 11:26. What is this? 5 hours, 26 minutes?
It's up to you.
I'm just giving you an out. I just know you're fading. I'm
finally fading.
What do you guys think? You want to keep it going? I mean,
well,
why not?
Who's left? Tesla Rocks and Biscuit Babes. So Biscuit Babes can join. And Tesla could join. Try to do.
He could. Biscuit would be great. I would stay on for Biscuit.
I know you're laughing.
Biscuit, why don't you join then?
I'm
You
gonna
could-
run
Biscuit
upstairs.
could, Biscuit could
Fucking
join,
nice
and then you could shut the YouTube stream down, and then
You
we
know,
could
they
catch
don't
up
even
with
have to-
Biscuit.
Oh.
I'm gonna shoot upstairs. I'm
And
gonna
Dippy Derek
check on the
is still here.
family, and then I'm gonna come back. And if Biscuit's here, we keep it going.
All right, there you go.
All right.
Oh,
You
now
throw-
you're putting
you
on
throw-
the Biscuit to come on
He's
now.
throwing it
Biscuit.
down.
You know,
Where
they
the
don't
fuck
even have
is
to come
Prospect
on the
came
screen.
from?
They could just come in, and they could be on the private chat then.
No,
Yeah.
why do you guys say that? They have to.
I'm
be
just
like
saying,
that.
if you don't want to be on camera, you can still participate. If we switch over to private chat, and
Oh,
we
I
can
guess,
actually
yeah,
chat
yeah.
with them. You
So
know, you're sort of
also-
in StreamYard's domain then, and not on
Right.
YouTube.
They could hear us. And
Still hear us,
Still
yeah.
And
converse.
they could hear us, and they could converse on chat, and they could. Can they watch
And they
us?
can
I think
see your beautiful ass as well, old feed liberal.
Well, yeah.
I doubt that.
I don't.
Oh, look at that! Look at that hairy,
If-
just.
Oh.
Oh, shut up!
See,
You're not
if-
hairy. You're
if
not
I
hairy.
could
No,
see
I'm
the-
hairy.
I was about to fucking.
I got
say.
hair.
Ooh, look at that little chest hair there in the
I'm
middle.
not. I'm
One
not
of my pet
competing here.
peeves, I will say, is having a hairy back that I actually shave every
Oh.
2 weeks. I hate it.
it.
I hate it.
That's a lot of work. How do you do that?
I actually bought on Amazon a large shaver that can go in the back.
Oh, you got like a
Like a back scratcher.
like a
Not gonna lie.
shower brush.
I'm not gonna lie. If there's
a weed whacker.
surgery
Yeah,
I
yeah.
ever wanted,
He knows he's hitting the hair when it bogs down. It's like.
The lights dim.
When
No.
it takes off skin, then he knows it's
there's
too
only
far.
one surgery I ever want in my life.
Oh.
Is that whatever the fuck it is to remove hair is on my back.
It's a dip.
I
Dipla
would
something.
I would so shave you like a whale. I would love it. I would. If you could pay me,
She
as
shaved
that
me like a
job,
whale.
I would move to America.
Did you
to
just call
do-
me a fat person because you called me?
No,
whale?
not a whale. No, because
Oh.
you're like a like a whale when I shave back.
That's the only surgery I ever would want was that. It's the only thing that I find disgusting.
Like
about
laser
myself.
removal hair?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna
What are you
look.
laughing about?
Well, I'm getting.
You
thinner.
taking off
Play it
Last
back
Dance?
there, you motherfucker.
Who?
He can't go. Oh, he's muted.
Who's got hair back?
No, well, no, but
Hey, Fed,
you can give
you
me
have
your
to-
hair.
No, I don't have hair. I don't have a hairy back.
You can give me your
lucky
hair,
motherfucker.
Topple, for my head
What's that?
because I'm thinning out. So
Well,
I'll
that's
take
my
your back
problem.
hair.
I don't
Ah,
got
well,
nothing
stick
on,
it on the
top,
top then.
either.
I
See,
wish
the
it
only
worked like
back hair
that.
I've got is like near the crack, and it's like,
Oh, well, you gotta take care
Who
of
wants
that,
to-
though.
who shaves down there though? How'd
You got a
do
love
it?
trail.
I do.
Is what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Showing you where to stick it.
Where's
Oh shit,
Don't run away
Smokesteve's
straight.
wife is still here. Oof.
She can't look away.
Knows I have a hairy back now. Damn it.
God.
Turn around. Let's see the back. How hairy
No,
is
I'm,
it?
I'm pretty good right now.
Oh, you must have.
Oh,
Shit.
no,
Oh,
looking-
yeah, you got it.
Ooh,
Every 2
fine.
weeks. Every 2 weeks, I got it down to a science.
So you got that chest isn't full grown. That's like been shaved, and that's like what's grown back, isn't it?
No. That's trimmed. Trimmed. I
Okay.
can't manscape. Who doesn't manscape?
Me?
Are you still a 70s porn
Well,
guy?
Well, I don't have a lot of hair though.
I don't do my chest or anything, but I do trim up the crotch area so I so I can
Oh, yeah.
so I don't have to piss all over my pubic hair sometimes.
Are you one of them guys that like gets one of them like devices to stick up your nose to trim the nose hair?
Oh, I have to get. I have to get.
I do that, or I
yeah, I have. That's right.
My nose hairs would grow into my mouth. They're so
right.
I'm one of them guys that just like grabs and pulls. Them
Oh yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do.
yeah.
that's great.
Yeah, you don't get a trimmer. You just fucking. That's how
I'll tell you, my eyebrows
trim
though.
every hair.
That's the fastest growing hair on my body is my eyebrows. I have to trim those like weekly almost.
Well, how do you do that?
I put the two on my clippers. I put the two thing on there and buzz over him.
Biscuit, why haven't you joined? Has he joined?
We got people.
Biscuit joined.
Did he join?
We're trying. We're trying.
Join.
Did anybody join, Smokesteve?
Maybe if the
We
moderator.
got people.
Oh, see,
All
there
right.
he is.
Ah, there we are.
What's up, Biscuit? How you doing, buddy?
Hey,
all right,
how you
dude.
doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing
you got
good.
a lot of
Man,
hair growing
great to
there.
see you, buddy.
Biscuit,
Good,
do you
good
have
to
a
see you,
hairy
Biscuit.
back?
Do I have a hairy back?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never seen my back.
Oh, can you
I
touch
tried,
it?
but I'm just not quick enough.
I got a hairy chest, but not a hairy back. I don't think. Maybe. I don't know.
Well,
What about your bollocks? How
Oh,
hairy
they're
are
very
they?
hairy.
Ah, okay. See, I just ripped them out as well. Like nose hair.
I'm lucky in that respect. I don't have nose hair.
I don't see
Oh, you're back.
There
Here we
are.
go.
Hey, Tesla.
Hello.
Hey, Tesla.
Hey, look at the wife. All excited. Very nice. He's
We're in the
back.
show.
Biscuit yas.
Yo, bro. Yo.
How's everything with you, Biscuit Babes? It's been a while.
It's doing good.
So,
Doing
are
good.
you good? All right, cool,
Yeah.
cool.
I've
Hello,
not touched a
Biscuit.
drop of alcohol since the last time we were on stream. So
Oh, good for you.
Shit. Well done, man.
How's
I feel
my
guilty.
Tesla Rocks guy going?
There's a lot of lag.
Oh, it's all good. Do you have a laptop or a PC by any chance?
I got a PC, but no cam or no mic.
Okay,
He's
okay.
on his Android phone.
Well,
Yeah, I
you sound
know.
better this time.
Sounds nice and clear.
I rebooted it.
It's looking
So,
beautiful.
what's your problem
I
with
like
getting
the
on Discord?
mustache.
You have a problem with getting on Discord right now?
I couldn't. It wouldn't let me. It said the password was wrong, which I don't understand. I was using my Gmail.
All right.
I'll get it worked out this week, though.
Oh yeah, definitely. You'd be great to be on there. I need some defense when I go against people on there. Like
got your back.
AFED is just liberal on there, and I need someone to back me up.
Just all the way.
Oh,
Just all the
you
way.
could- You could hire me. I'll do it for money.
It's like, I'm pretty sure they blocked me in chat.
Oh, yeah.
No, you won't.
The guy that runs that place will just block you.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah,
hard
the
ass.
AFED guy.
Yeah. What a dick.
Yeah, I know. What a prick he is, isn't
He's
he?
always censoring people.
Always, yeah. He made a
It's
channel
either-
for me, and
it's
every time
either-
I post on it, he takes it down.
It's either Black Lives Matter and transsexual or you're out.
AFED,
Oh,
Tesla.
transsexual. All right, let me just get
Tesla. AFED's a
Nancy's
big Biden supporter. Can you believe that shit?
All the
I
time.
don't
That's
know.
all he talks about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
It's a
listening to
drug.
Jen Psaki.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the drugs.
It's Russia's
Only
fault for the gas
not as good
prices.
looking.
Oh, you know why? I don't know about that.
Whoa.
You
We
like
just-
Jen Psaki? You think she's attractive?
I think she's
No.
more attractive
No,
than Ethan.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree with him on that.
I think a lot of losers
I think-
would make more sense.
And that's
I think-
nothing against David Lift.
I mean, he probably thinks Nancy Pelosi is more attractive.
I
than-
You
Oh,
know what?
pretty
What
whoa,
did she look
that's,
like back in the
that's a
day?
stretch.
What did she look like back in the day?
Hey, she got some pretty mouth, man. Where
Oh,
them
she got
dentures fall
pretty
out.
mouth? She got lips. She
I
got
think
some-
she's like 80 something, so she looks pretty
I
good
don't
for 80
care.
something.
Does
80.
age really matter if they're over 30 years old?
As long as she don't have a dry socket, what do I?
Oh boy. It's a good thing you ended the stream. Oh, you didn't end the stream.
Now, the
So-
stream's
so-
still
so
live.
Oh man, we're
Is
doomed.
everyone on
basic-
here that's on the stream right now, though?
So Tesla,
Yes.
Yeah, we're all live.
Yeah,
Except for the wife.
Tesla,
Oh,
Yeah.
every hole's a goal. Then is that what you're saying?
oh well. Dippy
Any
Derek-
point in the storm? Yeah.
yeah.
What do you guys think? I should end her?
No, because
No.
Dippy Derek is a little prick, and you won't join either. I guess he's so scared. I don't know.
No, he's not a prick.
Oh no,
Dippy
he is
Derek's
a prick.
in.
He's not joining.
I just don't like AOC. She's too stuck up.
I just looked it up. Nancy Pelosi is 81.
81.
Nice.
Wow.
Yep.
Jesus.
What do you think
I
about?
still wouldn't bang it.
I would.
I mean,
Mm.
Do you want to watch that show?
Why not?
Oh, she looks like
For,
Skeletor with a wig.
for her stock
what?
tips, I would.
You know, I don't understand why someone like that who's
Got it.
so wealthy doesn't retire. I mean, what? She's not doing
We'll
anybody.
continue to discuss that here after the live broadcast ends. I think I'm going to go ahead and end the YouTube feed here,
Well,
guys.
Dippy Derek, join in, but you don't have to be on video. Just get in the chat.
All right. And YouTube, we'll say good night to you. And
Good night, all y'all.
Good night,
but we're all
everyone.
going to keep the broadcast going in private. Good night.
Who you guys talking about? What chick?
Nancy.